from my transgressions. Oh, yeah.
Yo, we live in misery, ghetto infested, crack facilities where people struggle and strive against their own abilities. I try to put the people on and tell them what they're doing is wrong. An epidemic, this is prolonged misery. The day that Christ was betrayed, as he sat and broke bread, one had a scheme to hold him back. Now picture this, living your life at the age of 12, going around town telling the wise men to get on track, and growing up, walking in the footsteps of Christ, knowing death, knowing the time Satan tempt you in the night. Fasted for 40 days and 40 nights, afflictions, praying for strength in the Lord to overcome this. And what about the times when they doubted you, didn't believe because they couldn't see what it is to see? Got eyes but they don't see, you got ears but they don't hear. That's why we living in misery.
Forgive me for I've sinned over and over again, and again. Lord, forgive me, I've sinned over and over again, and again.
Attempting to reach the promised land, pay homage and praise to Yahweh Shah. Why should he even acknowledge man? We represent the 12 tribal, even the families of Israel, spoken of all over the Bible, awaiting the arrival of the Son of Man. If the truth hurts, then duck down, cause his verse is homicidal. Bust my gun in hand, destroying my arch rival. He's on the ground, stretched out like a rubber band. Shot him 7 times, I understand. Don't take it literal, condition is critical, cause every shot was spiritual. 3 shots to the face, judgment, mercy, and faith. By the grace of the Most High that we weren't replaced. 3 more shots landed. Knowledge, wisdom, and understanding. Without these, your spirit abandons your body, and now your flesh is left stranded. The last was love, most powerful force on the planet. Sources outlandish, a place where the lost in our hearts will be branded. Living out the true example of what a man is. Our minds are like a fragile package that's damaged. The eyes of the Lord got us all candid. Camera watching us, whatever we do. Forever he rules. For us, the Red Sea was severed in two.
Faith. For all Israel to have, they crucified the Son of Man, wicked acts like him. I ran since I was a slave, mentally pained. I cry out to the Lord, but never in vain. We soon reign and have dominance, like the days of old King Solomon, low intolerance. The Lord covenant, the promised land, the kingdom, the power, and the glory. Amen.
Forgive me for I've sinned over and over again. And again. Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again. And again.
Ever since I get the Spirit of the Lord, I've been walking in the righteous path of Yahweh Shah, trying to keep my head up as I walk by. All of the simple and perverse, boy, this world is such a curse. When I tell you, I mean, there is no sign of the truth. No more praying in the booths or the tabernacles and our solemn feasts where we used to eat all the holy things. Put before the Most High when we cover sins. Man, you should have been there when I tell you. What the hell you call this wretched ass place? Such a disgrace. Man, we've been misplaced. Lord, we've been praised. Now we're praising every day, wishing you were here, looking up the sky where we know that you will appear. Come on down, lift us up, take us out of here. Bring us to a land where the righteous is always near. And it's all about faith, cause there ain't no fear.
Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again. And again. Lord, forgive me for I've sinned over and over again. And again. despised and rejected, spit on and disrespected, came to my own afflicted. Why didn't they listen to me? The greatest sacrifice no other man could ever give. I gave my life and soul, knowing it would make you live. Spirit was willing, with my flesh I had to overcome. I asked my Father, pass this cup, but I was the only one to do His will, fulfill the scriptures to perfection. Lay down my life in hope of reconciliation. Christ is on His way. Will you be waiting for me? Christ is on His way. Will I find faith in Thee? Christ is on His way. Come to the end of this confusion. Christ is on His way. Establish eternal righteous ruling. Christ is on His way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on His way. Or will I find iniquity? Christ is on His way. I bear the sins of many. Christ is on His way. How could you do this to me? Of all the families on earth, you only have I known. My sheep was lost in this world. To you my love was shown. I came to give repentance, forgiveness of your sins, to be a prince and savior, but you won't let me in. Instead you delivered me unto the enemy, with all your blasphemies. How could you do this to me? Stiff-necked and stuck in your ways, you broke the covenant. You only got a few days before I make my judgment. Oh, forgive them, for they know not what they do. What they do, what they do. I will plead with them face to face till I turn it back to you.
Yo, and you thought I wasn't coming back? Imagine that. Watch the sky crack when I attack and help back. The winds from the four corners. Now you were gonna watch my battle wax get bloody. You need to bruise me, remove me, you refuse me. Like you, I didn't have to do it when I carried your iniquity, your wickedly butchery. And you don't remember me, the whole world watched on my name. They lied, denied that I died, so they pierced my side. Now I will return to burn, to unlearn, but the whole world heard. But for everything I do is for the Lord. If I breathe, I breathe for Christ. If I die for Christ, no matter the price. Understand it, I present my body as a living sacrifice.
That's right.
Repent, for the kingdom of the Lord is at hand. The coming of Yahweh Shai is not. And he prophesied when he was gonna be born and died. I hope these cats realize. First boast is Satan, host post. Keep your guards up and close with the armor of the Most High. He's not a man that he should lie. I hate when we teach Jake and they walk on by.
Christ is on His way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on His way. Will I find faith in Thee? Christ is on His way. Come to end all this confusion. Christ is on His way. Establish eternal righteous ruling. Christ is on His way. Will you be ready for me? Christ is on His way. Or will I find iniquity? Christ is on His way. I bear the sins of many. Christ is on His way. How could you do this to me? Christ is on His way. I'll hear the sound of the storm. Israel, you better endure. Come on, hear the sound of the storm. Stirring up the nations for war. Now ain't gonna take this road. 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 Ain't gonna take this confusion. Ain't gonna take this road.
Welcome, 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 everybody. Thank you for being here. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Um, Glad you guys are here, man. Uh, Thank you, thank you, thank you. You could have been any place on the planet, but you chose to be here tonight, and that's a beautiful thing. Pasha Blaine in the building. Thank you for being here, brother, and everyone else in the building. Thank you guys, man. It's an honor. It's a pleasure to be here with you guys tonight. So let's get into it. We have 4 hashtags here in the village, right? We have no more be the change it takes a village, and visitation rights are for inmate night fathers. I'm sure I've broken that down to you guys plenty. I'm sure you guys know that. We move on to the AAA, acknowledgement, acceptance, and application. Acknowledgement, knowing that you are the reason why you're in the situation that you're in. It starts with you. And in knowing this, when you realize that you are the problem, you then have to become the solution, as my man Tommy used to say. We then slide into understanding that there are ramifications for the decisions that we make. There is cause and effect. The effect happens through the cause, and the cause is the decisions that we make in our lives, be it good or be it bad. And in between acknowledgement and acceptance is that learning curve. We learn from the things that we do right, and we must learn from the things that we do wrong. And then we slide into application. You are never the same person that you were when you walked into a situation. You're either better or you're worse. Well, how do I say that you're worse? Because that effect from your cause affects you. And either you learn from it or you don't. But it still changes the trajectory in which you are on or were on. But if you did learn from it, you apply that knowledge, that wisdom that you did learn, and we slide into application. After application, we have the mirror, because it is definitely hard to continue on this trajectory. Self-introspection is so important. And we all know that the one person that's going to be the hardest on you in most situations is going to be yourself. You are your hardest critic, as the cliche go, which is in most situations true. The mirror is very important, especially when you operate from the perspective of truth, wisdom, and understanding. In this vocation that we have chosen, this life that we have chosen, you can't have a hard head, because there's a lot of things that we are going to get wrong. I promise you. Believe me, I know. There are a lot of things that we're going to get wrong. And surrounding yourself with the right people will help you to steer yourself right. It's always good to, just test the waters outside of yourself. Then we have the truth is too heavy for the weak. It's easier to run with the crowd. It's easy to do as Romans do in Rome. It's harder to say, no. The Romans are bugging out. The Romans go against God. I choose to stand up. I choose to look in the mirror. I choose to say, nay, I will not be a Roman. For I am an alien here. And I choose to keep my passport. I choose not to gain citizenship in this wicked and deceitful world. This is why the Lord says, be in it, but not of it. You're in the world. You have to function in it. But don't let it encompass your spirit. Don't let it motivate you to be like the Romans. Don't let it motivate you for you to be like them. Stand out. Be different. And this is what the wisdom of the Lord does. It marks you. You can't be like them. You can't. There's something about you that the Lord saw, and there's something about you that he woke. And there's something in you that says, I can't be like these people. I have to stand out. Not because I'm prideful, but because I'm my Father's child. Not because it's about me, but it's about him. We then move on to we need vision, not sight. I mean, even when you listen to the word vision, sight, vision, sight, vision, sight. Sight sounds so limited, right? Doesn't it? It sounds so limited. It sounds so earthly. When you talk vision, when you talk about it carries so much panache, it carries so much deepness to it. This is what our Father offers us, being his child. He offers vision. When you are a child of the world, they offer you sight. They offer you temporary healing, a temporary fix. This is not an everlasting fix. This is not something that's everlasting. This is something that's temporary. This is something that will wear off. But what we search for, what we deal with is everlasting. That's where our faith is. I see you, Phoenix. We need the vision of the Lord, not the sight of man. We then move on to the last, and certainly not least, it's stop being emotional animals and start being spiritual creatures. Today in Proverbs, it touched on that a little bit, and I'm going to touch on that before I bring anyone up. So I see you, Phoenix. Just give me a little bit. We need to stop being emotional animals, right? Start being spiritual creatures. We are reborn in our Father. We are reborn in our Lord and Savior. So with that being said, we need to start have cognitive thought. We need to start thinking about what we're doing before we do it. As Lyric said this morning, we need to listen more, hear more, gain more counsel. Sit down and understand what the situation is. Check the temperature. Measure twice, cut once. Do a little reconnaissance. Don't just run into the place. That's what a child does. That's what an emotional child does. The Lord is not raising emotional children, but the Lord is raising spiritual children. So we need to put context and perspectives to our emotions, because emotion has no context or perspective. Emotion, being emotional, you're reacting opposed to responding. So with that being said, here in the village, we believe that our four bodies should be at a perpetual balance, or as close as we can get. Where is my man?
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live.
Welcome to the village. Thank you guys for being here. And I will repeat, you could have been any place on the planet, but you chose to be here tonight. I thank you all. In the building, in the place to be. Who do we have in the building? We have a few people. We have IXM first in the building. Thank you for being here, brother. Butterfly in the building. How you doing, sis? Pasha, my brother in the building. Double R in the building. Who else do we have? We have Nightbot. What's the dilly? John Nader. You sound like a politician, my G. John Nader. That's a politician's name. And now our next president is John Nader. Commercial name. It's a good name. John Nader in the building. We have Mama B in the building. Mama B in the building. Thank you for being here, Mama B. Who else do we have? We have Vaughn Bryant in the building. The wandering pastor. What is going on, VB? What is going on? Miss Anae, the female gangster in the building. Don't let her high voice fool you. She is gangsterous. Who else do we have in the building? We have Teak in the building. Teak, thank you for being here. Thank you so much, sis, for being here. We have Phoenix in the building. I see you, Phoenix. Don't think I don't. I do see you. Who else? And that's about it. And anybody else in the background just chilling. Thank you for being here. So tonight, I'm gonna get Phoenix in, and then I'm gonna give my little information, and then we're gonna open up the board and see who comes up and see what tonight brings. Yes, Miss Phoenix,
Hello,
how
how
are
are
you,
you?
sis? I'm
I'm well.
here.
I'm
Lord,
I'm much better.
that's good. Good to hear. So what do you need to add? Talk to us. What do you got to share with us?
I love the
What do you got?
season. That's I love the season that's in the village. There are two people that stand out amazingly. I love you all, but two people who throughout my journey have helped me and my kids, and believe it or not, some of my neighbors. Um, we're Christians. That's a big plus. That's a big plus. But you have people like M. Mills, first and foremost, and Anthony T. Biz. I love the fact that you say, watch what you say, you speak things in existence. So, my thing is, if you say you're a Christian, don't say that it's hard. Speak it and say, hey, I'm going to do this. I'm a Christian. God got me. I'm going to ask Matthew 7. I'm going to ask, and I'm going to patiently wait and everything. It's fine with some of us, but please don't think that God is going to take time for somebody else and not time for you. Everybody is important. Every Christian is important. And thank you, M. Mills. Thank you, Anthony, for saying to speak things in existence. We don't want to check. It's hard because there are some lesser thans who like us being worldly and saying that chant. So I love those two. Those are my top season shakers in the village and everything. And I just want everybody to know that if God takes his time waiting for somebody else to do as they say and to read the Bible and to guide themselves, he's gonna wait for you too. Don't underestimate the quality of you. Don't listen to people who say, well, the Bible was written about this person and that person and that person. That's true. But the reason why we identify so much about the Bible is because there's a piece of us. When God constructed us, in my opinion, he put a piece of us with everybody else's situation. And it's for us to go north, south, east, or saying north, south, east, west. Thank you, Bolo, for not helping me. But it's but it's for us to put our own
Letting
season
you rock.
in. It's for us to put our own season in and to follow God's guidance. If Bolo has a being, how dare Sophia turn around and say, I want a beings too. I want mine just like he is and just like this and just like that. No, no, no. God made the Bible for us because we're in it. We all have a piece of season in the Bible, in my opinion. We just have to go in our own direction. So don't listen to people who sway you away. There are people now who are creating channels off of what Bolo is doing. So that's a good thing. They can't be Bolo. Not on his worst day can they be him. But it's wonderful how people in different countries is connecting to learn from him, and channels want to be like him. I'd rather for them to be like him than to sway, saying go this way, that way with all the drama and stuff. The last thing I have to say is watch the company you keep. I was given the subliminal message to be still. As much as I like everybody, I can't appear there. There are people, what I'm saying, and souls that are watching. There's a lot of distractions. For me, I need my blinders. And I love Navoa and M. Mills, who I'm not going to use the term summon, that's in a different direction. But I love everybody in the village to where if this person ain't there, you still, pray for them and you hope for them and you love for them. That's drama free, issue free, Satan free, sanctified, and blessed. Everybody channel can't say. Here you can say it. Every other channel cannot say, hey, I'm Satan free, issue free, drama free, sanctified, and blessed. So I let Bolo, I love you. I love you. And there are times when and you've seen it, there's times when demons assaulted me and everybody in the village prayed and I got a piece of it. We may not be here, but subliminally, or somehow we get it. And don't nobody have the strength nowhere else. I'm not going to call out other networks, but when God sent a message for me to be still, as much as I love every place else, I got to come home. I fell down and demons was bombarding me. I had to come home, and I wasn't there. But I remember Anthony and Bolo with Proverbs 7. And I could hear that. I could hear that. I couldn't move or whatever, but I could hear it. And then I used Ephesians 6. And I was like, God, please, you woke me up. I'm going to get up. I'm not going to try to get up. I'm going to get up because you woke me up. And I heard my brothers talking. And I heard them, saying, putting people in the chat. That helps people in other countries connect. That little bit of what y'all doing, that's some connection that's helping the soul piece themselves together. Y'all talk about the matrix. Your season piece all of us together. So I love you all. But brother Bolo, you take your spot. You take yours. I love you. I'm done.
I love you too. I love you too. Thank you. And the rest to you, those brothers and sisters that put it in their blood. Again, you don't know who you're helping when you're doing what you're doing. We're all here for a reason, and we are all doing what we're supposed to do. So, thank you, Phoenix. So I don't know if you're gonna remain up here. You can chill if you want, but I'm gonna go on my little rant for a second and speak on the reading this morning, which was awesome. Again, what was said between Big Ant and Lyric Speaks. It needed to end. It needed to end there. That was my personal feeling on it. And again, some people may say something different. However, I do my best to try and move on the spirit opposed to, sometimes, wanting to disturb it. So it had to end there. So with that being said, Proverbs 14 today. And like Lyric said, when we start going into the later Proverbs, as far as what we've been reading now, you're reading the contrast. The Lord's going to tell you, well, you're going to see the light, then you're going to see the dark. You're going to see this, you're going to see that. So you're seeing it unfold in front of you. Like Big Brother said, it's amazing how the Lord does what he does. And I don't know if that was grammatically correct, but it sounded good to me. It's amazing how he do what he does, right? So again, when we read the Lord's word, when we read his wisdom, we read this love story that he has given us, to understand, to read. It's a frequency that that we never knew was there. And there are things that our eyes open up to and that we see from applying, not just reading it, but applying it to your soul, taking it in, swallowing it, making it a part of your life, making it an exclamation point opposed to making it a question mark. God is not one that you pull off the bench when you're down by 50 points and you're in the fourth quarter. No. God is that one that you have running the game from the jump, at least the second quarter. So with that being said, you know, it, that's what he does. He's going to use then come up and speak. So we were at Proverbs 14. And I just wanted to go through a few things in Proverbs 14 that I saw, you know, especially, me, I try to stay, as specific as possible and to the point as possible. And sometimes I do go on a rant. So, but I'll try my best not to do that tonight so that we can get into Testimony Friday. So the first verse was it stuck out to me when it says, this woman builds her house. It's talking about a woman increasing her wealth by the wisdom of the Most High. But the foolish pulls it down with her hands. But a foolish woman, through no wisdom at all, takes away from her wealth. And the wealth, it spills, it diminishes, right? And it also comes not just wealth. That wealth is not just physically, not just monetary, right? That wealth is spiritual. That wealth is emotional, physical, and financial. And when we jump to verse 3, so guys, be very mindful of this, right? And again, this comes from filtering your life through the lenses of wisdom, through the lenses of God. And that's the only way you're going to see these things, right? That's the only way. Any other way than that, folly comes from it. So when we go to 3, in the mouth of a fool is a rod of pride, but the lips of the wise will preserve them. And I point this out so many times to you guys to listen to it and to look at it happening in real time. These men and women, they perceive in their own folly to have the answer, and they don't. You see this in this one example. This weekend, some of you guys don't have to work. Maybe most of you guys don't have to work, and you don't have to work. Just frolic, just walk through the YouTube streets and just listen to the conversations that these men and women are having. It's circular conversations with no solution at all on most channels. No answer, just complaints. That's all it is. What they do is they just repackage the conversation. They repackage the conversation every weekend in their own specific way. And it's about their pride. It's not about, the wisdom of the Lord. It's not about growth. I think in this world, I know in this world, we mistake movement for progress. We really do. We mistake movement for progress. And when you hear these conversations, you hear it so much. If you're not rooted in the Father, sometimes you think that what they're saying is real, not knowing that a lot of these men and women are talking from a position of hurt, not a position of growth, a position of hurt, not from a position of understanding of their hurt. So just be mindful of that, okay? They speak through their pride, through their anger, through their hate. All of these things are branches of their pride, their ego. So understand that, right? So then we move to verse 4. In verse 4, where it says, where no oxen are. The troll is clean, but much increases comes by the strength of an ox. An example, people talk about having everything together. You'll hear these people talk. I got it together. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing this, I'm doing that in their life, especially in relationships. But this is the thing that we learned, that where there is growth, there is hurt. Where there is growth, there's going to be broken plates. Eggs are going to spill. This is how two people in a relationship grow. If the mountain was smooth, we could not climb it. If we didn't have the bumps and the bruises, we wouldn't have that story that connects us. If the Father didn't give us such a dynamic love story for us to listen to, for us to sit down and meditate on, we wouldn't take it in. When we sit there and hear the stories of these men and these women and what the Lord has done for them, to them, through this understanding, we grow. So you have to understand growth, there's pain. There's pain in growth. And we have to understand that. This is what connects you to that story. This is when you sit there and you go and you have your heart broken, what do you say? You mark that day in your heart calendar and say, I remember when I did this and I ain't never going to do it again. That's growth. So anyone that tells you, nah, I've never did this, I've never had this thing happen to me, walk away from that person. Please. Because again, like I say to you all the time, if the mountain was smooth, we could not climb it. So I'm almost done, you guys, and then I'll let you guys rock out. I'm just going to mute you, Dusto, because we go to verse 6. It says, a scoffer seeks wisdom and does not find it. A scoffer seeks one, does not find it, but knowledge is easy to him who understands. Scoffer, many have wisdom, and you know, Lyric said this, many have wisdom, but there's no connection to God through their wisdom. So do you really have wisdom if you have no divine revelation? Your kid has wisdom. These kids, they have a thought process when they're playing with a weapon, but they don't have divine revelation to understand what this weapon is used for, to understand what it is. And this is why so many mistakes are being made. A lot of these cats that you're listening to, especially the fellas, a lot of these men that you're listening to, yeah, they got wisdom. They do. They do. How has it worked for them? How has their wisdom helped them? Listen to them converse. They don't speak from a position of understanding. They speak from a position of still trying to figure it out. They don't speak from a position of meditation in the Father. They speak from a position of pride. From a position of pride. So do they really have wisdom? No, they don't. Not divine wisdom, not divine revelation. No, yeah, they got earthly wisdom, and that's cool. If that's something that you gravitate to, then by all means, do it. The Lord says here in verse 7, go from the presence of a foolish man. Ladies, brothers, go from the presence of a foolish man. When you do not perceive in him the lips of knowledge. The Lord is telling you what you need to do, but through our disobedience, through our not submitting to who he is and who we are, and understand the difference between his position and ours, our lowly position as children, we tend to play that game. And then when you end up pregnant by this dude that you perceive to have no wisdom, you then want to blame him for the decision you made. When you perceive this man to have no wisdom, you tend to blame him for the decision that you made going into business with him. Listen to what these people are saying. Listen through the lens of God, not through the lens of man. Because we hear what they're trying to say, and then I think we add what we want to hear when we should be listening to what they're not saying opposed to what they are saying. I'm a man, I'm a man, I'm a man. That's what they are saying. But what they're not saying is, I'm a child, I'm hurt, I'm broken. I need help. I'm prideful. You should walk away from me. You should leave me alone. But because of the way this world is, because in Rome you do what Romans do, we run to them. We run to these men. We run to these women. So the Lord is telling you in verse 7, go from the presence of a foolish man. When you perceive them to be foolish, and the Lord told you, he gave you that little, hey, this dude don't know what he's talking about. Leave that dude alone. Mark him and move. Because if you hang out with 11 broke people, sooner or later you become the 12th. It is what it is. Verse 8, the wisdom of the prudent is to understand his way, but the folly of fools is deceit. Now, a lot of the times, we skip over these words, but words give us understanding. That's why words are there. And we talked about the definition of prudent. What is a prudent man? We speak about this all the time, the wisdom of the prudent. What is a prudent woman? Let's give the definition of prudent. A prudent man or woman is careful. They have wise discernment. The avoidance of rash behavior or speech. This is when Lyric talks about, wisdom is quiet. Wisdom listens, gets the whole story, and then makes a move. Wisdom has good management of talents and resources, and wisdom, a prudent person has tact when it comes to wisdom and in relationships with other people. So let's read that again. The wisdom of the prudent is to understand his way. All these things that we just read, this is what a prudent man or woman does. They sit down and understand the situation that is on the rise and move accordingly. They don't move before they're supposed to move. They move when the Lord tells them to move. We've seen this with David. We've seen when David would go to the Lord and the Lord would say, hide behind that tree and count to 5. And what would David do? Hide behind the tree and count to 5. David didn't do his own thing. David did what the Lord told him to do and instructed him to do. Divine revelation, wisdom. Jump down to verse 12. There is a way that seems right to a man, but in the end is the way of death. This speaks to the pride of man and his ego, that he does not seek counsel, nor does he heed it. He has his own way. He or her has his own way, and that's the only way. They are blinded by their pride, not to hear or to see. Now remember what we talk about, right? I say this all the time to you. How you feel affects how you see. How you feel affects how you see. So a lot of the time when you hear these men and women speaking and they're going their way, it's because of how they feel. It's because of how they feel. They're hurt. They're broken. And they move this way. And again, if you would just sit back and use wisdom and just hear and just lean back and just hear what's being said, you could see it. But we're too involved to want to get into the conversation and really don't want to hear what's being said. Shalom, bro. We really don't want to hear what's being said. In fact, because we feel their pain, because we're broken just like they are, and we may have gone through a similar situation, we flow right into their rhetoric, right into it, not seeing, not standing on top of it to see what really needs to be said. So please be mindful of it. Go to verse 13. Even in laughter, the heart may sorrow, and the end of mirth may be grief. That one right there, that touched my heart, because the only thing that will give you true happiness and satisfaction of the heart is God. We search for love on this earth, and this will never satisfy you. Remember, we talked about the new heart that God gives you, because that old heart that he gave you had too many holes in it. It was ripped apart by hurt, anger, strife, jealousy, whatever it was. It couldn't be patched up. It couldn't hold the love that he needed to give you. It just couldn't. So he had to give you a new heart. And only through Christ are we sustained. We've seen this with Job. I'm going to get to him. We're going to go to verse 14. The backslider in heart will be filled with his own way, but a good man will be satisfied from above. When wisdom is applied through divine revelation, you will hear what is in the heart of man or women you are speaking with. Remember, you are not using your flawed sight, but the perfect vision of the Lord to filter the world through. It's not about you. Stop trying to make that person into something that they're not. Accept them for who they are. If they're telling you that they're a scorpion, they're a scorpion. Don't try to just look at one portion of them when you need to take in a totality of this man or woman. And then we blame the opposite sex for the decisions that we made, knowing that this person was who they said they were. We didn't want to use the wisdom of the Father. We wanted to use our flawed sight to say, I'm looking for a shorty. You know that this shorty is for the streets. You met her on Thought Boulevard. That's where you met her at. You know that this dude was for the streets. You met him at PlayStation 5 Avenue. You seen what he was doing, but you wanted to see something different. You wanted to make him.
That was funny. I'm sorry. That was funny.
Coach, stay on
Go ahead.
mute, or I'm going to drop you. Stay on mute. Then we move to verse 15. The simple believes every word, but the prudent considers well his steps. The simple, they don't map out their steps wisely. Remember, they are using their limited sight, but the prudent uses the limitless vision of the Lord. Example, getting the counsel of someone. You're going through something. Now, obviously, you're going through something so you can't see. So instead of getting wise counsel from someone that you may know that has gone through something that you have gone through, to hear what you need to hear, to get you to where you need to be, what do? You ignore them. What does the Lord tell you about the prudent? The prudent's going to hear the hurt, man. What we have to understand is it's like in relationships. No two people are perfect for each other. You make them perfect for you. So you have to understand that there's going to be growing pains. You have to understand that there's going to be times that y'all don't like each other. It just is what it is. You don't run away. You stay in the fight. You stay in the fight. But the prudent sits back and he maps it all out. He'll come to Phoenix. He'll talk to Scam. He'll sit down and say, yo, bro, tell me about this situation. He'll look at, listen, you set these men and women up around you. These are your people. And if you did a good job, these are the people that you can talk to that's going to get or give you insight, because it's not about getting out of it. You're in it. But what these men and women do is they give you insight. This is why kings had counselors. The king wasn't the smartest dude on the planet, other than Solomon and a few others. But the king wasn't the deepest dude. But he had all the men that were. They were at the top of what they were at the top of. And he gained their counsel. His understanding grew from their knowledge. And he heeded it. And he moved on it. And this is what we seem not to do. We get emotional, we get angry, and we run into situations emotionally. We don't factor in what we're going to lose. We don't factor in what we are losing opposed to gaining. What are you gaining running into that fire? With no equipment. What are you gaining? I understand what your purpose is. You're trying to save the kid. But does it help the kid if you both get caught up? And I understand that there's going to be situations where there isn't time to think like that. But that's not every situation. When you look at these people and you hear their conversation, it sounds like they run into buildings every day and they don't take accountability at all. They blame everyone else. These cats are having 12, 15-hour conversations. Listen to them, please. Verse 16, a wise man fears and departs from evil, but a fool rages and is self-confident. Ooh, that's a good one. A wise man or woman takes no part in evil. They leave it alone. They don't play with it. They don't play with it. When they talk about my pullout game is tight, no, you don't play with it at all. You don't play. Now, we know what the fool does, right? We know what the fool does in his rage. Who was he raging against? But a fool rages and is self-confident. Who is the fool raging against? These are the times where you just need to sit back and just think about these things. This is why the reads are so important, because we meditate on it. You know, don't just read with us, read on yourself. Who is he raging against? He's raging against God. And because of his rage and lack of sight, he believes in himself and his strength, which we all know means he has no strength on his own or at all. At all. So we move to 17. I promise, Dustin, I'm gonna let you guys come in. I promise. A quick-tempered man acts foolishly, and a man of wicked intentions is hated. Now you know there's a difference, right? These are not the same type of men. A lot of people, when they read that scripture, they put these two together. A quick-tempered man is a foolish and silly, childish, and he does not know nor realize he or she is the object of folly. He or she is the joke. They don't know this. And I asked this question, and I'm going to ask you two, since you guys have remained on the stage. Do you know the difference between having character and being a character? Phoenix or Dusto? Do you guys know the difference? It's okay if you don't.
Yes.
Okay. What's the difference, my brother?
Having character comes with a level of patience, temperament, a level of trying to give it a good example. Let's say there's an argument going on. There's just some all-out dust. A person of character can listen, can try to find a way to use conflict resolution, or to listen or talk to try to influence. Being a character, they will probably join in or just act in outrage and just be the person that they are based on their emotions. With exception to trolling. That's calls for trolling.
Yeah.
Right? Which is a character.
Which is where you are, right? That's where
you it's a character, but it's not actually real. It's all for fun.
Okay.
But
right.
Really reacting in emotions or whatever, you're being a character, you're being dramatic. You're not actually in control of your own self. When you're a person of influence, person of good character, you actually can do your best to try to control the environment.
There you go. Dusto gave the deep breakdown. Go ahead, Phoenix. You want to try at it?
Oh, hey,
that was wonderful. I can't top that one.
Okay. So you were going to say something else, Sam?
No, I was just going to say thank you. It's my first time coming over and actually being on the panel.
Oh, okay,
I want to say thank you for what you do.
Oh,
because I see you go actually getting in the trenches, into the dust pits. And it's brutal and it's bloody and it's draining, but the fact that you're willing says a lot about you. Just want to say thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate you. See, Dusto gave the breakdown that Lyric would have given. That intellectual breakdown. I'm not that intellectual. I give it to you in the streets, right? So the way I would break down what Dusto just gave us so eloquently, I would just say, when the difference between having character and being a character, when you are a character, people laugh at you. When you have character, people laugh with you. And that's the difference. Now, Dusto gave a very, very eloquent, and you can clip that and break it down. He's absolutely right. But you have to understand there is a difference. There is a fundamental difference between a wise, in verse 16, a wise man fears and departs from evil. I'm sorry, a quick-tempered man. You have to understand the difference in verse 17. I'm bugging. A quick-tempered man acts foolishly, and a man of wicked intentions is hated. You have to understand the difference. That wicked man, he is hated because he's an orator of malice, strife, anger, hatred. That's the difference. Lyrics is a person that has character. They have the ability to deal effectively with difficult, unpleasant, or dangerous situations. You see what I'm saying? It's the same thing you said. You see what I'm saying? When you are character, it equates to being a fool. We have to start understanding the Father, man. We have to start understanding. This is the difference between life and death. A lot of these men that, I speak to men because I am one, right? So if I was a woman, I guess I would speak to women. A lot of these men that claim to be what they say they are, they aren't. They're not. Just look. Put your pride down. Put what you're trying to be down and just listen. Just hear. Be a part of the ecosystem for a second. And just hear what's being said. And you'll hear hurt, lack of confidence, lost, trying to find themselves. You had to come off the camera for that one. You'll see it. But see, a lot of us don't see it because we ourselves are hurt and broken and lost. And that's okay. It's all right. It's okay to know that you are this. It's not okay to stay this. Right? So we're going to jump down to verse 19. I'm almost done. The evil will bow before the good, and the wicked at the gates of the righteousness. What does that mean? What does that mean? It means that ultimately evil will bow down to good and reverence her, for the righteous is of the Lord. Simply put, evil people have to give credence to the Lord's people. Although they want to fight, you have to. You can't continue to fight all your life. They will give credence because they understand the difference of where they're going opposed to where the children of the Lord is going. We better understand that there's only two forces on this earth, too. We can fight and try to make it to be 10 or 12. The Lord said it. There's only two masters you can serve, me or the other. You pick. Pick wisely, because the choice that you make, your life is on the line. So be mindful of who you pick. Verse 20 says, the poor man is hated even by his own neighbor, but the rich has many friends. Ooh, oh my God. This is the Father. The poor man is hated even by his own neighbor, but the rich man has many friends. The poor has no friends because of his status in this wicked world. He is judged by the standards of Satan. However, the rich man is befriended, not by the morality or his character, but by his status in life, his riches of the flesh, not the spirit. Now, let me be clear. Let me be clear. This is not towards all the rich. It's not towards that. But most. The wicked is in judgment, not these that are in Christ. This is why the poor man is hated. They don't know what the poor man has to say. They've never spoken to the poor man, but because of his status, because he has no bread, you hear these chicks talk. You ain't got no money, I don't want to hear you. but he has character. He has the morality of God in him. But you want that dude that got bread. That dude is a dirt bag. That dude, that money just accentuates what he is. That's what you want, because that's what this world has bottled us down to. Survival mode. Live in your flesh. We go to verse 23. I'm almost done. In all labor there is profit, but idle chatter leads only to poverty. I know Dusto's going to like this example. He's going to like this. I'll give you examples because this is the conversations that we are having, everyone is having, right? A lot of these men on these panels are talking idle chatter every week on these panels. If they put the work in, looking at themselves first and applying the principles of God to a righteous life, there would be a different outcome. But because, these men are speaking and they have no wisdom, no applied revelations, divine revelations, these steps of wisdom is not prudent to them. They don't look at their steps wisely. Listen to them. Listen to them. Just sit back and listen to them. And I tell these dudes that you better understand, these women are listening to these conversations. So, you go on these panels and you show your face and you're angry and you're upset and you're cursing everybody out. And you think that a righteous woman would want to deal with a man like you. Absolutely not. And here's the thing. The Lord ain't going to let a good woman deal with a dude like you. Here's the difference between a nice guy and a good guy. Because they always say good guys and nice guys finish last. No, you're wrong. Nice guys finish last because the nice guy appeases. He goes against what he thinks. When he knows something is wrong, he goes against it. It's a nice guy. Good guy, on the other hand, he knows what he needs to do. He doesn't need to walk into a room and say he's an alpha. He doesn't need to walk into a room and beat his chest and say, I'm the man. He doesn't need to walk into the room and say, you submit to me. He doesn't need to walk into a room and say, man, I'm the leader. I'm the head. That oozes out of his paws. When he speaks, people hear. Why? Because he doesn't speak in the authority of himself. He speaks in the authority of God. Lyric said this a while back, and we had to pause on when she said it. We search for all these earthly names. Alpha, the man, leader, head, all these different things. When God summed it all up in one word, he summed it all up in one word. And that one word under him is called husband. 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 I don't need to be an alpha. I'm a husband. I'm a child of God. I don't need to be an alpha. I don't have to have that put on my chest because that's pride. These names are prideful names. You want to stand out outside of the Father. When you don't understand that being in the Father, he makes you as he. So if he shines, damn it, you're going to shine too. He ain't going to have no cat that's lackluster with him. Show me one. You all read the book. Show me a man that was lackluster that followed the Father. Show me one. Show me a weakling. Show me a weak man in him. Show me a wicked woman in him. Show me a woman out of order in him. Please show me one. You can't find one. You can't. But when you stand out of the Father and you want to be that dude, the alpha, you want to be that dude that stands up, yeah, we're going to see all those cracks in your chainmail because you ain't nothing. You weak. When you scream out, I'm a man. I lead my house. I'm a dictator. Look at all the dictators. They all had issues. They had to kill all the men that the women wanted to leave themselves around. Why? Because they knew what they were. They weren't the one that was desirable. That's why they say you have a Napoleon complex. You're weak. See, when you in God, you ain't got to do all those things, man. God defines who you are. Job didn't need to walk around and say, I'm a man. David didn't walk around and say, I'm a man. David killed over 10,000 men and ran from the king. What men you know do that today? So you men think always running through that wall is the right decision. Nah. No. See, a man thinks, a prudent man thinks. What is a prudent man? If you guys don't know the definition, I'll give it to you again. A prudent man is careful. He's wise and has discernment. He avoids rash behavior or speech. He avoids rash behavior or speech. He avoids rash behavior or speech. He avoids it. Now, there's going to be times when you got to run into it. Don't get it twisted. But he avoids it. You know that this is something that he doesn't do. If you hear him doing something, now this was something that had to happen. He avoids this. But these dudes that claim to be alphas, these dudes that claim to be the man, they stand on top of the Empire State Building and scream it aloud. And all I see is a weakling. All I see is a dude that wants to be something in the internet that he's not in his real life. And the sad thing about it is there's people that know you. And there's people that call you out on who you're not on this internet. A prudent man has good management of talent. So what does that mean? That means a prudent man is not the best at everything. So if Mandrell comes up here and I know that he's better at training martial arts, guess what, Mandrell, you're the head of martial arts. You're the head of that thing. I'm going to learn under you. Scam, you're the dude that deals with finances. Guess what? You're the head of the Department of Finances. I'm gonna learn from you. Phoenix, you know how to fix cars. You're the head of fixing cars. Guess what? We're gonna learn under you. Because I don't know everything. That's a part of being a man. You know you don't know everything. But you alphas, y'all got it all planned out. It's kind of funny how y'all all got it planned out and divorced. How you all got it planned out. Don't have a woman. You're on these channels screaming out, I need me a woman, but don't have one. But y'all got to figure it out. Go figure. It's all good. We got to start growing, man. Verse 26. In the fear of the Lord, there is strong confidence, and his children will have a place of refuge. We who fear the Lord obey him and serve him and dare not go anywhere. We have a strong foundation in trust, which gives us even a stronger confidence in him as our refuge, as our rock. In other words, we don't second guess him. We read in Proverbs 8, where wisdom had to pull out her credentials and say, you've been here for 50 years, Bolo. You dummy. You've been here for 50 years. The Lord used me for the foundations of the universe. What do you know? Please tell me what you know. You know nothing. So act like it. And I will put myself in this. Us grown-ass men, we don't understand that we're grown-ass children. We're children. We think we know. And we don't know a damn thing. We don't. That's why the Lord says, come as a child, man. Humble yourself. Humility will get you a long way. You know nothing. You've only been on this earth for 50 years. So the little you know is nothing compared to what wisdom is willing to show you. All we need to do is just get out of our way. So all we need to do is hear the Father. Hear what he set up for us. The Lord is telling you, here's the key, Mandrell. I'm giving you the key to my infinite library, and you can come anytime you want. But you know what we do? Nah. I'm going to do me. I'm going to do me. I know you've been here from the foundation of the universe. I know we exist in you. I know you created time and you operate outside of time, but yet you're in time. I don't know how that works. You created something that you operate in, but it has no effect on you the way it affects us. Think about that. The Lord made marriage perfect. It's like if us four on this stage are a group. We all wear black jackets. That's the group. Our group is called the Black Jackets. If one day Mandrell says, let's put on white jackets, we are no longer that group. We're the white jackets. When you add to what God made in marriage, it is no longer marriage. It is your construction now. Christ gives you the breakdown in Ephesians. He tells you what it is. He tells you, men, what you need to do. And I'm called a simp because I say the onus is on us to do what we need to do. He gave women 3 verses. 3. And what they need to do for husbands. He gave men 17. 17. But we want to count them equal to us. But you want to be the king. You want to be the czar. You want to be the president. You want to be the dictator. But you want to give her the same accountability? How does that make sense? It doesn't. Verse 28. In a multitude of people is a king's honor, but in the lack of people is the downfall of a prince. The more disciples we create in the name of our Lord and Savior, our church becomes stronger in the Lord, and through his church, honoring him, he will honor us with his love. It's really simple. Verse 29. I promise you I'm almost done. Verse 29. It says, he who is slow to wrath is great in understanding. And Lyric and Anthony broke it down so perfectly this morning. Lyric says this all the time. Wisdom listens. She gave an example of our Lord and Savior. Anytime they accused him, no, I'm not. He sat down, he heard. Let me hear these dudes. Let me hear the totality of everything. I want to hear everything. I'm not going to cut nobody off. I'm going to hear the whole soliloquy. So when I break them down to their lowest compound, can't nobody fight. So let me hear them. Listen to these conversations when you hear these men speak. Anytime a man has a good point, they don't want to let it marinate. This is why here in the village, what do we say? No. Hold on. Ant said something heavy. We're going to let that rock. Because everybody wants to get in to show how smart they are. And that thing that Ant dropped that was so heavy, that was so deep, that needed to marinate in someone's spirit, you just broke the spirit by saying your stupid, nonsensical thing that you just said. We don't do that here. But because you know Mandrell is saying something heavy, that demonic force in you don't want that man or that spirit that is on Mandrell to get to that man who needs to hear what he has to say. So you try to break the spirit. We don't do that here. Nah, dogs, you're going to shut up and you're going to let him finish. Hell, the show might end on what he says, because I've ended shows on what Anthony has said or what Lyric has said. Nah, the show is done. It's too deep. We ain't going nowhere. We're going to end it here. You look at every king in the scriptures. Every man, they didn't want that power. Any man that rushes the power, look at that dude. Stay away from him. Stay away, because he got a point to prove. Moses had no point to prove. David had no point to prove. Solomon had no point to prove. I can go on. Isaiah had no point to prove. They wanted to serve God. They wanted to serve him. That's the importance of this. Verse 29. He who is slow in wrath is great in understanding. There's a scripture that we read all the time that resonates with me. Isaiah, Exodus 14:14. The Lord will fight for you. You need only be still. This goes back to the prudent man. This goes back to the prudent man. And what lyrics said, right? Wisdom is being silent, still, waiting for divine revelation. And you hear the Lord says, behold, I stand at the door and knock. If anyone hears my voice and opens the door, I will come into him and eat with him, and he with me. Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted over the earth. Be still before the Lord and wait patiently. We're not patient at all. We want it now, like little babies. We want it now. It's microwavable time. It's crazy. It's crazy in this time that we're in today. Nobody wants to earn what they need to earn. Nobody wants to fight for what they believe in. The first fire or the first disagreement, cats is breaking out. And it was never love. You never loved me. Because love, we're going to have to fight for it here. Because when Satan sees something powerful and strong, he's going to do everything in his power to destroy it. He's going to throw all sorts of hurdles and things of that nature. We fight for it. We move to verse 32. The wicked is banished in his wickedness, but the righteous has a refuge in his death. I want you to hear what was just said. The wicked is banished in his wickedness, but the righteous has a refuge in his death. The wicked is given what they are owed. And that is banishment, separation from God. This is what they wanted. So that's what they're going to get. However, the righteous is rewarded with paradise. We go back to Job. Through his horrific experience, it did not terrify him because of his confidence in knowing I am. Let me read that part again to you. Through Job's horrific experience, it did not terrify him because of his confidence in knowing I am. That's all I need. I know where I'm going. I don't need nothing else. Because through me needing him, through him being my world, everything else is going to fall into place. Satan can't move me if none of this is mine. My children ain't mine. I cry like he is, but he ain't. He belongs to the Father. Hell, I belong to the Father. My life ain't mine. We are stewards of everything and owners of nothing. Lyrics said that again. See a lot of quotes. Stewards of everything and owners of nothing. Put that in your hat. Think about that. Lord said that in Proverbs, I think 4. Psalms 50, I think. So, you know, what do you do for me? All your sacrifices. I know all those bulls and bullocks. I know them by name. What do you do? Tell me. You stand so firm and so strong as if you do something. Tell me what you do. Well, I'm a good husband. I gave you the strength to do that. I woke your black behind up. Bolo, what you mean you are good? What you mean by that? You did this. What you mean you did it? Who put air in your lungs? I did. Everything that you do is a byproduct of what I've given you. Everything that you do is a byproduct of what I've given you. There's nothing that you do that does not stand on my foundation. Nothing. So all you men out there says, I did this. No, you didn't. The Lord gave you the strength to do it. Don't you ever forget it. But you won't. You won't, because the Lord told you in 32, the wicked is banished, but the righteous has a refuge in their death. And we'll end it on 35. The king's favor is towards a wise servant, but his wrath is against him who causes shame. The king rewards his servants that has heeded and followed as they were commanded. The king rewards his servants that has heeded and followed as they were commanded. Sometimes you may think that the command he gave you was wrong. Sometimes it may not pan out the way you think, but who has the better line of sight, you or God? God says the heavens is his throne and the earth is his footstool. There ain't no better vision than that. There is none. What vision you see, dogs? You got 5 baby mamas and none of them wife. What vision you got? Why should I listen to you? Because you speak the loudest? Accept these men and women for who they are, not for what you want them to be. However, those that choose to do their own thing, those that choose to do their own thing and go against what the Father says, this is for you. This is for you. Let me be clear. This is for you. Please be clear on this. However, those that choose to do their own thing, the king will banish you, separate you, confine you to darkness, destroy you, judge the servant, and nothing good will come to the servant. Thank you for hearing my rant. Floor is open. Mandrell, Scam, Phoenix, thank you for being here. What say y'all on this, man? Talk to me.
I mean, I really have no retort for that. I mean, there's no comeback to that. All I can do is agree. You know, everything, especially when you said everything that we do is built off the foundation that he gave us. You know, some people are born differently. You know what I'm saying? Like some people are born with birth defects or whatever the case may be. You have some people with like Asperger's and other mental health issues, but at the same time, they can play the violin on a world-class level, but couldn't tell you what 2 + 6 is. You know what I mean? But everyone has their pluses and their minuses. No matter how good you are at one thing, you're lacking in something else. So, and that something else is something that another person may be really good at. So you can never get too ahead of yourself in thinking that you're just good at everything. Like you're the best ever at everything. No, you're saying humble yourself. And I agree with that because there's always something that you need to work on, even the stuff you're good at. Because most of the things that we do and engage in are perishable skills. If you don't use it, you'll lose it. Just because you're good at it today won't mean you're good at it tomorrow. So it's always good to keep yourself in check and understand that if you want to titles like husband, like king, dictator, you notice kings and dictators, they go down all the time. But real husbands never lose. Not real ones. So I think perspective is in order here. And I appreciate you for giving us perspective tonight. And thanks for just having me up here to be able to say that.
Well, I thank you for being up here, and I thank you, for blessing us with your presence. Big Scam, what's the deal, y'all? Talk to me.
Interesting. Especially the fact, I can explain it. I never forgot where I got my gifts from. Though surprisingly, I'm still trying to figure out, go through the process and learn how to use them. Because I was called to do something. I still don't fully know what and how. But I know I'm supposed to be going through the process to learn how to use those gifts. And I never forgot where they came from. Sometimes there is a fear of using the gifts the wrong way. But I guess it's better to put up an effort to try to use the gifts for a good cause than to not use them at all. like the story with the guy with the one talent. So I got work to do my own self. But I love how you put your stories together. Um, yeah, it's a lot going on, and I hear and I feel everything that you said in regards to what's going on with people. And the truth is, a lot of the conversations aren't just conversations. The stuff came into somebody's from experience, the pain, the disappointment, into their mind, into their subconscious mind, some into their body, and then through a microphone on YouTube. So it's not just fiction, or a lot of times it's not just conversation. And I can see your possible frustration when you try to hand somebody a solution or talk and give someone something and they reject it. Trust me, I feel it too. But like I say, thank you for going in the trenches. Most people aren't willing to go.
You know, it's bothersome. It's bothersome when, you know, there's times when, you know, you and here's, I was just about to quote the lady here. You know, there's one thing that Lyric says all the time. And again, you know, I think of all three of us, myself, Anthony, and her, I think she has the most mic drops. She says a lot of the times we put ourselves before God. If we would just get out of our own way, you know, get out of our own way. I mean, just in the simplicity of understanding accountability, right? We talk about being husbands, and we try to give women the same accountability as men. Now, I'm not taking away accountability from women and responsibility. God punished Eve too. Punished Eve too. But who did he punish first? Adam wasn't even in the place to be. Because, dude, I left you in charge. So even when your wife fails, you take a part in that folly too. Because she represents you, my G. She is your arm. She is your back. She is bone of your bone. It ain't about separation at that point. Nah, G. When your kids act up in school, typically they say the parents is to blame until they find out now the child just wants to be an idiot. But this is bone of your bone. When they don't see you, guess who they see? Her. So you can't want that title and not take all that comes with it. It doesn't work that way. Mr. Lyric, what's going on? I quoted you a lot today.
Oh, nothing much. Hello, everyone on the panel. Hey, Mandrell.
Hey, Lyric, how are you?
Good. How are you doing?
I'm well.
It's been
Taking it day by
here.
day.
Taking it. It's good to hear from you and see you up here.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Whatever I engage in, I take it seriously. So here I am.
Yeah, well, it's so nice to hear from you and see you up here. So thank you for coming up.
Hey, beautiful sister.
Hey, Phoenix, how are you doing?
I'm doing very well. Learning from your brother next to you and everything, and loving all of the knowledge that you all give. Actually, Bolo got me started. Special needs lady. People take advantage of her. I
Mm-hmm.
just decided to use my time and everything. And believe it or not, everybody knows I love gardening. Instead of her degrading herself and using her body and letting people use her money and her check, she started growing things with me yesterday, and she enjoyed it. You know, so I took her out for a Pepsi and let her enjoy life. It was a baby who needed field trip money. You know what he didn't do? He didn't cuss or holler or beg. Guess what
Mm-hmm.
I did? The baby, you know what I'm saying, and his dad and mom was trying to have 5 kids. I don't care if they have 15 kids, but the oldest baby needed money. He's a senior. I went and my Christmas card, pulled out $20, made sure that baby went on his field trip. So I appreciate y'all, Saying at least, saying giving us inspiration to do stuff, or telling us, hey, reach out and do this, do that. Don't be afraid and everything. And they kept saying, no, no, no. And I was like, I don't have a son. So, I accept anybody that I can help. I'm not looking for nothing in return. I just want a baby who need a field trip to go, go on that field trip and to be happy, not thinking that he have to hold up or do anything, because it's too many babies going, and there's too many people who need somebody to hold their hand, to show them how to grow something and nurture, and then that person can give to us, and then that person can give to somebody else. So it's a like a recycle thing. And so I appreciate everybody in the village for their season and their part.
And beautiful testimony. Thank you for sharing that. And Mr. Scam Likely, welcome, and thank you for just being up here with us and sharing your wisdom too. We're excited about that.
Thank you.
So I see in the chat that Intellectual Soapbox is talking about a rap battle. I don't know why you guys do these things. There's
Who
no
wants a
rap
rap
battle.
battle?
Listen, who's gonna battle? There's no rap battle. Bolo can't rap, but we're gonna stay on subject. We're gonna stay on topic, and then we'll get back to that.
Wow.
You
Okay. I don't know how you just slap me and then say, okay, pick me up. And but listen, I stole a lot from you today, so your ears should have been ringing.
I was right here. I just wasn't. I was working and then finally able to stop, and I'm so excited about that. Yeah, just excited about not working right now. But I think that you said a whole lot. I'm excited that you went back in Proverbs. I personally think that at this point where we are, everybody he did have to do it, Pasha Blaine. I think that at this point where we are, we need to remember, like, just pretty much where we came from as we've been journeying through these reads and the story by which how we got here, starting all the way from Genesis, coming all the way down to here, and now exploding into wisdom, just coming up and saying, I've been there, from the beginning, because even when God was ordering, bringing order to chaos in Genesis, and when I say bringing order to chaos, I mean, dividing the water from the land, the day from the night, the and creating photosynthesis, and then going through that journey and setting the atmosphere to where it can be oxygenated, and then continuing things to just continuing to do a separation, which is order, an ordering. And this whole time, us not realizing that this whole journey that he's going through, he was introducing us to wisdom. Wisdom was there. And how do we know wisdom was there? Because we're right here. And as we begin to see this contrast and comparison in Proverbs, as Solomon is talking to his son, as we see it, wisdom is showing us that, listen, they needed me way back then. I've been here since the beginning of the time. And so this is why God deliberately pulls her out and speaks about her and define who she is, how elegant she is, how beautiful she is, what she does, because she continues to do, and she being wisdom. And so it is a beautiful place being here. And then how you have separated and dumbed it down to the layman ears, to where we can understand what wisdom does for us within the scope of our lives, and how we can't move without it. And those who do move without it, they do move in folly. And the Bible just breaks it down very, very simply. And it kind of hurts your feelings, but it just throws it right out there. Because if you're not dealing in wisdom, then you are considered a fool. There's no other pretty language to paint it. you're considered a fool. And those are not my words, those are God's words. So I think that we're in a beautiful place here.
And you know that's, first of all, thank you for coming back up. Um, you know, I think that we you know, I do get frustrated a little bit because, you know, just from the conversations that we have here, you know, and you hear the people, you know, that always complain, that always complains. They continue doing the same thing over and over again and expect different, you know, different results, which is the definition of insanity. And you sit there and you say to them, well, let me ask you a question. Why is it that you're focused on them and not focused on you? Because whatever's meant to be yours is yours. If you, it's like cats don't understand, or they choose not to understand. Because I don't think it's at a point where they don't understand. I think they just choose to do what they want to do. You know, um, that the Lord is very, he's a tactician when it comes to timing. And if you don't do the math on what you need to do, we focus on so many times. We focus on the big things so many times, and we lose the small things. And the little things is what gets you prepared for the big things. You know, if the Lord tells Bola, you're gonna meet your wife at 38. So you know you don't know that, but I need you to be ready so that when that boat comes across your bow, you're able to see it. But if you're not ready, guess what? You both are gonna pass in darkness. And you know, and it hurts my heart to hear and I'm speaking for the men. It hurts my heart to hear these men speak the way they speak. They think they're speaking through strength, and they're really speaking through weakness and hurt. It just hurts my heart to hear them. And when you
And
try
to
to go up there and say, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, you go ahead. I'm sorry, go ahead.
I said, when you try to go on stage and say this, you're attacked. These ravenous wolves attack you. And I'm not up here to ridicule anybody, man. I'm up here to say to you guys that when you guys go on your rant for 12 hours, there are women listening. How do you expect them to trust you? If you're asking this woman, you shouldn't have to ask. Because if you're a man of God, automatically he's going to pair you with the woman of God. That's just how it is. He's not going to give a good woman to a bad man. It's not going to work that way. But this woman, when you ask her to submit to you, you're asking her to give her life. She has to trust you. How can she trust you when she's hearing these conversations of the way you talk, these bees and and this and that? You want me to trust you?
I think you I think prior to you making this statement that you made, because I was writing stuff down, and so the question that you just asked, you already answered it before, using the definition of insanity. Very, very true. But when you went through Proverbs and gave your breakdown, you said it without saying it. So I rephrased, you know, how I rewrote what you said. Is that okay?
Yes, that's okay.
Okay.
Yes, that's okay.
So
would that be stealing? Would that be stealing?
No, I rewrote what you said because you were saying something without saying it. So when you were
Okay.
talking, about, when you were talking about the men, and when you were comparing and contrasting what Proverbs was saying, and when you was walking through it, and you were talking about how, everyone, is just talking, and ready to talk and want to be heard, and pretty much saying a bunch of nothing. The biggest thing that you exploded into, but I just rewrote it for you guys. These are Bolo's thoughts. people nowadays, when they get to a certain point after being in pain, and I told you to be kind of be leery of these people this morning, they don't like correction. A person that doesn't like to be corrected is literally living in their own folly. A lot of the things that he was saying, when a person despise correction, they actually stay in their own ignorance. They're living inside their own bubble of their own thoughts, their own ideologies, their own philosophies, their own politics, and their own emotions. People who hate correction, I'm going to say this and it's going to hurt your feelings, but I'm just going to whisper it. They're fools. There's a weird morality that westernized culture has, especially here in the United States. And they put people into two categories, and they put them into, being liberal or being conservative. And the conservatives, they have this one way of thinking. They don't want to come out of this way of thinking. And anyone who doesn't think like that, then shame on you. You're just not. You're just not good enough. And liberals feel like they're right because, oh my gosh, we're open to everything and we accept all these new ideas and we're perfect and we're accepting and encompassing of everyone. Everyone is invited to the table. Wait a minute. Everyone can't be invited to the table. And we know this to be true because we're in Proverbs and we're reading things. And the one thing that we have learned and the one thing that we know about wisdom and the one thing that we just heard Bolo state, wisdom loves correction. Do you want to know why wisdom loves correction? Because it has an opportunity to grow. And it has an opportunity and within that growing, it's maturing. And so it's getting to the point where it understands that I don't want to be considered wise and yet know nothing. Because there's a lot of people that have been considered wise and they're stupid. And there's a lot of stupid people that have been considered wise because in moments they can throw you some good stuff and you're like, man, and that came completely from their experience in life. But then they just have the tendency to make a lot of dumb decisions. And so as I was listening to you, Bolo, I was getting those things. I'm going to be quiet because other people are entering the stage. But I feel like you were right there, and you were right there at letting people know that you do a lot of talking, but you don't want to be corrected, and we should be leery of those who just want to talk and fear correction. There's no wisdom in that. There's no God in that.
And here's the crazy thing, brothers. We heard that from a woman.
I literally just stated I reworded what you said.
No. What I'm saying, no. What I'm saying is a lot of the times, these men that are hurt and they're operating out of, they are mistaking their hurt for confidence. When they don't understand, it's really their ego. It's not confidence. Confidence is from something of growth. Confidence comes from wisdom. Confidence comes from, applied divine revelation. You did something, you learn from it, you grow. You're confident in what you do. Why? Because you've practiced enough, right? You were in the gym shooting 100 free throws for 4 years. Now you are confident in what you are doing. These cats are operating out of fear, and they don't understand the difference because they'll tell you, no, I'm confident. They'll tell you that. But if they really just sit down and it's okay, we've all been there. I'm man enough to tell you, brother, I've been there. I've had my heart broken.
They fear confidence.
They fear growth. They fear what comes with being a man of God. Because remember, not all men of God are going to be husbands or fathers. But being a man of God transcends being a mother, a father, or a husband. I don't care what I am. I'm always going to be a man of God. Period. So whether I'm a husband or a father, I'm always going to be a man of God. So those principles should resonate through your veins day in and day out. And it's the same for women. Before she's a wife, before she's a mother, she's a woman of God. So when she submits, I think that we get it twisted. I know we get it twisted. When a woman submits to you, she's not submitting to you, my G. Let me just make this clear to all you men that think that your woman submits to you. She does not submit to you. She submits to whom you represent. That's why when you read Ephesians, what does he say? Wives, submit unto your husbands as you would to the Lord. Period. So don't think that she is submitting to you. No, who you represent. And she knows that this is what she is supposed to do because this is her position. The same way when you guys try to omit being a servant, more of a servant to your family, to your wife, to your children, than you being a czar or a king, you're going the opposite of what the Lord wants. What was Christ? Christ washed his 12, washed their feet. What did he tell you? Husbands, love your wives as I love the church. Not the way you want to love them. Love them like I did. I died for it. How many of you dudes are ready to die for your wife? That's the question. And if you ain't ready to die for her, then you shouldn't be with her. AMF in the building. What's going on, sir? Village lawyer?
Oh, I'm doing well. Can everybody hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, sir.
Oh, I wouldn't say a village lawyer, but I am an attorney.
We all have titles. Just accept them, okay?
Yes, servant. We are all servants.
I don't know why
I'm
you
talking about in the
We've been
village.
calling you the village lawyer for we've been calling you the village lawyer for 15 years. Why are you fighting it now?
I'm not fighting it. I'm just being jovial.
I know.
You know, you're the lawyer. BCDC is the used phone salesman. The list just goes on and on.
He was Rollo.
Yeah.
Wait, you're a lawyer?
Yeah, he's really a lawyer.
Then what? Wait, so Bolo, you really are a good man.
I am licensed in Louisiana.
You even, I'm saying, well, see, thing is, Bolo even allows evil to come up on his platform.
You take that back from my AMF.
Nah, B. You can't say that about AMF.
You take that back.
He's a lawyer.
No, you take that back, Mandrell.
What does that mean?
I'm a troll. I'm not evil.
I'm
Trolls
kidding.
are good people.
I'm kidding. You know, AM, you know the whole trope. They say all lawyers are evil and stuff like that. But so I'm kidding with you. It's a joke. It's a joke.
You know, I didn't expect.
I don't know any bad. I only know great lawyers and bad lawyers. I don't know any good lawyers.
Yeah, they all say, you know, that's the whole trope. They're all evil lawyers. Either people love their attorney or they absolutely despise them. It's one of the two.
Yeah.
There really is no. I've never seen anyone say anything in between. Well, he was all right, or she was all right. No,
they're really so like inside of at least our profession and a lot of professional endeavors like medical people that are in medicine, engineering, or the law, because you have, you know, so much pressure to satisfy your clients or patients. You know, there's a high level of drug use and alcohol use. And also within our profession, you know, there's either great attorneys or they're, you know, bad attorneys, you know. And so, you're probably going to love your attorney or really dislike them by what they're doing. And, you know, it also depends on what you're asking the attorney to do. I mean, there's some people that I know that practice law that, you know, they know the law inside and out and all the tricks of the trade, but they wouldn't use it, to hurt, the other party, but they'll use it to get you what you want. Sometimes people want to hurt somebody else within the law, and that's very possible, because you're a craftsman, so a carpenter can bend wood to his will. A surgeon can bend, the lungs and the heart to his will. A craftsman in the law could bend the law to their will to do, bad. And so so anything is possible, with a master, like Michael Jordan and LeBron James are masters at basketball. They can bend that world to their will because they're masters. And so,
But yeah, Jordan is, but not LeBron.
I'm just saying somebody at the top of their game. I'm not ranking them. I'm just using. I mean, it's easy. I'm just using them because they're recognizable, not as a.
He just
right. Yeah, I'm just messing with you, but I mean, I get what you're saying, bro. I get what you're saying, brother.
What you wanted to add to this, Emma? What you wanted to add to this, Emma?
This thing is about preparation, man. The more I listen to some of this stuff, it's just about preparation, and it's a lot. Hate groups recruit people that are hurt, that are destitute, that are feeling lost. That's why you see, a lot of young men without fathers going to gangs, or a lot of people joining these hate groups, whether it's, white nationalists or the sort, because they're looking for an identity. And so people are lost. And so bringing that to men, a lot of men are lost. And so they will accept, the rhetoric that is, a woman's fault, or they need to submit. When really, if we take a deeper step at it, women were created to be a helpmate, so they're really a reflection of who we are. Adam said when God made woman, this is bone of my bone, flesh of my flesh. Meaning she came out of me. And if you look at most relationships, the woman is a mirror of what the man either is or what he allows. So if we're mad at baby mama culture or whatever the talking point is, we have to go back to us as men to identify where we allow something to happen. Jezebel only did what Ahab allowed her to do. But it's because Ahab allowed her to do this stuff. Children only do what we allow them to do. And so we never put checks and balances in place. If we never set an expectation, of course, women are going to mimic our leadership. And so if our leadership is saying, we want to frolic with you, we want to sleep with you, we don't care about you, you should only be with the guy that's a scammer, a hustler, a rapper, a ball player. Women are going to conform to that because they're made to be a help or reflection. And so I'm just saying, like, we have to be prepared. And then when we get those brothers that are, not looking to the talking points or whatever, if they follow in the path, we have to let them know, hey, there's only like one true path, and that's through the word of God. So I give like a real life example. So in law school, they gave us a format of how to get, like, I guess, the internship and the job after law school. Well, some stuff happened to where, a lot of people were following that path. And so, with a certain GPA, pass the bar, do these types of internships. And I did all of that. So I followed the roadmap. But at the end, at least for the first year out of law school, it didn't add up. But I followed the playbook. And so a lot of these guys are following these playbooks, get on your purpose, get money, da 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 da. And they're saying, hey, at the end of this nice rainbow of being on your purpose, getting your money, you know, whatever, X, Y, and Z, then these women will come flocking. Well, there's a lot of guys that have money and on purpose, but they get nervous when they're talking to women, or they're scared. You know, they expect them to be coming, and then they get mad. Well, why aren't they coming? You know, I went out and busted my tail in school. I got my degree. I got my six-figure job. I'm out of debt. I got savings. I'm ready to be a husband. You know, I listened to this guy, and he said, if I do X, Y, and Z, this is supposed to happen, and nothing's happened, right? So, you know, you gotta confluence of all of this stuff. Some men just hate women because they can't get the woman that the popular guy got. Or, you know, I never heard like so many alpha conversations. Like growing up, man, there was a guy that was the man, you know, he could pretty much get any girl, whether high school or college, Mr. Popular. But nobody said alpha or anything like that because in my experience, the coolest guy was never the toughest guy. Man, I've been the tallest guy or the, you know, the most attractive guy. But just the guy probably with the most personality that was just really cool. You know, he was a cool cat. So, I mean, I just think it's preparation. So, what do I mean by preparation? In sports, or Paul says, and I'll wrap it up because I don't want to take too long. Paul said that, you know, I beat my body in subjection so that I'm not disqualified after I give, you know, this gospel out. In sports, you know, we're going to have a Super Bowl, but these guys prepare, you know, in the summer, doing 2-a-days, working out, doing routes. They had preseason, training camp, preseason. They went through all the games, all of these sessions in order to two teams to play in this thing called a Super Bowl. But it didn't start, the preparation didn't start this week. As you were saying, Bolo, it started a long time ago. You know, with those 2-a-days, those summer workouts, the training camps, the, you know, whatever else they're doing to be prepared to succeed, you know, for a moment. And so we have to understand that, you know, things are seasonal, you know, so it's easier to understand the Bible when you think about it in terms of agriculture. You know, you plant a seed or prepare, and then you get a harvest. And so the more we prepare, the easier it is to, you know, be able to receive. And so we just have to be open to help some of these fellas, you know, redirect, you know, that anger, redirect it to God's purpose versus, you know, some multi-level marketing that, hey, if you do X, Y, and Z, this is going to happen. It's not, because it's guys with no money getting a lot of girls. And I know a lot of guys with money that, you know, they so busy they don't even care, and then some people in between that got money and want it, and you know. So I just think, I know that, you know, there's a lot of people that are following other people because they think that person is modeling what they want, and half the time the person on the other end, I think I was running to Scam Likely that, you know, a lot of this is multi-level marketing. If you really know about multi-level marketing, only a few people are going to win selling a product. So in the manosphere, only a few people are going to win selling a product of the manosphere or the principles of the manosphere. And it's going to be your content creators, you know, but not a lot of other guys are going to really benefit from these things without knowing, you know, Christ, God, you know, the principles within Proverbs and the other 65 books. So that's what I would add to this conversation.
Good points. Hey,
Very good.
Oh, go ahead, Bolo. I was gonna say something.
No, I said there's very good points. Now, if you got, sorry for cutting you.
Yeah, in 2023, I'm not gonna be a favorite anymore because people like the jokes and the troll and the comedy and stuff. There's
Right.
two sides, like you were talking about character. Sometimes I'm being a character. Sometimes I'm using character.
Right.
I grew up in a Black community that had 2 and 3 car garages, green grass, Black families, fathers, and all that other stuff. And I had conversations, and they're trying to, they say certain things, and every bit of them is wrong one by one. They talk about marriage, which I'm single, I'm not married, but they should at least knowledge-wise be able to beat me. I'm just saying. But the content creators and YouTube talking points, at the end of the day, there's a lot of people saying, would go out there and this is how you control a modern woman. They click the red X. They got 10,000 in super chats, and then they go to their submissive wife. It's like, you spent 6 out of 7 days out the week talking about modern women, but you got a wife at home. Why don't you talk about that? Because one of them's more profitable than the other. You got 50,000 subscribers, 49,000 of them are angry men yelling at each other, coming up and copying, repeating what you got to say. And they're getting uglier, less masculine. And the women are getting more and more out of control. And these dudes are chasing after the very baby mamas, the very Wigosauruses and baby mamas. And you're cheering it on, collecting super chats. It's actually the scamosphere. Now, if it's entertainment, I understand there's an entertainment part of it. People are kind of hands off, but there are people are actually following and actually believing that this is the truth. Some people are actually looking for answers. Because let's be real. If I'm not married and I grew up and had a good life, grew up in almost like a best of the best, 90% better off than 90% of other people as far as living around a Black community. I know that a lot of people grew up without fathers, without any kind of structure. And a lot of them even admit their family, they don't know what marriage is even supposed to look like. They come look for answers and they get dust. And they come on to the scamosphere and they inject these talking points and a lot of this dust into their veins. And it actually becomes a part of who they really are. Like you say, you can see and you can feel some of the pain. The fake confidence is pain and fear. The fake combat, the talking over, the let's gang up and let's go attack a woman. We're talking about we're going to build some power, but you're really going at the weakest source. Not just women, but the weakest of the weakest women. That's actually bullying. And they even lose. They can't even beat them. But they go and they lose. It just hurts when people don't want solutions. But yes, it's interesting.
They are profiting, and they are arbiters of death. This is why when we read the book, the one thing. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lyric.
Nope, that's fine.
No, what was you going to say?
No, go ahead.
When the Father tells you, when you see someone that is of no wisdom, run from them. He's telling you run. I used to give this example a long time ago. Scriptures tell you two cannot walk if not be agreed. Period. So you can tell a lot through someone's spirit and who they hang out with, right? Birds of a flock together. All those cliche-ish things that we heard. If I'm an alcoholic and Mandrell is a crackhead, if there's not alcohol and crack at that party, we're not going to that party together. Understand that. There better be crack and alcohol at that party. So, like you said, for these men to be there and hear the rhetoric that is being taught or spewed, it's because there is something about that statement that is in their heart. That's why they're there. It is something about that vibration, that spirit that they resonate with. And you can't deny it. These same people are there every week. Every week. Say it again.
People fear change. People fear challenge. People fear. So a person was taught fear, then that's what they're going to flock to, is more fear. If they were taught hate, they're going to flock to hate. If they're taught dust, they're going to flock to dust. So it's interesting to also see how a person comes up brand new. Then they came up for the first time, second to third. And eventually after a couple months, you see where they fall. Do they come in line with the married man? Do they come in line with the trolls? Do they align with, or the victims? And they have a choice. They're welcome in all spaces. In YouTube, there are no qualifications. All you have to do is have a microphone. So it's not
Hold
like
on, Scams. Can you repeat that for me? For the people in the back.
Okay.
No, that's the part about that needed any qualification for YouTube.
There are no qualifications. Working internet, which most people don't even have, it ain't working half the time, and a microphone. And most people don't even have good quality microphones. Those are the qualifications. And time, which people have plenty of that, which they shouldn't. Those are the qualifications. But you get to pick and choose which spaces. You can go to the dust panels. You can go to the wigosphere. You can go to the trollosphere, dustosphere, or the victim sphere. Or you can go talk to married and decent people. And not only do they flock to the negativity more, but they marinate in it and make it become a part of who it is that they are. But I guess y'all who know me know the difference in me being a character or showing character, because there's two different sides.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, definitely. I know that when you're on the stage, I've been on stage enough with you on different platforms to know, and I've seen you, on different platforms. I pretty much, figured you out a little bit. But these cats that, again, we all know these cliches, but sometimes people say them and they say them and they kind of make them famous. There was one guy that you guys know was Tommy Sotomayor that used to say something all the time. He says, when you realize that you're the problem, you then have to realize that you're the solution. It's simplicity. You know what I'm saying? Something done simply it is done smoothly. God is not complicated, bro. He tells you, he gives you this information for free. Tells you, I'll give it to you freely. You ain't got to pay me for it. Here. And I'll continue to give it to you. This is the Father. This is the man that says, now you ain't got to go to church and give your last to get this information. I'm going to give it to you. I died for you. Why, what these men don't want to do is do the work. They don't. Because to grow is to do work. To grow is to hurt. To grow is to go through pain. To grow, you're not stagnated. You're forever moving. They don't want to move. They don't want to move. They don't want to put the work in. They don't. They do not. They want all of the accolades that come with it. Listen, they're no different than the women that want to be equal to men. They're no different. Now, why do I say that? Those women want to be equal to men, but they're not going to go 1,000 feet below the ocean and solder a pipe for cable. They're not going to go up there, and I'm saying as a majority, they're not going to go on these buildings that's 10,000 billion feet up in the air and run damn metal. But they want the accolades that come with being, that authority that comes with being a man. They're no different. It's a feminine vibration that they have. Like you said, it's a feminine vibration. You want all the accolades of being king and all these different things, but don't want to do the work in what it is to be a king. All righteous kings didn't put themselves first. They put their people first. That was the difference between a wicked man and a righteous king, and that's the difference. When you sit there and you listen to these dudes, all they're doing is complaining. And don't get it twisted, I complain too. I think we all do it to a certain extent. But then there's got to be a point when you say, man, listen, I need something different. I'll give you an example. And I tell everyone this story. I'm very into tech. I'm very into it. It's what I do for a living. I'm very into tech. And I remember when, I was younger, I used to always have the surround sound system for the family because I enjoyed going to the movies. That's something that, you know, I just wanted to bring that effect home. And I had this universal remote when they first came out, Dusto. It had the little screen with the color on it, and I could press the button and control the lights and all this stuff. And hey, listen, man, when the weekend came, I got my movie, I got the popcorn. So one day I come home and I pick up the remote control and it fell apart in my hand, my brother. The remote was neatly positioned for me to see it when I walked in. As soon as I picked it up, it fell apart. So I rounded up the usual suspects. Everybody in the house. Who broke my remote? Asked the wife, did you break it? Nope. Asked the oldest daughter, did you break it? Nope. Oldest son, nope. Second oldest son, nope. Youngest daughter, nope. Then I broke it. So I said, okay. I can either continue down this road or do something different. So I did something different. I commandeered a room that we just had, bags and boxes of things. And I started building a theater room with a fingerprint scanner, biometric. And it only has my thumbprint on it. They got upset. Yeah, I can continue to get upset because you know what? When I leave my remote control right there, it stays right there. And I think about 10 years later, my son told me it was him that broke it. But the point of me bringing that up is to say that you saw a problem, you thought about the problem, and you fixed the problem. Now, they may not have liked how I fixed it, but it wasn't about them, it was about me. So in this situation here, it's not about the woman, it's about you. It's never been about her. It's about you. It's about you being broken. It's about you being hurt. It's about you wanting the world to conform to you opposed to you conforming to God. This is what we don't want to do. We don't want to put the work in. And I think you said it in the chat. We become so enamored by pain. We wear it like a coat. We walk right into the room, put the coat on, and get right onto YouTube with pain wrapped around us ever so warmly, and it's zipped up to our neck, and we get on stage and we spew this nonsense. That's the madness that we're dealing with.
Bolo, some of them act as if we don't know what pain looks and smells like, with fear, like we don't know what that is. Like we've never had pain ourselves or fear. And even the biggest of the leader, the strongest of the strong, doesn't know what this looks like. There's some people who pray and make a living off of it. The people who are working police, working psychology, or our fathers or our husbands or have wives. People know. I'll leave it at that.
Yeah, but there's money in doing what they're doing. Now, like you said, there's money in doing what they're doing. There's money in selling them, that pain, because again, everybody connects with pain. You know what I'm saying? Everyone connects with pain. So there's money in that. And what we're trying to, what we're doing here is letting them know that, listen, man, you can get off that road. You can get off that road. You don't need to be in pain all the time.
Or trauma bond.
Or wow. Or trauma bond. You don't have to do that. You don't have to have a bunch of you dudes together. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Lyric.
No, I mean, I cut you off, so I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I'm good. Go ahead.
And I think that a lot of these panels are profitable off that because it is trauma bonding. They're to a point where they, if I can find some type of satiation to my pain over here, then I'm going to keep going over here, not realizing that they haven't gotten to the root of their issue. You know, the root of their issue is not, you know, become angry towards women, and vice versa. The root to a lot of women's pain is not to become angry towards men. You know, you need to get to the root of the issue. So everybody's running around and they're trauma bonding. And then when the screen closes and when it's time to go off the panel, what has changed inside of them? Just going to
Actually
give the
gets
answer.
worse.
Absolutely, yeah, absolutely nothing. Nothing has changed at all, because you're still gonna wake up the next day if God allows you to wake up, and you're gonna still be stuck in those same terrible, painful ideologies, and you're the same. And as I wrote in the back chat, we're running to all these spaces. We're running to all these spaces when the biggest space that we need to run to is just literally sitting there waiting on us, and keep turning from it. But then we'll run to, you know, panels, and we'll run to talk out our issues that nobody down here can solve. I'm not going to be able to mend Von Bryan's broken heart. I can't give peace to Anthony. I can't calm any storm in Bolo's life. There's an abundance of nothing that I would be able to give to Scam Likely to let him know that I got you until the end. There's only one person, there's only one entity that can do that and do it correctly. But that's the one that we run from, because it's better for our ego, and it's better for where we have come in life to let me run to a crowd that's not going to do anything but crucify me in the end, because everybody's waiting for all these people that are selling, I would say, you know, wolf tickets, whatever it is that they're selling. Everybody that's selling all this stuff. I'll use what Wise Man talked about earlier, Anthony. Everybody that was buying what Derek Jackson was selling, there were still that handful of people that was waiting for him to fall. There was still that crowd, and when it happened, the applause roared. They applauded someone's death. I wasn't a fan of Kevin Samuels, but I wasn't going to applaud his death. But these are the same panels and the same spaces that we're ready to run to and speak thoughts that, what are you talking about? Like the brother just said, where's the solution? What are you gaining from that?
Well, I'd say one solution is just to, you know, start being honest. You know, like I know in a lot of these chats, the main thing is to go against God's first institution, which is marriage. Whether, you know, and they're attacking in different ways, saying that man's nature is something. You know, well, how do you know man's nature? You know, you only can know man's nature through He who created man, and that's God. He'll let you know man's nature, you know. But everything that they're saying, and most of these things are, you know, selfish or to aggrandize, you know, what they want to do. So either it's don't get married because the state will be involved, or don't get married because the woman will take all your money or your kids, or don't get married because then you have to be monogamous, or, you know, X, Y, and Z. When really it's just, you know, an attack on God's first institution, which is marriage. And in marriage, you know, you have a husband and a wife. You're able to bring in kids under another established order, so that that child will have a father and a mother, a sound balance within the home. And so, you know, most of them are attacking, you know, God's first institution in a number of ways. And, you know, it's it's mainly that. But I like to add, they were talking about I was listening to one guy that is one of these passport bros, and they were showing some of these guys, and one of the guys said something very interesting about all of this, you know, male female talking point or talk shows. and it's the one thing that stuck out with me. He said, outside of America, they don't talk about this stuff. He said it's already, they already have a culture that establishes this stuff. They said they don't have panels talking about women submit, man do this, get on your purpose. He said they already have a culture built in. You understand what I'm saying? Like, there's no need to have a talk show because it's already established. There's a culture established. They don't have talk shows. And people can't make money off of a divide because there isn't any.
There's two sides to that story.
No, what I'm saying is this. I'm not supporting Passport Bro. What I'm saying is that it stuck out to me that, he said that these conversations aren't happening in America. Just like I could say, hey, only 30% of the major drug use happens outside of America. 70% of the drugs are imported here. So a lot of stuff happens in America because we have so much access to stuff. True. We have so much freedom. That's what I'm speaking to. So sometimes, most menus, if you open up a restaurant, they say to limit the options so people can make quicker decisions, be more decisive. Don't give people a lot of options, and so in America, you have a bunch of options. Unfortunately, you can choose. Men can choose to say that they're women. Women can say that they're men. Or you can say, hey, I'm binary or whatever. And say you're a cat or a dog. Or if you're in another country, you might get laughed at, and scorned and ridiculed. And, you really are an outcast. Because there is a culture. Our culture is, access, greed, quasi freedom, because we don't really understand what freedom is. It's not really the ability to do what we want to do. And so, a lot of this stuff is just, going against God's first institution. And, we're making a lot of money off of, having access to stuff we don't need to have access to.
Yeah, choice and opportunity are or access and choice is different. They want the opportunity to choose women who are in survival mode, and it's not going to happen.
Well, yeah,
they want. Okay, well, how can I put it? The way America is, you need a woman to pick you based on choice, meaning they want to be where you are, versus opportunity. They have to be where you are. And in the 60s or in other times or in other cultures, some of it is survival, some of it is culture, but a lot of them, when they come over, now they have access to opportunity.
They're just going to be the big dog. They're just going to be the big dog. Like, everybody can't be the big dog in America because it takes a different type of wealth to be a true big dog here, in the sense of, having millions or some type of status. Whereas, you can take $100,000 a year if you're doing tech or something where you can actually operate outside of the country and be a true big dog in these certain countries because the dollar is so strong. A true test would be if, Passport, this kind of genre was real. Is, you find a country that's similar to America with a culture that has, these type of women that you say you want. And then you move there, where your $100,000 would be equivalent to $100,000, here, and see, if you're really, getting the choices that you want.
Yeah, choices with I was on Security Boss channel earlier. They had good income, then something happened and that income wasn't there no more. She chose to stay with her man. That's choice.
Yeah.
Opportunity would be throw your man away and go get a rich guy. But she picked her man based off choice. Or their marriage survived based on choice. This the man that she said she wanted to submit with and live with for the rest of her life.
I'm glad you brought up marriage. That's the second key. So I think the second key is those of us that are married, and let people know, yeah, it's not all roses and easy, the yellow brick road. It's still work. You have to work to keep the relationship, be a romance, build camaraderie, stay on the plan that y'all have agreed to. You know, raising kids. Some days you're gonna be sick. One of you all gonna be sick. One of y'all's gonna be pulling more weight because somebody's tired, or especially when you're having newborn, new kids. To being honest, I think the more honest us married people are, without being derogatory towards the institution, it's just like somebody complaining about their job, but you're still showing up every day. Well, eventually somebody might ask, why are you going to that job when you can get, a better job right across the street without all the stress? And I know that might not be a similar analogy to marriage, but like there's some people that would know way more than me, so I don't really like to give marriage advice because I'm too young in it. I'm just coming up on my 5th anniversary, so I can tell you it's great so far for me. I wouldn't try to give too much advice except how it's blessed me. Because I'm pretty sure people on this panel or in the chat have been married way longer than 5 years. Um, I don't think you can become an expert in anything with just 5 years. And I'm just using my profession. And so in most states, you can't even run to be a judge until you practice, law for at least 7 years. So I just using that model, I would be remiss to, really go in depth into, giving anybody too much marital advice other than, personal stories to myself.
That 5 years, trust me, it's better than what they're getting now. I'm not married, so you got 5 years more than I got. But have you heard what they're getting now as far as advice? Have you heard what they're telling them now?
I mean, I've heard all types of things. So, I mean, if you could just hit off with one or two, I could, yeah.
Oh, man.
I mean, outside of like get your passport, leave, or,
These people are not taught to work through. People are taught that marriage, especially when you indoctrinate. Let's just look at it from when we're kids. The fabrication of what we're telling our kids marriages, and this is the wedding that the little girl is supposed to have, the princess. You better understand it, that they hold on to that. They hold on to that. We're taught that marriage is supposed to be, always the rainbow is out, and you're gonna see all your childhood cartoon friends, Bugs Bunny, Daffy Duck. You got all these different things. They don't tell them, man, marriage is a struggle, my G. Marriage is a fight. They don't tell them that. They don't tell them that some days you may not like that person. Some days you're going to be pissed off. They don't tell you that. They don't tell you that marriage is something that you have to continuously fight for to stay together. It's not easy. It's not easy. You're building a life together. You're learning each other. And through that struggle, you grow together and you grow a bond that is so strong that I'm taking this from somebody that air can't get through. Because again, friendships ain't tested through good times, brother. I don't know if Dusto or you Huh?
I'm sorry. I just needed to tell everyone you're a thief.
Oh, you know, it's not.
Okay.
I took it from Lyric. You need to understand that relationships, friendships ain't tested through good times. I'm not gonna know that Mandrell's gonna have my back until we get into something. And when the smoke clears, there he is. And that camaraderie that we have grows through that. Again, if the mountain was smooth, we couldn't climb it. There would be nothing to reference to. But when you bump your head on that jagged rock on that mountain, you look at that mountain, so you see that part right there? Yeah, I hit my head right there. That'll never happen again. You learned from it. You grew from it. You became a better version of yourself from it. Now you don't just aimlessly just grab a rock and pull yourself up. Now you look around to make sure there ain't no jagged edges around. Now you're mindful of what a good friend is. You look for those attributes on the next people or the next person that you decide to bring into your circle. The Lord says that. Every move a prudent man makes, I'll read it again to you, is careful, wise discernment, the avoidance of rash behavior or speech, the good management of talents and resources, and showing of tact and wisdom in relationships with other people. This is what we're not taught, especially here in America. America makes you more of a slave. People keep thinking that because they give you air quotes this thing of freedom, it makes you more of a slave because there's nothing that you want to be. You want to be everything. You see, in Christ, you're more free because he gives you parameters to operate in. So I could do anything within these parameters? Yes, cool. That's all I needed to know. Let's go. But you become more of a slave when they say you could be anything you want. You want to wake up and be a cat? Go ahead. You could do that. No one sits there and say, "Oh, Duke, are you out of your damn mind? You a cat this morning?" Meow. Get away from me. Nah, you get canceled. Get canceled. Keep this place, bro. Keep it. I pray for God to come back tomorrow. Keep it.
Bolo,
Yes, sir.
I know. Vaughn, are you married? Because I know the people at the top of the crew are married.
Yes, actually, today is our anniversary,
Okay.
and this marks 22 years.
Happy
Okay.
anniversary, my
Happy
G.
anniversary. I wanted to
Yes,
ask a
sir.
question.
Yes, sir.
Happy
And
anniversary.
Mandrill, are you married? Is it
Sounds
Mandrill?
like 25 to me.
Okay. Yeah.
I
No,
feel
I
like
am not.
60.
Okay.
No, I am not married at the
So,
moment. I have someone that I want to.
amen. All right. That's good. Good. I just wanted to try to dispel a myth or at least give some context. So it's five of us here. And so that are. And so did any of you have like a big wedding? Because
No,
I didn't. I had a small wedding.
I didn't. I didn't have
I'm,
a big.
I'm yeah, I'm planning on a small one myself. I don't want a big one.
Yeah.
I did not.
Yeah, we basically our wedding was basically a family oriented. It was in a nice sized church. It wasn't anything real extravagant, but it was beautiful. You know what I'm saying? So
I get.
yeah, we didn't spend $50,000 if you want to know that, or 100,000. You know what I'm
No.
saying? But the money that God did bless us to have, we were able to utilize that and form a beautiful ceremony.
So what we just heard here is that you have five people that are married that had small or modest weddings. So you don't have to go out and have like a big wedding. So that's one detraction that you just heard from five people that probably never would have met anywhere else but the internet. So saying that you can get married with a small or modest wedding, so that means that Lyric's husband, she didn't have to have a big wedding as a woman, and our four wives didn't need like something extravagant to walk down the aisle. So at least that is, a peg in, evaporating that myth that you have to have something, elaborate, for a woman to say I do or to walk down the aisle for you. Um, I guess all of y'all pretty secure that y'all woman is with you or your husband down with you. You had enough experience to know, hey, she's really with me or he's really with me.
I mean,
Yeah, I think Bolo, myself, Anthony, and Vaughn just said, because I've been married for 20 years.
Oh wow,
And
good,
I
good,
think
good.
that Anthony and Bolo have been married for quite some time too, right, guys?
Y'all are the veterans.
yeah, I'm 28 this year.
Yeah, yeah. I know I had enough experience to know my ladies with me, right? So like we had a small wedding. So yeah, I'll tell you a little bit. Like so, a couple of things. So yeah, we got married in Charlotte. My wife didn't get her engagement ring until the day before we got married, even though we were planning it. And then they were moving from another state to come live with me. So like I'm I'm a living example that you don't have to have everything in order, at least for the wedding, you know, for your life to kind of come together. If she's really down for you and you're really down for her, like you're just gonna make it work. So at least in that aspect, like I was telling Scam, likely, I can use a lot of my personal stories, or like from just life. Life is a cycle. So, you go to high school, some people go to college, a lot of my friends, my first set of friends start getting married, you know, after they graduated from college, into their 30s. The next set of people start getting married, and then it was professional school, people going into management now that we're in our 40s, a lot of people I went to high school with or, in the E level positions in companies or, you know, taking, higher level government job, had kids, the kids are graduating. So life just comes in cycles. And it just seems like these conversations, I don't know how they started, I don't know how the algorithm, helped us find these conversations, but it just seems to be like a cycle right now to where this is what's going on.
Yeah,
And
it's everywhere.
it's a bunch of shows like, more classy shows, more vulgar shows, women talking, men talking. I just don't know how it, and maybe I missed something in life, but I just don't know how this became like such a big talk. Like, I just know I don't know. Maybe y'all can say amongst your friends, like I don't know how this conversation even started
Well,
because I know it wasn't like big. I mean, like individual. I know how like maybe somebody can explain like the manosphere and how that started, but I'm just saying like through life, like living in I'll say normal life in air quotes. In normal life, I don't remember anybody talking about that I can recall saying submit outside of hearing a pastor say, submit to God or why submit to your husband. But outside of a religious or church setting, I never really heard the word submit, for men or women in a relationship other than to God or to, your spouse. So, I mean, like
Mhm.
in, I guess, the real world, I don't even know how this sprung up.
Well, let me
well,
just say this, if I could. First of all, I would definitely be remiss if I did not give honor to the Most High God. You know, I mean, without Him, I'm nothing. So, let me just start out by saying that. And I'm very
Amen to
humbled
that.
in His presence. You see, and listen, you guys made a lot of great points. From what I've heard so far, you know, about what's going on in these spaces, you know. And listen, I see the same thing as well. There's a lot of crying and whining and complaining and people undermining each other's characters, and there's so much going on. You see what I'm Then we play the blame game, and we have 10 and 15 hours of that. you know. And then our young people in these spaces, to me, it seems like they're so misguided. You know what I'm saying? So many things are going on these different panels. And listen, I listen to them. And the reason why I do choose to listen is because I want to hear where people are coming from. Now, some panels I just choose not to entertain, as far as me being on the panel or my presence being there, as far as speaking on the panel, because I know that we're caught up in this whole cycle of repetition. You know, like, you know how the dog chases its tail and it just keeps going around in circles. You see, and it's like we're in the same loop of gender war, if I could say it that way, you know. And I don't feel like it's it's very unfruitful, actually, you know. And it kind of saddens me too, because like Bolo said earlier, there's a lot of hurt people, man, and you can see it in their verbiage. You can see it, you know, in their expression, you know. And it's kind of like what someone said, trauma bonding in some type of way. It's like, let's all of us hurt people get together, and let's all talk about the individuals that hurt us, and see that somehow should make us feel better. But see, the devil is lying. See, that's not going to make you feel better. That's going to deter you from the truth that you really need to be listening to, you know. And so I'm very disappointed, you know, when I go to some of these panels or channels, and I listen to some of the concepts, and I can hear the heart of the individual when it speaks, you know. And someone said earlier about this controlling spirit, you know, because you're the content creator now, you know, and it's like you're the Pied Piper now. Hey, you're playing the flute, you're leading everybody, you know. And oftentimes people are being led down a path of destruction, you know. And so, listen, you know, at one point, I used to get so pissed off. Listen, I used to get so pissed off until I had to pray and ask God to help me, you know, that this should not affect me this way. You see what I'm saying? But nevertheless, I did allow it to. Just like David said, hey, listen, my foot almost slipped. You see what I'm saying? Looking at the prosperity of the wicked. You see? And so, listen, you know, it was a task for me at first, because I've never heard many of these talking points until I got in these spaces. You know, I'm all of 60 something years old, and I've never, all of the Black people that I've trafficked around, all of the family members and co-workers and brethren, I've never heard these talking points until I got here in these spaces.
Well, Vaughn, to be fair, how long you been married?
I've been married 22 years. And
okay,
see what
so
some people,
here's the thing.
well, hold on. What some people would say, well, you're out of the loop now. See, so you have no voice. You have no voice.
I'm not saying you don't
and
have
I
a voice.
totally disagree with that.
Yeah,
Totally
I disagree with that as well. I mean, if you've been married 22 years, that's more than enough experience for you to have a voice. That's number one. Number two, I think there's a generational gap as well, because the same thing's happening now. It would happen back in your generation as well. However, it was never to this degree, because when you look at it from the context of the zeitgeist, things were different. Black people moved different. The world moved differently. It was nowhere near as fast. The communication level was nowhere near where it is today. I can talk to someone in Australia or anywhere in the world right now if I'd like to via the internet, so contact with human beings is on a completely different scale. It was unimaginable, like during your time, I would say during your day, like your 20s or 30s or whatever. So the advent of the internet changed the world on a fundamental level, almost, as far as how we communicate with one another and we interact with each other.
Oh, I get it.
And over the time, if you notice, over time, things have become less and less personal. Confrontation doesn't happen anymore the way it should, in my opinion, because confrontation is one of the things that keep us in check. But these things have been happening. It's just been happening a lot more. Some of it is because of the internet, and also people never really talked about this stuff ever before. And so now when but these are things that pains that men and women were going through in life. So then fast forward, you get someone on the internet who says something that resonates with a lot of guys, right? Talk about Kevin Samuels. And so guys could resonate with that. And so they started listening to him and listen to him more. But then you have copycats who come out and just spew nonsense and anti-woman speech. And they'll tell you it's not anti-woman. Yeah, brother, it is. But the thing is, like, what I'm saying is the pain that these guys are speaking from, it's real. And a lot of guys, even in your generation, have had that. Yeah,
you can hear and see the pain.
Right, and that's all I'm saying.
I would never say that the pain is not.
Let him finish.
But what I'm saying is, the pain they're saying, it is real, and it's something that's been going on like since forever. But the thing is, no one was ever to hear this voice until the internet came out, and now you can reach people on a massive scale. So now 1 million people at the same time can hear the same speech, and if those 1 million people have a similar experience, not even necessarily the same, but a similar one, it's going to get their attention. And then different philosophies are going to spawn off of that, which is what you have. You hear guys who don't really have these problems, but they still complain about it. And you're right, they are misguided. They are ill-informed. They've never been taught. They've never been initiated. So they're speaking not only from a place of pain, but a place of ignorance. So then they listen to other toxic guys, and now they're influenced. So it's just bad, goes to worse, goes to even more worse, to just completely done.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? So it just that's how this whole thing happened. If you watch it and look at it by the numbers.
Well, I'm sorry for interrupting you, Mandrell.
No problem at all. Not a problem at all.
Yeah, but from my understanding of what I see, and I have a heart toward the people because, see, I've been in some spaces that were just, not good, growing up and learning about life and growing into manhood. I've had some hard knocks, and I've had to figure out some things on my own. Thank God I had God in my life to help me through some of these circumstances. You know what I'm saying? But it kind of bothers me quite a bit, to see that and thank God for the space now. Thank God for the space. Thank God for the opportunity to now open up and share some things that have been that we've been holding in for so long. Thank God for that opportunity. But see, my point is, after you make your point, how much more do you need to make it? You see, and what I see in these spaces is it's kind of like they're showing and talking men out of marriage and being in relationships. It's like they're kind of talking them out of it.
They're not kind of. They are. They are.
Hold on, okay.
I agree.
Okay. So good. So it's like you're talking people away from something that God is ordained, which is marriage and proper relationship. You see, and so what I see now is that you have a lot of people that are very boastful and prideful in these spaces. You see what I'm saying? And they can talk to you for at least several hours about what type of women to run from, but they can't talk to you for 5 minutes about how to keep a good woman. Because, see, a good woman is not going to stay with you if you're not living up to the standard of the man that you should be. You see what I'm saying?
They're afraid of that, like Scam likely said earlier. And I agree. They're afraid of doing what it's going to take to become that man. They run away from challenge. They run away from strife and hardship when going through challenges and accomplishing things is how you develop character. It's how you develop experience. And that experience can lead to wisdom if properly channeled, and it leads to different perspectives. You have people who have never left their neighborhood ever in life. You know what I mean? So how enlightened do you expect these people to be? So, and they're okay with being that way. And like the most disappointing thing to me is that these people, a lot of people I've noticed, they're ignorant. They know they're ignorant, but the part that's disheartening to me is that they're okay with it. They don't want to do better. They don't want to do better. So when you saw me going off and yelling and cursing and carrying on, that's what I was speaking to. Okay, you're ignorant. You're okay with being ignorant. Why do you not want to be better than what you are? Like it was just incredible to me, and it got to the point where it got under my skin, and I would get upset about it. You know, I'm like, why do you not want to be better than this? This is come on, dude. Why would you limit yourself like that? You know, and then they make excuses for it, and I'm just like, I got to the point where I was like, scam likely. I would just troll them and laugh at it.
Well, this world teaches them that they're okay the way they are, and God tells you you're not.
They know they're not okay. They know.
Well, they're okay with being. In other words, the world says to them, "Nah, you can get. You're good. They should accept you the way you are. That woman should accept you on how you are right now. So you not being the man that you say you are, you should still request her to submit her life to you. All the things that you're asking for, right? They pull out these biblical quotes. A man findeth the wife, and it's a good thing, and they stamp it on their forehead and tattoo it on their chest. And they don't understand that the virtuous woman is a response. I was on a panel where these dudes was ridiculing a woman. Woman's a single mother. And you know, she's handling her business for whatever reason. You know, she's single, she handling her business as a single parent, you know, and she's looking for that dude. You know, she's abstaining from sex, doing whatever. These guys was on her. You know, that's a modern type woman, and you supposed to be at home and pop. And you know, when I came on the channel, I said, where is that wife? Where is that woman in the scripture? I want you to pull out that scripture where it says that the woman is supposed to be barefoot and pregnant and in the kitchen. Please show me where that scripture is.
And what does it say that you're a dictator in the marriage?
It doesn't. So you know, they got quiet.
It says that nowhere.
Yeah, they got quiet, and I said to them, "I'm trying to understand where you guys get these these traditions of men. This ain't traditions of God. Where do you get it from? Because when you read Proverbs 31, which you guys just finished quoting, she ain't in the house. She was outside like the merchant ship, making things happen, making things shake. So where do you get that she didn't work? Where do you get that from? Where do you get that she didn't go out there? Because remember, the husband was out there, you know, conquering land and protecting whatever that he was protecting. So she had to make sure the house bills had to shake. She had to pay for it. She had to buy a vineyard. She had to grow. She had to go into the markets. Where do you get that she didn't handle her business? Where do you get that from?
I don't know where.
And that's the problem. These cats are not opening up the book to read, to gain understanding, and that's the difference. The difference between a modern woman and a traditional woman is a modern woman is about the bread, about the growth, her 18 degrees or whatever. A traditional woman understands that no matter what environment she's in, she's going to go enter it, conquer it, and bring the spoils back to the home. A traditional woman will acclimate herself to whatever situation she's in, and it doesn't change her trajectory on why she's doing what she's doing. And that's the difference. And it's the same thing with the traditional man. He's able to go into these different environments and acclimate himself to it and not lose focus on why he's doing what he's doing. He's not of the world. He's in it, but he's not of it. So when these dudes, you could see the 180 change. 1 minute they were ripping her apart, and as soon as I leave, because after I said that, I broke out. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? That is a traditional woman. And in my mind, I'm like, but you just said that this woman had a modern thought process, because it's mind-boggling to me, G. It's mind-boggling. It's like sheep being led to the slaughter.
It's because they don't know, Bolo. And when they finally hear a perspective that makes sense, that makes more sense, and that is rooted in fact, you know what I'm saying? Then they realize that they were wrong. They won't tell you that they were wrong, but they'll realize that they were wrong. And then they'll say, yeah, that is a traditional woman. Yeah, that does make sense. But then you have some out there, you can give them all the facts in the world, You can tell it can make all the sense in the world, but they'll still deny it and they'll still argue with you. You know, and like with me, like for me, right? I would go to these dust panels, and I guess you guys didn't see it, but I would go to dust panels all the time and tell them, "No, you're wrong. What? Why should a woman put up with that? Because I'm the man. Just because you're a man, yeah. No, no. The stuff you're talking about. What woman with self-esteem would tolerate this? You know, I'm like, dude, you're dead wrong. You can't sit around and do nothing or just pay bills and that's it. Just because you pay bills, that's just a part of it, a small part. Well, what else am I supposed to do? She's supposed to cook and clean and everything. You're supposed to clean too. Why? You live there. Like, I mean, I don't understand. Like, I was with my lady. I was with my lady this December, right? Let me get this one point out.
Right.
She comes down with COVID, right? So I told her, I said, okay, listen, I'm going to clean the kitchen. She's like, no, don't worry about it. I'll get to it later. I said, no, you're sick. You have COVID. You need to rest. Lay here in bed. I'll take care of the rest. I went in the kitchen, cleaned her kitchen. You know what I'm saying? Cleaned the living room. I tried to take as much off of her plate as I possibly could. I don't live there, but I'm there, and she's sick. What are you talking about? So if I paid bills, why should that make any difference?
But see,
you know what I'm saying? I don't like this whole thing. I don't get it.
But see, if you take that same thought process and turn it upside down, that's when they get stupid, right? In other words, if you're saying, if you're saying that what makes you the man of the crib is that you pay the bills and hold everything down, cool. I'll go with that. That's what you do. Cool. If that's what makes you the man. Now, what happens when you lose your job and she starts taking care of everything? Does that make
that's a very good question.
Does that make it a man in the house? If your position in your home is just because you pay bills, your house is built on sand, my friend. If it's just built on that, a lot of people say, you have to believe in the plan. No, you got to trust in the man because the plan can fail.
Wow.
When the woman looks at you,
wow,
she sees who you represent. That's what she sees. And we better understand that. We better understand it. So it's not just about bread. It's not just about bread. You guys that keep saying, I pay the bills, I'll bring the money in, so that makes me the man. Okay. So if she starts doing that, why isn't she the man?
Right.
Because she's such and such.
Exactly.
It doesn't make sense. And foundation.
Well, listen. I've been in all of the years that I've been married, and listen, there was some times where I worked the majority of the time, and there were some situations where I may have been called off of a job. See what I'm saying? Unfairly, and had to figure out what to do to proceed and go forward. But nevertheless, my wife continued to work. You see what I'm saying? Where I lacked, she would pick it up. Where she lacked, I would pick it up. See what I'm saying? We helped each other throughout the years. There was no 50-50. It was 100-100. See what I'm saying? Because I'm giving my all to you and she's giving her all to me. My wife was very ill at one point. I mean, what do you expect? Ladies and gentlemen, life is not just a lollipop a game that you play. Things happen in life, especially when it comes to relationships and marriage. So what do you do? What does the wife do if the husband falls ill
and loses his job? If you're
come on, what does the husband do if the wife falls ill?
Let me say this. I was on a panel with a chick, and she will remain nameless. And what she was saying was, as long as she's doing what she has to do, it doesn't have to be rooted in love. That was madness to me, because you can tell. I mean, let's keep it simple. You can tell when your woman cooks your food with love. You can tell when she's angry. When you see that plate and the way it's served, you sit there and go, yo, man, what did I do, man? What did I do? So she was saying, well, as long as he's providing such and so, okay, so it's a contractual thing. It's a transactional thing. So what if that man who's now 65, who was the dude that was producing, and she didn't love him, but she was there. You know, he's taking care of whatever. What happens when he's 65 and can't produce like he does, but he's sick? Now what? She got silent. I left. The madness that these, you know, and you have these women that are pandering to these men. And these men are so stupid they can't see it. That these chicks come up here
Do you want to?
and
Don't get
say
me
the
started.
they say the stupid stuff that they want to hear.
Don't get me started.
And you listen to them and they make no goddamn sense.
Now, is this what they refer to as pick-me's, or because maybe
No.
you know, that's a whole nother. See,
Yeah,
I don't understand all these phrases.
That's a whole different. I didn't give the phrase that I'm giving them to this stupid ass women. That's the phrase.
Hey, Vaughn, hey, fellas, I call them hustlers because that's what they're doing. They're hustling.
All they do, that's it. All they do,
they're hustling.
They pander to the ego of the man that's hurt.
Yeah, I see quite a bit of that, Bolo. I see quite a bit of that,
and you see it, and they just say the stupid
and to
stuff.
a high magnitude as well. So
absolutely,
and this chick Pearly Things is getting paid so much money to pander to men, and she contradicts herself on a massive scale. Like she says she doesn't believe women. I'm like, how do you not know this is nonsense, fellas? BS. She says that she doesn't think women should vote, right? But at the same time, she plans to run for. She's saying, I want to run for office to help men. I'm like, this is in the same conversation. So within 3 sentences of her saying she believes women shouldn't vote. 3 sentences later, I plan to run for office so that I can help men. So if women couldn't vote, how would you get in office?
Mandrell, she got into office because after that speech, 50,000 new subscribers subscribed to her channel.
I'm saying, dude, it's like, and guys fall for it. I'm like, you know what?
You know why? They're not using.
I got nothing. I got nothing for you.
Hey, Bolo, this is my. Go ahead. My apologies.
Hold on a second, guys. If you don't mind, let me say this.
Welcome, Savannah.
This is the talk of the idol. This is why this is taking off like it is. It's the talk of the idol. So when you can have guys that can be up on stages, YouTube panels for hours and talk about the same stuff. I'm talking about hours. And they talk about the exact same stuff every day. These things of no benefit. They are idle. This is why that saying that goes, idle hands are the devil's playground.
Yeah.
This is idleness.
Yeah. That's right.
When you spend all of that time, it's idleness. That is time that you could be using to put some type of business plan together, work on your investments, doing things to help build up your family and your generational wealth for your descendants. This is what you could be doing. It's not the white man keeping you down. It's not the systematic racism. It's not any of those things. It's idleness. Idleness is what's keeping you down. So when you decide you want to be idle and then talk about everything under the sun, except for how the best way, not only for you to move, but people who of your quote unquote communities to move, putting together plans, working with others to build. If you're not doing that, it's idle. So we've been reading the book of Proverbs now for close to about 2 weeks. And it tells you, it literally lays it out for me. That's why I say this is one of the most important books when it comes to living for man, period. Because it gives you the rundown. It gives you the rundown on how a person moves who is wise and a person who moves who's a fool. When you running around talking about what this woman's not doing, how this woman is not submitting, and all of these different things, I'm like, why are you idle? Why is this a thing? It makes no sense for you to sit there and talk about this, because that tells me that everybody that you talk to, if you're dealing with women that's like this, then everyone in your circle and everywhere place that you hang around with are a bunch of idle people. They're lazy. They're lazy and they're idle. Now,
oh, go ahead.
you might not disagree with it. You might not agree with all of it, but the fact of the matter is, that's the problem. That's your problem. We need to go to go overseas, and we need to go here. What? That's because you're idle in what you're looking for. You want easy. The one thing that was the worst part of that happened with internet, the first thing that ever came about when internet was introduced was idleness. It was idleness, because now people use social media to look at the fake life they didn't have, to look at the but they thought that they needed, right? To look at the people that they've never seen but think they can be. And not at one point in time was any work being done to improve yourself. It was all idleness. You get in debt because you're idle. And here's the deal. I take that back. I take that phrase and I strike it down. You get in bad debt because you're idle. Idleness will kill a person. Laziness will kill a person faster than any disease, faster than any sickness, faster than anything under the sun. How many people scream about eggs too high right now? Now, how many people are raising their own chickens? Oh, we can't do that because they come up there and they look and they'll be trying to hunt down people, running down chickens. Our neighborhood don't let us do that. Blah 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 blah. And yet and still, you jailbreaking fire sticks, illegal. Yet and still, you stealing cable, illegal. Yet and still, you doing all of these other things that really and truly, when you get to the brass tacks of it, has no benefit for you. But raising illegal chickens at least get you fed. Planting your own garden, on your own food, at least get you fed. Is there work behind it? Yes, there's work behind it. It's the same exact thing. Bolo hit the nail on the head. Marriage is work. Marriage is work. But the benefits of what you get from a great marriage far outweighs the bad. It far outweighs the bad. AMF touched on it. Vaughn touched on it. It far outweighs the bad. But what they want is the reason that they sit there and they scream to the high heavens about modern woman this, waterman woman that, this woman for the streets, that woman for the street. Are women for the streets? Some of those women for the streets? Yes. How you know it? You see it in Proverbs. The women for the streets. But guess what? Not all women for the streets. Because in the book of Proverbs, it also lays out a woman who is a benefit. It lay not in just Proverbs 31, but it gives you all before you get to Proverbs 30. It tells you about the woman who is wise. It tells you about the woman who is good. It talks about the woman who brings honor to her husband. It talks about the woman who takes care of the house. It takes care of the woman. It talks about all of these different things and then correlates it about the woman who's wicked. Now, is every woman for the streets? No. Is every woman righteous? No. But guess what? To know someone that is, you have to do the work. You have to be wise. You have to be able to look and discern and to see. Many a guy bypasses a good woman, just like many a woman bypasses a good man. Why? Because they're not wise. They're idle. And in that idleness, you get what you get. And 9 times out of 10, it's something to your own detriment. Ain't no point in time did a woman just magically show up and fall on some joker dick and then get pregnant, and then it's like, oh, we don't know how this happened. We don't know how this happened. This is just magic.
The white man held her legs up. That's what it is.
It never happens.
That's the
They
truth.
they were both being idle. They were being idle in who they chose. They were being idle in who they were dealing with. They were being idle in checking out the person for themselves instead of just, oh man, she good, man. She look good, bro. Man, she gold. Man, she fall. All of these different things. They looked at the outward appearance. They looked at what was easy. And they were idle in dealing with what should have been you looking for someone that God has for you that can build. You can build family. You can build family structures. You can build things into perpetuity. So that when you are 60 plus years old, you can look at what God has given you, and you can look at the things and the foundations that you laid, and know that the people that are coming after you are more well off than you came into the picture with by yourself. That's what it's all about. That's how it rolls. But as long as you consider to be idle, apparently these jokers got divining rods that can go and point out every woman on the street, but they can't point you on how to build a portfolio. They can't point you on the best business to build when you have limited cash flow. They can't tell you what some of the best educational pieces to actually be looking into to maximize, right, profits, to maximize your real estate portfolios, business portfolios, none of these things, so that when you look at it, not only can you be a quote unquote high value man, but you can be a high value man and a man of high values. None of that gets talked about.
Yeah, that's it.
So when as long as see, here's the deal. Here's one thing that I've learned over the years. A fool loves to hear themselves talk. And a fool loves an audience. A fool will scream into the ether, will literally scream into the ether as long as people are paying them attention. But magically, when fools stop being paid attention to, you know what happens? They go away. Right now, a lot of these channels that are out there are ran by people who are foolish. They are ran by people who are idle. And they are ran by people who know that that's the case, but will cause enough drama so that people come and watch the train wreck. And people will watch that train wreck for hours upon hours upon hours upon hours until that train wreck gets boring. And then they'll filter out. And when they filter it out, the next thing they do, they jack it up some more. They ratchet up the foolishness. Don't believe me? That's why shows like American Got Talent is there. That's why shows like American Idol is there. That's why shows like, America's Funniest Home Videos is there. That's why shows like Real Housewives or whatever is there. That's why all of these places exist. All of these shows exist. Why? Because foolishness is entertainment. And if I can get you to be entertained, right, and then scream your talking point that you believe is right, so that you have no accountability at any point in time. I said it once and I say it again. Both sides of that coin are stupid, and both sides of those coins are evil. The blue pill stuff, they worship woman as she's God. The red pill stuff worship man like he's God. The problem is neither one worships the God of the Bible.
Amen. Amen.
Hey, Polo.
Amen. Yes, sir.
Well, to the people, I just gotta say this.
What? Okay.
I just gotta say this.
And I want to piggyback off of that too, by the way. But go ahead, brother.
Yeah.
Brother Scam.
This is my breaking point. High value men can exercise options, and they act like it's the law. Or the one where they say, as long as a man is protecting and providing, then it's not cheating. And they really actually try to buy into this. And then I went 1-on-5, 1-on-7 on dust panels against them on that. They said, if a man is on his purpose, then exercise an option or slipping up. And I'm like, so let me get this right. Man has a 3-year-old, 8, and a 12-year-old, and a wife at home. And he skips soccer practice, goes, runs off, takes money from the college fund to go spend on Quisha, who's willing to mess around with a married man, late picking up the kids, extra cell phone paying for a hid under the bed, or goes home to perform to his wife and gives a subpar performance because he's all burnt out, meat laying all to the side. And that's what we're saying is acceptable. And they're just
that's what's acceptable.
This is what we're really talking about. This is what we're really talking about.
But listen to what you're saying though. Scam. Listen to what you're saying though.
But he's on his purpose, gentlemen. A man on his purpose gets he earns enough money, gets to exercise options. As if money makes all the difference. I mean,
2025, there's going to be a new talking point. We're beating up your woman. It's called exercise and discipline. And they all going to be sitting nodding their
yeah. but bro, here's the deal.
Is that where we're leading up to? Wow.
Exercise and discipline. I love it.
Jesus Christ, help us all.
That's fun. I like it though. I like it though, bud. Exercise and discipline. That's what they're gonna call it.
I don't know. That's
kind of crazy. But here's the deal.
People don't believe anything though, man.
Why am I on a man code?
No, here's the
deal.
No,
I dust off men and women. Sorry. Anybody can get it.
Yeah, but check it out though. For them, that's true. Think about it. Scripture tells us the thief comes to steal, kill, and destroy. Jesus said, I've come that you might have life and have it more abundantly. At no point in time in any part of Scripture did God say what? A man exercise option. And this is the deal. When they say high value, they mean a person who's rich. That's the difference. They mean a person who has a lot of money. That's their definition of high value. But the deal is, a man of high values won't do that. A man whose life and purpose, and he walks according, and he's wise. He doesn't do that. He sees all that. He flees from sexual immorality. That's the difference. He doesn't run to it. He flees from it. And that's the difference. These guys over here are doing exactly what when you hear us on this panel and we talk about people doing things according to the world system, right? That's it. That's the mindset of the world. Because I have a lot of money, I can do things that you can't do. Because I have a lot of money, I reign supreme, and that opens up, and in air quotes, options in how I move and everything else. But see, a wise man, he knows that his heart is controlled by God. A wise man knows he counts the cost of everything that he does. He counts the cost of everything that he does. So when you do things according to how the world says you should do things, then yeah, they'll tell you need to exercise options, and that your wife need a that your wife, if she don't shut her mouth, you need to shut it for her, and all of this other stuff. They say all kind of crazy stuff. It don't make sense. Well, that's what I heard this. Well, that's what your grandfather used to do. Your grandmama, she get out of line, and hey, if he had to put them hands on her, he put their hands on. Never heard that before in my life. Had two grandfathers. At no point in time did he lift a hand to my grandma. Ever. Ever. Same thing with my father. Never saw my father put a hand up to my mom, and at no point in time did my mom come out wearing sunglasses or tons of makeup on her face to cover up bruises. Never. But see, the deal is, all three of them, right, were wise. All three of them were governed by God. So those who want to do exactly what you're saying, and what they fail to understand is, go find out how difficult their life is. With all of their money and all of that stuff and all of their options, go see how difficult their life is. Because they'll tell you for the truth. They'll tell you what happened right off the bat, off jump. They'll tell you what exercising options got them.
But what cats are not real. Again, me personally, I have a problem with dealing with branches. I don't like dealing with branches. I like getting to the root. And when
Now,
these cats be talking,
can you expound about branches?
branches, okay, yeah, definitely. Branches. I'll give you this example. When you go to the doctor and you have a problem, what they do is they treat the symptoms. The symptoms is a direction to the actual sickness. But in today's, medical field, they want to treat the symptom opposed to the sickness. So they give you medications for the symptoms. I don't like dealing with symptoms. I like dealing with the sickness because the symptoms are supposed to give you the direction to the sickness so that you can deal with the sickness. Because if you want to kill a tree, don't kill it by killing the branches. Kill it by dealing with the root. Why are you acting this way? What's the root of it? What's the root cause of this problem? I don't want to deal with a branch of it because you'll be chopping down branches all day. How about we kill the root and then deal with the branches after? Because we know that there's not going to be another branch that's going to grow right after it, right? At the end of the day, straight demonic. Let's just call it what it is. It's dealing with the devil, brother. Period. That's what it is.
And keep in mind, Bolo, if you cut off a branch, that branch grows back.
Absolutely.
Off of any plant.
It's called pruning, right?
Right, exactly. And it grows back. Then you have to cut it off again.
It's called pruning.
Yeah, right. And then you have to cut it off again. Like when you prune bonsai trees, even those little things, it's the same thing.
And they grow back.
And they grow back.
In different directions.
Right. But it says
Exactly.
same branch will grow back every single time. But if you kill the root of any plant, the whole tree dies. You don't have to bother with the stump. You don't have to bother with the branches. You kill the roots, the entire thing dies.
And that's what these guys don't want to do. They don't want to kill the root because
it's money. There's money in it. It's just like medical field, man. The money's in the comeback. It ain't in the cure.
Right, but you gotta understand, right? That's definitely true.
But Bolo, do you believe somehow they think that they have found a root?
No.
And that's what they're trying to kill?
No.
When in actuality, it's not the root? No, I don't know if you understood what I said.
No, I understand what you're saying. Listen, you have to understand that
some people feel that they have found the root when it's not really the root.
It's a circular conversation. Because at the end of the day, what it boils down to is you doing the work. That's what it boils down to. The end of the day, it boils down to you getting off your behind and putting the work in. Period. Being a husband, being a husband is a ever moving thing. It's never. When have you known being a husband to be static? It's never. It's totally in flux all the time. It's in flux all the time. It's moving all the time because you got so many different relationships in the home, so many different situations. You're spending 8 to 12 different places at the same time. These cats don't want to do that. They want to be catered to. They want to be like a cat. I'll bother when I want to be bothered.
Yeah, it don't work
Just
that
put
way.
my food out and my milk out, and when I come, I come. That's what they want to be. But
Right.
that's
When I
not
want to
that's
love
not
on when I want to love on my cat,
that's it.
sometimes she accepts it, sometimes she
Sometimes
walks
you don't.
away. But when
Right.
she's ready for it,
You
I
gotta
can't get
accept
rid
it.
of her.
And,
Right. I can't get rid of her when she wants it.
and that's what it is. And the Lord is like, "Nah, I'm not dealing with that. You listen, that ain't no man that I
That's a
want.
good example.
That's not no man that I want in my kingdom. Not at all. Why? Because you need to put the work in that I put the work into you. The work that I put into you, you need to put the work in. This is and this is the thing that we talk about, right? We talk about this all the time, that there's a reason just in the fundamental. Let's not even get deep. Let's not even get deep about it. When you look at how God breaks down, what a man is supposed to do opposed to what a woman is supposed to do, you look at the difference of what he's doing. You look at the difference of accountability and responsibility he puts on the man opposed to what he puts on the woman. Just understanding that there's a lot more on your shoulders than on hers. So I'm trying to understand how just in that alone, when you go to Ephesians, and I'll read it, you go to Ephesians 5 and you read chapter 15. Sorry, you jump down to chapter 20, verse 22. Listen to what he says to the women. Wives, this is to you. Wives, all the women in the village. Wives, submit to your own husbands as to the Lord. For the husband is the head of the wife, as Christ is the head of the church, and he is the savior of the body. Therefore, just as the church is subject to Christ, so let the wives be to their own husbands in everything. That was 3 verses. Period. That's your job. That's what you're supposed to do. Then he goes, husbands. Listen to what he drops on us. Husbands, love your wives. Now, the husbands are clapping. Yep. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to love them the way I want to love them. Hold on. Just as Christ also loved the church and gave himself for her. No, dogs, you ain't going to love them the way you want to. You're going to love them the way I want you to love them. And here's the deal. I'm going to take Ant's saying, I gave the example. You love them like I loved you. That he might sanctify and cleanse her with the washing of the water by the word, that he might present to her to himself a glorious church. Now, not having spot or wrinkle or such anything, but that she should be holy and without blemish. So what does that mean, husbands? That means that he was patient with his wife. That means he walked with his wife through these issues. That means he loved his wife. He held his wife. He heard his wife. He listened to his wife. He catered to his wife. He was a servant to his family, his wife. Doesn't mean that he was a lame, but he was a servant as Christ was to the church. Period. That's what that meant. The church was bone of his bone, flesh of his flesh, because he knew that the church was a representation of him. So if the church is out of order, he's out of order. If the church don't look good, he doesn't look good. So husbands ought to love their own wives as their own bodies. I don't see dictator in that. I don't see czar, president in that. He who loves his wife loves himself. For no one ever hated his own flesh. You see how the Lord is talking to man? He's talking to man like we're idiots. Like we're idiots. You know why? Because he knew where dudes was going to go. He knew where y'all were going to go. He knew it. He knew it. So let me make this as simple as possible so they can't get this wrong. And they still do. So husbands ought to love their own wives as their own bodies. He who loves his wife loves himself. For no one ever hated his own flesh, but nourishes and cherishes it. So this is what you ought to do with your wife. Just as the Lord does the church, for we are members of his body, of his flesh and his bones. For this reason, a man shall leave his wife and mother, his father and mother, and be joined to his wife. So, fellas, you have to have a place for your wife to live. This is why we tell you, young men, take your time, G. Don't you rush to get old. Mama used to say.
That's right.
Take your time.
That's right.
Take your time, bro. You don't
That's right.
grab your wife and go live in the basement or live in the room that you used to sleep in your mom's crib. Take your time. This is a great mystery, but I speak concerning Christ and the church. Nevertheless, let each one of you in particular so love his own wife as himself, and let his wife see that she respects her husband. That's the transference of love. Our love is supposed to be sacrificing. Their love is to respect us. It's different. It's not the same. Just like strength in a woman is different than strength in a man. It's not the same. So when you read all of these, how many verses is this? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Gave us 9. Gave them 3. Gave them 3. Gave us 9. And when you see the way he spoke to us opposed to the way he spoke to them, he was very concise with them, right? He was very to the point. Submit to yourself, you submit to husband, and them. There you go. Now you see, you dudes, I gotta talk to you A, B, and C because you're gonna try and take my words and use them. So I'm gonna talk to you so elementary. I know I just made that word up, but I'm gonna speak to you like you're a baby. I'm gonna give you milk here. There's no meat involved through 25 to 33. There's no meat in that.
Elementary, yeah, you're right.
It's pure milk.
Elementary.
And he spoke to you. If you look at the way he spoke to the women, he spoke to the women more adult-like than he spoke to the men. Wives, submit to your own husbands as to the Lord, for the husband is the head of the wife. Also, Christ is the head of the church, and he is the savior of the body. Therefore, as the church is subject to Christ, so let the wives be subject to their own husbands and everything. Straight to the point, right? Straight to the point. Spoke to them like, yeah, here's the instructions. To you, husbands, love your wives just as Christ loved the church, gave himself for it. They said, did anyone ever not love himself? He spoke to you like you're like you dudes are going to be crazy and bug out. So I got to talk to you like this. We're children. We need to understand this. We're children. You fellas, I get it, man. You're hurt and your ego's hurt. I get it. God doesn't deal with ego. Now, confidence is something different. Confidence is something that's rooted from inside. Confidence comes from building who you are as a man in God. Ego is straight outside. Your car, your home, the way your girl looks, the kind of clothes you wear. All those things can be stripped from you. And you're left with what? Nothing. Confidence can never be taken. It can be shattered. But what do? You go back to the drawing board, strengthen it up, and you get back into the game. We need to start getting our confidence in Christ, which makes us more than conquerors in him. Why? Because I know he got me. He woke me up this morning. He woke me up with a purpose. He didn't just say, hey, Bola, wake up. Go do you. Nah, wake up and go do my work. That is the purpose for man. To serve God, not to do you. However, if you want to do you, you can. You have all the power in the world to do you. Just know you're going to die for it. Period. You can say, Bolo said this. You can say, we read it. I just read it to you before we got into this. The wicked will be destroyed, annihilated, separated from God forever. You can take that how you want to. So continue rocking. Make a decision. Whatever you decide to do, be willing to die for it. If you're going to be a drug dealer, be the best one you can be. Don't half-ass yourself because you're going to die for it. Be the best one you can be. Go all out. Please. Please don't teeter-totter. Don't try to have one foot on the one side of God and the other foot on the other side of Satan. Pick, or a choice will be made for you. It will be made. This is not a game we're playing. There is no do-overs. You don't go around, go and get 200 points. If you get 10,000 points, you get a new man. Nah. Once you're done, you're done. And we read the ending. And now hand it back to you guys. We read the ending of Proverbs 14. We read it. And he tells you that. Now, one thing about the Lord is he doesn't mince words with what he says. He tells you what it is. And he said it to you. And what did he say? He says, the king's favor is towards the wise servant, but his wrath is against him who causes shame. This is not a game, man. Christ died for this. This is personal for him. It's business for us. It's business for us. He's the one that was ridiculed. He's the one that was spit on. He's the one that was crucified. So it's personal for him. You see, when Revelations, when it says, all eyes shall see him, yea, even those that pierced him, that sounds personal. Everybody on this panel beat me up, but I got to put, all eyes are going to see me. But you see these other 5 dudes that was on stage with me? They going to see me. He got something special for them dudes that pierced him. It says, yea, even those that pierced me. He got something special. I don't know what it is, but he specifically called them cats out. Christ is not coming back to give I love New York buttons or whatever state you're from. He's coming back for judgment. Y'all better understand what that means. His vesture was dipped in blood. Take a rag, put it in water, pull it out. And in your mind, think of that as blood. Y'all better get this right. He came as a lamb. This time he's coming back as a roaring lion. That's what he's coming back as. This is not a game. You guys know what you're doing, man. You know what you're doing. You gals know what you're doing. This ain't just for the brothers. It's for y'all too. We're joint heirs in this. We can't do this without you. Scriptures tell you that. We don't treat you right. Our prayers is hindered. The Lord won't hear our prayers. It tells you that in the scriptures too. So you need to get your act together too. Don't get it twisted. Don't think that you won't be killed neither. You will. You will. He's an equal opportunity shooter. Do not get it twisted. Do not get it twisted. We're under grace. Grace will be lifted. And judgment will abound. If you want to continue playing this game, go right ahead. Now end it with this. Somebody got to die. Better you than me.
Amen to that. Now, Von Bryant.
Yes, sir.
I bet you thought you'd never see me up here, didn't you?
Well, you know what? To be honest with you, I knew that I would see you up here along with Scam. Oh, yeah, there's going to be many, many to come.
Oh, no, you did not.
Oh, no.
But here's the thing. I told
you
Bolo,
underestimate me, my friend.
Well, the thing is, I told Bolo, I said,
you underestimate me.
Even when I was ranting and raving and cursing everybody out and carrying on, well, that's what everyone saw. You know what I mean? Everyone else, like, I just show up to a panel, I curse, and I leave. I'm like, that's not how it is. But yeah. I told Bolo, I said, Bolo, I haven't watched your content ever since I found it. Ever since I found out he had a channel, I've been watching his content quietly. I don't get in the comment. I said I would never get in the comment section. I wouldn't say anything. But I was watching. I was trying to see if it was genuine. I was trying to see if it was genuine or not.
And you know what, Mandrell? Faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. You see what I'm saying? So when you hear the truth, in other words, it builds your faith. It will build your faith, you know, because faith cometh by hearing, and hearing by the word of God. You see what I'm saying? Now, when you hear that word, it hits your spirit on the inside. And what's going on the inside is letting you try to decipher it, or you try to figure it out. But something on your inside lets you know that it's the truth. And it sits well within. You see what I'm saying? Because since you're a truth seeker, when the truth is brought up to you, it's going to set well within you. you know. And so that's why you've been listening on the outside, you know, looking in, you know, because you were impressed by not Bolo, not Anthony T. Biz, but by the truth that you were hearing. You see,
That's
and so
I'll sign on to that. I can co-sign with
yeah,
that. Yes.
and you know what? And you know what? There's so many people in these spaces that are crying out for the truth. You know what I'm saying? That you know, and they're tired of the same old, same old. They want something that edifies them, something that's more fruitful. You see what I'm saying? Something that they can actually benefit from. Because you know, after you hear the same thing over and over again, come on now, that's tiresome. You know, that's like going around the mulberry bush. You know, but I'm not surprised to see you up here. I pray that you come and many others come. You see what I'm saying? But
So
but I will say I'm glad to see you, brother.
glad to
Definitely
see you
glad to see
too.
you. And Scam as well.
My thing is this, like, I don't know what everyone has been seeing when they see me. Like, I am genuinely curious. This is everybody on the panel who's ever seen me on another panel or whatever. Like, what did you guys see when you saw me? Because I'm kind of like some of the answers. I'm kind of shocked with the results because that's not me at all. I'm like, that doesn't even sound like something I would do. You heard me say that? Yes, we heard you say that, Mandrell. I'm like, oh, okay. So I mean, it's me taking my licks because I don't like. No one likes hearing negative things about themselves, but I mean, if I did it, I did it, and I stand on it. I'm not afraid to take my punishment or whatever.
Yeah.
Or you know, what I'm saying I'm open to criticism. So because if I don't hear the criticism, how will I even know what to change or what to work on?
Well, that's true.
How do I
That's
even
true.
know there's how do I even know there's a problem if I don't hear the criticism? You know.
Exactly.
So if I'm wrong, I do enjoy being corrected because now there's a challenge. I'm not right about everything. I got
Well, you
something to
know,
do now. You know, it's like I have something to do
exactly.
now. I can fix this.
Yeah. Well, from what I've seen, and I've been watching, you know, I see a lot of growth. You see what I'm saying? You're not the same individual as you were when you first got, you know, in the space. You know, I think you've learned a few things and you've mastered your temperament in certain ways. You see what I'm saying? But we all have had to grow into that type of maturity. You know, all of us have a tendency to come off cocky and headstrong. And see what I'm saying? And it's arrogance in all of us. You see what I'm saying? But the point is recognizing it and humbling yourself. Not, but when I say humble yourself, you know, are you humbling yourself to people and individuals? No, humble yourself before God. And when we do that, and when we learn how to do that, then we act accordingly when we deal with others. Do you see what I'm saying?
Yeah, I see what you're saying. And the arrogance, the cockiness, like when people ask me, you know, why you're so cocky? I'm like, I'm actually not cocky at
Listen,
all. I mean,
it's
if you knew
nothing
of my
wrong with being,
if
you,
you
you
knew of
got
my,
to be
but the thing
flat-footed.
is, I'm very sure of myself, you know, and I'm very sure of myself, and I believe in myself completely, you know. However, I do understand that I have limitations, and I do my best to work to recognize and work on them. And I tell people all the time, if you know what my self-image was, it's not very good. They're like, what is it? And this is me being honest. Yes, I have my moments where I can be pretty grandiose, but by and large, I think I'm pretty worthless. You know, but
Well,
you
you're
know, I
not
mean,
worthless, brother. No. I
and
wouldn't
that,
say you're worthless now. I wouldn't go so far to say that you're worthless.
in the
I
grand
believe that
scheme of it all,
God definitely has a plan for your life. You see what I'm saying? And the fact that you are courageous and you don't mind, you know, standing up and being flat-footed when it comes to some truthful information. You see what I'm saying? God is going to take all of our idiosyncrasies and he knows how to turn them and shape them into you know what I'm saying? He will take our flaws and fix it somehow and use it for his purpose. You see? But we have to be open enough to him, to him, to him, you know, in order for him to be able to, you know, complete that process in us.
I hear that. But I mean, like it was when I hear people's idea, I'm like, yo, that's That ain't actually me, but I guess that's what they're seeing.
Well,
What people are
listen,
seeing.
a
But
lot of people saw a lot about Jesus that wasn't his character.
right, and the thing is,
And listen, God
Mhm.
knows what they say about me, because some of them say it out loud on their streams, but at the same time, they don't know me personally. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? So people will always look at you in a judgmental way. You see what I'm saying? Because they're really not trying to get to the nucleus of who you are. They're really not trying to know you on that personal level like that. So in order for them to, it's just like that scripture that talks about, hey, you got this big board in your eye, but you see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
But you're trying to get this splinter out of mine, but you got this big plank, So we oftentimes, man, listen, we're very judgmental, but I would say, hey, learn and grow. You see what I'm saying? Go back and listen to yourself, because I've had to do it. And as much as I don't like to listen to it, because it's something about listening to your own voice to where it's just like, you get all judgmental of your own self. You see what I'm saying? But sometimes you can go back and look and peer back and say, hey, you know what? I approached that situation incorrectly. Maybe next time I will take a different approach, or I see where I was too headstrong in this situation. Maybe the next time I will take a different approach.
Yeah, that's what I've
Oh
been doing.
my God. Listen, when I look back, I said, wow, you know what? I was awfully rude that time.
Mm-hmm.
I was very rude. And
Yeah.
even when I went back and looked at myself, I know that I was rude. So let me correct that about myself. So it's a self-examination a lot of times. You know what I'm saying? But you're on the right track, man. Listen, you're on the right track. You
It's
see what I'm
about
saying?
it's about being a prudent man. And I'll read the definition of it again.
Say that again, Brother Bolo.
It's about being a prudent man. And I'll read the definition
Okay.
of what a
Gotcha.
prudent man is. When we're dealing with prudence, it's a person that's careful, wise discernment, the avoidance of rash behavior or speech. Because what do you gain through rash behavior or speech? What do you gain? Because at the end of the day, like this whole thing that we do, it's for it's about the Father. It's always been about the Father. It's not about myself or any lyric or big ant or anyone that's in stage or anyone that's in the village. It's about him. And the one person that's going to get the disrespect when you jump on stage and you're flipping out, it's going to be him. They're going to say, oh, Bolo's supposed to be a Christian. Bolo's supposed to be a Christ follower. Look at him acting up and doing all that stuff. And the Lord's going to come check me. Dogs, you were supposed to be representing me. The first person they disrespected was me. They didn't come for you. They came for me. And you're going to get dealt with. So your speech, you have to understand that, Christ and during the conversation that Ant and Lyric was having this morning, which I hope everyone goes back and read it because it's their breakdown this morning was flawless. Praise the Lord. But Christ didn't have to defend himself. I don't need to go into a environment that's not of Christ to defend myself. Why would I defend myself to a bunch of hyenas? Explain that. Why do I need to go to people who don't hear to explain myself? Why do I need to do that? What's the purpose in doing that? There's only one reason that happens, and that's called ego. It's called ego. That's what that's called. Because you want to defend yourself. You're not there to defend the Lord. You're there to defend yourself. So when the Lord tells you here the avoidance of rash behavior or speech, there's a reason why he tells you to have a certain decorum because of who you represent. This is why we had to treat the messenger like the king, because if you disrespected the messenger, you were disrespecting the king because he came in the king's authority. So when you disrespect the Father, you're disrespecting him. You represent him. When people see you, they are supposed to see a living image of him. That's what they're supposed to see. So when you're out there flipping out, bugging out, and doing all this, okay, all right. I don't like the Lord to pay attention to me. I don't like that he has to stop orchestrating the universe and say, let me go pay Bolo a visit because he acting up. No, I'm good. I don't want to see you. Please send the messenger. I don't want to see you. I don't like that kind of attention, especially when I know I've done something wrong. I don't want that attention. It says good management of talents, a resource and showing of tact and wisdom in relationships with other people. That's what this has always been about. This has never been about me, never been about Anthony, Lyric, Anae, Righteous Rollo. It's never been about Mama B enough. This has always been about God, man. And once you forget that, that's where the problem starts. Once you start thinking about what you deserve, what do you deserve? You woke. How about that? You woke. There's your deservance. Now, what you going to do with that? Because there's a lot of people that didn't wake. What are you going to do with that? How are you going to serve me today? How are you going to be humble today? It's like you want the world to serve you, but yet you want the world to be a servant unto you, but yet you haven't submitted yourself to me. How does that work? How does that work? How do you want your wife to submit to you, but you haven't submitted to me? How does that work? Please tell me how that works. Doesn't work at all. Because Christ distinctly told you that, man, you are my wife. 1 Corinthians chapter 11, read it. You're my glory. You're my glory. That's why he tells you, I forget where it is, and I know Big Ant probably knows. When he tells you, Ant, that, the man who has left his wife and she's went to another man, that she's been polluted, should he return back to that land? And he tells you that. And then he comes back and says, but you, my children, have slept with many gods, but yet I still welcome you back in. Why are you such a hypocrite? This is why when you hear dudes talk about, my woman did this, I'm done. Then when they women do it, these dudes is crying. These dudes, his heart's broken. And that doesn't make you a weak dude. That makes you human, my G. That's what it makes you. So any of these dudes that tell you, I never cried for a chick, they lying, man. They lying to you. Leave that dude alone. Don't get advice from him. The dude that tells you that he's
What'd you
never
say,
been
Bolo? They lying, huh?
they lying. The dude that tells you he's never been heartbroken before and such, leave that dude alone and move on to another friend that you might have.
Wow.
Leave him alone. I've had conversation with dudes that said they've never cried in their life. That means when they came out of their mother and the doctor slapped him, he said, all right, man, let me go to my mom's and go feed off her breast. Get out of here. Thank you. These dudes don't cry. These dudes don't hurt. These dudes don't feel. I don't want nobody like that around me. I don't. You can keep them. I'm going to mark them and I'm going to keep it moving. You better start understanding what we're dealing with. And I'm going to keep saying it. I'm going to keep saying it. You guys don't understand what's coming down the pipeline. Read Amos. Read Amos. It says the day of the Lord is darkness. There's no light in it. As if a man ran from a lion and met a bear. Now, what's the difference? Lions don't like their food to move. That's why they suffocate it. Kind of a mercy kill. A bear will eat you alive. So you'd rather a lion. As if a man went into a house. As if a man went into a house and put his hand on the wall. Now you would think the wall is safe, right? It's an inanimate object. And a snake bit you. Y'all keep thinking that when Lord comes back, you're going to hear, oh, and a rainbow gonna come out, and there's gonna be the damn what's the horse with the damn thing on his head? The
Unicorn.
Unicorn. He gonna come out. Nah, G, it ain't gonna be that. It says it will be utterly darkness and no light in it. Now, what does that mean? Now, those that are saved, yeah, they will have light. It's Passover again. Passover again. The Lord is repetitive. That's what's beautiful about it. So you can't say you didn't know. Can't say it. I'm repetitive, G. I do the same thing. I'm the same today, same as yesterday, same forever. So you can't say, Lord, you changing your stripes. No, I don't change my stripes. The same way the Israelites they were playing hopscotch and double dutch and all that on the day of the Passover, and the Egyptians, they were in utter darkness. That's what's going to happen again. This time, the lamb's blood is going to be on your heart, not on no damn door. On your heart. So you have no you have no reason to say, Lord, I didn't see. What? You get those Bible apps, you have over 150,000 different Bibles. And no matter what language, I go on my app, I can pull out the new translation, all sorts of stuff. It's
Yes,
amazing.
Sir. It's awesome.
Amazing. So there's no reason for you to say, I didn't know. Okay. How about when Bolo told you? How about when Big Ant had a conversation with you? How about when Mandrell spoke to you? You laughed. They watered and planted. You didn't want the growth. It was offered. You didn't take it. So check this out. Just go walk into that fire. You don't want me to put you in it. Just go walk into it. Because this is what you're doing. You are turning away paradise, salvation, life, love, light, understanding. You're turning that away to do you. It's no different than what Satan did. It's no different than what Eve did. That's what you're doing. And it's okay. Just know that when you get what you deserve, stand on it. Stand on it. Because there's a lot of men and a lot of women.
Amen.
You need to understand that this is not easy to do. This is not easy to do. We broadcast to you guys every day. Every day during the week, we broadcast. Ant couldn't even sit up. Ant can correct me when I'm wrong. He couldn't sit up. Thank the Lord that the Lord protected him and he didn't have to get surgery on his spine.
Thank God.
And he was here. Lyric couldn't speak. Poor thing, she was sounding like Darth Sidious. She couldn't speak, but she's on stage. This ain't something easy that we do, man. This ain't easy. There's time you hear cats being tired. Don't tell me you don't. Don't tell me you don't hear my voice cracking. Ant sick, Lyric sick, all three of us sick, and we up here. Anae sick, she up here, testimony. Righteous Rollo, Pasha Blaine, all these pillars in the village that are sick, but they're still here. Dogs. This ain't easy, man. And everyone else doing their job. You have the security bosses that does it. That's attacked, that's ridiculed. For just being an orator of marriage. An orator of truth. Cats attack her personally, her husband. Don't think the Lord ain't writing all this down. He's writing it all down. And you're going to have to account for it. Each and every one of you. Each and every one of you that take advantage of these hurt people that are seeking. And they think that you have the answer, but you're selling snake oil. And you know you are. A lot of you dudes know that the life that you're pushing, you ain't living. A lot of you dudes know that y'all don't have these chicks that y'all talk about. A lot of you dudes know that. You move a certain way, and it's cool. It's all good. The Lord gonna deal with you. But on the flip side, too, he's gonna deal with that man or that woman that follows blindly. Lord tells you, look well till you're going. What the hell you looking? Why are you following blindly? I gave you 2 damn eyes. Why the hell you ain't using them? I gave you ears. Why ain't you using them? You have 2 ears. Why ain't you listening to what they saying? Huh? Because they're saying what sounds good, right? They said that to Christ, prophesying to us smooth things. Smooth things. If this Bible doesn't offend you, there's something wrong. We were born in sin, so it should be offensive. It should be offensive. If it doesn't offend you and you cool, brother, look in the mirror, sister, look in the mirror. I promise you, this thing here, if you don't understand that there's something greater than you out there, and this can't continue going on, look around the world. It's about to burst. Look around the world. Christ tells you, I'm nearer than you think. Now, I can't tell you how close he is, but he's close. Keep playing. He's going to tell you, I never knew you. You remember those, was it 14 brides, 7 brides? The brides that didn't make it on time, what did he do? He closed the door in their face.
10 brides.
Thank you. So he closed the door. So you should have did the math. You could have got the oils the same way the other women did it. You wanted to half-ass it. And look what it got you. You don't half-ass when it comes to the Lord. He didn't half-ass when it came to you. He paid it all. He paid it all and didn't think twice. Paid it all and gave a tip. How dare you half-ass him? Now, don't mistake half-assing for slipping. We slip. We have to grow. Iron sharpens iron. All these cliches you hear. We're talking about those that are lazy in Christ. Those, yeah. What fits them is what they take, but the things that they don't agree with, nah, I'm good. Okay. All right. Remember, no one can talk for nobody in front of the Lord. Believe me, I ain't talking for nobody. You can call my name, Bolo. Lord, I don't know who that dude is, but let me focus on you because I'm trying to get in. I'm not dealing with that dude. My job was to scream aloud, cry inside for the abominations that be done on the earth. As Ant said, we are those dudes on top of the gate blowing the horn. That's what we're doing. We're blowing the horn. How long will you suffer? How long will you be? Lord tells you, come ye out of my children. Partake not in our sin. Do you understand these dudes killed Christ? Do you understand that? He was crucified, whipped, beat, ridiculed, made mockery of. And again, all those things, I don't know why this bothers me the most, but out of all of that, you have him crucified. You have him up there on the cross. The man asked for water. They tried to give him vinegar. The man asked for water. They tried to give him vinegar. How much more devilish can you be? He asked for water. After everything you did, whipped, beat, made him carry the cross, ridiculed him, put a thorn of crowns on his head, and he just, let me just get some drink, man. It's hectic up here. And you gave him vinegar to drink. Dude, if you don't understand what's going on, you never will. And our job is not to convince you. My job is not to convert nobody. It's not our job. Our job is to give you the knowledge and keep it pushing. That's our job. Everybody has a phone number to the Lord. Everybody has his contact. Look in your phone. You got it. You got the contact. Look at it. We don't need no priests anymore to talk to them. We don't need to go through the Levites anymore. And them days are done. They're done. You want to holler at the Lord? Look to your left or look to your right. Get on your knees and ask him. He's everywhere. That's what makes him so awesome. That's what makes him so beautiful. He's everywhere. Everywhere. So there's no time that you cannot talk to him. You could talk to him anytime you choose. You can ask him any question you want. that ain't merciful, if that ain't gracious, I don't know what is. What makes him so awesome is he didn't send someone to represent him. He sent himself. Think about that. We always heard the saying, if you want something done right, do it yourself. He did it himself. What's perfect in this universe but him? He came off his throne and died for you. You don't want to hear him? You want to do you? You're not deserving of him. You're not deserving of him. If you can't see the sacrifices that he made, if you can't see the love that he has, this is why they say that he's the definition of love. Look at him. You want to know what love is? Look at Jesus. We read this book from the creature's perspective all day. We get caught up in the Davids and the Moses and the Solomons and the blah, 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 blah. We ain't supposed to read the book that way. Now you're supposed to read the book from the creator's perspective. And when you look at it from his perspective, you have a wife that he catered to, a wife that's unruly, a wife that's just running around doing what the hell she wants, and you have a patient husband saying, come back. I love you. There's nothing you did that deserved my love. I just love you. That's the book. There you go. It's not about us. It's about him. You wanted a king? He gave you Moses. You guys said, nah, I don't want him, man. I'm good. I don't want to get Moses. Huh? I wanted to be your king. You looked at man and said, I want what they got. And as a good husband, what did he do? He gave it to you. You wanted more. I better read this book correctly, man. Read it correctly. Stop reading it from the creature's perspective. It ain't about that. It's about the Father. It's about a husband waiting for his wife to come back. That's what it's been. A patient husband. Patient. Half of us sit there, our wife do one thing wrong. Cats is like, man, I'm out. But you sin every day and get on your knees and say, Lord, forgive me. You're a hypocrite. You're a hypocrite. Women that got children ain't worth. Man, what are you talking about, man? You hear this nonsense, man. They some idiots, man. Women that have children. You got a goddamn background too, dummy. You got a past too. How dare you? Now, are there some women that are just off the chain? Yes, just like there's some men that are off the chain. Same way you when they say, well, you know, you've been in jail. Now, I don't want to deal with no dude in jail, but I had a past that I was young. Okay, she was young. No one is justifying it, but grace, that's what's beautiful of God. His grace, his mercy, his forgiveness. His forgiveness. But you're going to go on a mantra of saying women that have kids, why should we save those kids? Good God. Yo, let me just be, the black community is gone, G. Gone. Where you got men, grown-ass men, saying, why should I be a mentor to that little dude? You know why? Because that might be the little dude that take your life, dummy. That's why. That might be the dude that rapes your daughter. That's why. Robs your son.
Or save your life one day.
Or save your life. You have to take accountability for your community. Now our community transcends black. Because now you have white, Asian, Yugoslavian, all of them are struggling just like we are. Don't think just because you black that gives you an edge. Does it? Anyone that tells you that in the scriptures, run from them dudes, bro. doesn't. It doesn't. Your obedience and submission to God is what gets you into the kingdom. Period. That's what gets you in. That is the conclusion of man, to serve God and keep his commandments. That is our job. So don't sit here and talk about children. These little kids don't need someone. And the craziest thing is, half of you don't have no damn fathers. There was someone in your life that was there. That's what trips me out. Half of you dudes didn't have fathers, and there was someone that took your mother on, loved your mother, and loved your black ass, but you ain't gonna turn around and give that in reciprocity to these youngins that need it. But then you want to turn around and talk about the black community. Dogs, we are destroyed for lack of knowledge, G. Period. These cats think they know. They're dummies, man. Idiots. Fools. Like Dusto said, you give these cats a microphone, they experts. They're the go-to guy. They're the ones that got all the information. But then when you pull back the curtains, you see what they are. These dudes is weak in their real life. They were bullied. So they get on YouTube where no one might know them, call themselves a different name. They call themselves King of Kings. And now they the man. They the man. Y'all better understand the definition of a man. A definition of a man in Christ, it's not about you. It's not about you. It's about the people that you serve, man. That's what makes an awesome king. That's what makes people want to die for you. Because you're not selfish. You're ready to take your shirt off and give it to somebody. It's not about what I can get out of this. Cats got to really start thinking, man, that we're at a point in our lives, man. Think about this, guys. We're at a point in our lives where we're saying that children are a liability. Our greatest commodity are liabilities. Think about that. If that doesn't hurt you, if that doesn't scare you, to let you know where we are in the devil, this is the devil's world. If this doesn't hurt you and you sit there and you look at slavery, dogs, Jim Crow was about 45 years ago, 50 years ago. Correct me if I'm wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong. Cats couldn't drink out of the same water hole as a white man. Back then, we were all together, right? All for one, one for all. 50 years later, we're saying in the black community that children are liabilities. 50 years later? 50. I don't want to continue just rambling, man. I'm sorry, brothers.
I really don't have a question. I just need one lesson and I'll be happy. Can I go ahead?
Go ahead, Sweat, bro. Well,
Hey,
you know
you
what?
doing, brother? I love you.
Before you go, let's get Lady Novo in, because when you ask
Okay.
your question will be like 16 hours. So
No questions.
Lady Novo, what's going on?
Hey, how you doing?
We
You
good.
can go to him
Okay.
because he's patient. He been waiting patient. He been up here before me. It's like
All right.
seniority.
Don't say I didn't warn you. Go
Oh
ahead,
no, I know how to cut him off. Remember on CIA.
No. My testimony is because brother he hit it on it, and I just need a word and analogy, a bad analogy, and a good one, and then I'll be satisfied. Is that good?
Go ahead, baby.
Brother T-Biz, can you give me the word lazy in the Bible? I know you said it.
I just want you to break it down for me, and I'll be good, if you may.
Break down the word lazy in the Bible.
Yes, for a Christian, I know lazy. Like I know lazy, but for a lazy Christian, when you say it was in the Bible, you say it was in Proverbs. Was it Proverbs 6 or Psalm 6? You say it tells you about in the Bible about being lazy.
Oh yeah, tells you about it. Um, it's all over. Let me find one for you now. Give me a minute.
Cool. Yeah, and Bolo, if you can just give me an analogy and a bad one and then a good one, and I'll be satisfied.
Analogy of lazy.
Yes, like for a Christian, as a Christian man, like you always say, give God 15 minutes a day, and sometimes if we don't do that, we become lazy in the spirit. Like if you kind of get what I'm saying. Do I got to go more detail?
I'll give you an example of someone lazy in the spirit. When these men are on stage talking about the woman that they want but don't want to do the work to put themselves in a position to be available to these women that they want. They sit up on panels and complain. They sit up on panels and talk about the women that they don't want. They give all the credence, they give all the attention, they give all the power to the women that they don't want, opposed to focusing on the women that they do want. Why would I want to focus on a car that I don't want and not take that same power, that same understanding, that same wisdom, and put it into the car that I do want?
Because they're simple and idle.
Go ahead. I think that was a good segue for you.
Proverbs 15:19.
Good one.
And it says, "The way of the lazy man is a hedge of thorns, but the way of the upright is a highway." In other words, what he's telling you is that a lazy person, his way is very difficult. But when you're wise, it's smooth sailing. Just like you going down the highway. Smooth.
Every step of the lazy man, every step he takes, it's like you're stepping on nails.
Yeah. It's like walking through. It's like walking through. If anybody's been out and had to walk, everyone knows what a sticker bush is. And if you fell in it or try to have to make your way through it, that is some of the most painful things that you have to go through. Catch those thorns in the wrong way and they hurt. So there you go.
In other words, for you to eat, you got to go out there and hunt. There you go.
And then, oh, I'm sorry. There's another one in Proverbs too, also
There's
20.
a few of them in Proverbs. There's a
Yeah,
whole lot in Proverbs.
it 13, I believe it's 20:13, but it says, love not sleep, lest thou come to poverty. Just that little first part right there should tell you a whole bunch, right? Open thine eyes, and thou shalt be satisfied with bread. You see? Yeah. So come on.
So
Some people love to sleep. They love to sleep.
You got to
And
put yourself
see,
in that
you
position.
can't be productive when you're caught up with too much sleep. You see what I'm saying?
You got to put yourself in that position to make it happen. You know what I'm saying? Ant says something, I know I might jack it up. If you make yourself ready, the Lord will make you able. I know I probably jacked it up, but it's you putting yourself. Thank you. It's you putting yourself in a position to be used. That's what it is. If you stay ready, you don't need to get ready. A lot of the times people, when I used to coach my son's basketball team, I wasn't a strategist, man. I ain't do all that stuff. Look at books and had the X's and O's. I would say, you see that dude right there, that 3-pointer? Yeah, Foul him. I want the biggest dude to foul him. Every time he steps in that shot in the paint, hurt him. You got 5 fouls to give. We have 5 guys on the damn thing. That's a whole lot of fouls. I don't want the same dude doing it. What I'm saying to you is this. At the end of the day, like I told them, we don't leave the game in the referee's hands. If you do that, then you didn't do a good job of preparation. Referee is inconsequential. Losers weight on the ref.
Amen. I do the same thing when I'm in a jiu-jitsu competition, Bolo, because you can win a jiu-jitsu fight either by points or submission, right? I mean, because people was asking me, why are you so aggressive, man? Why are you so aggressive? I'm like, fuck the points, fuck the judges. I go for the submission.
No cursing.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forget the judges, forget the point. But that's what I told them. You know what I mean?
Right,
Forget the judges, forget points. I'm going for the submission.
There you go.
Along the way, I will accumulate points, and if he can just, if he can avoid me submitting him, okay, fair enough. But I've done enough to him to score so many points.
Right.
He can't come back. So go for the win. Go for the win. And my thing is, if I lose, hey, I lose. But I know I tried my best, as opposed to accumulating points and stalling and doing other stuff. I can live with a loss if I did my best. No, I tried to go ahead and end this. You know what I mean?
You don't cry. You don't cry and look at the referee and say, yo, come on, man.
Right. What happened to the points with this? What happened to the points with that? No, you go for the submission, you can get it.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? You don't have to worry about that.
At the end of the day, if we're in, and it has happened where we were away and the referee, heavily called or whatever. And listen, if it's a tight game and it is what it is, listen, man, I'm good that we did our best. That's all I can ask. That's all the Lord asks you to do. Your best. What else can you do other than that? Your best. But when you sit here and complain, and you know what the crazy thing? It's the dudes that do no work that got the loudest voice. That's what bugs me out. It's the dudes that got no ethic that makes the loudest noise. And you sit there and you look and go, yo, hold on, bro. I'm trying to figure this out. Now, there are some that do put in the work and just, need to gain clarity. But when you look at the talking space, when you look at the YouTube narratives, it's the ones that do no work that have that has the biggest mouth. Whether it be the men or the women. It's the ones that do nothing. I want to complain about men. Men ain't doing this and men ain't doing that, but yet you ain't putting yourself in the position. Do you accept Christ your Lord and Savior? Yeah. Well, you don't look like you do. Why? Because I'm looking at your demeanor. I'm looking at your spirit. I'm looking at how a woman should move and how a woman should speak and how a woman should act. That's in the spirit. You don't act like that. So I've seen women in the spirit. I'll give you a perfect one. That one right there that's name is on the bottom. Ane. Perfect one. There you go. I didn't even know I did that. Is that how the Lord works? So I've seen examples of it. Lyric. Seen examples of it. Mama B. Seen examples of it. We've seen them all the time here in the village. So when you go out into the world and you see these chicks moving the way they move, and you think, oh, yeah, hold on, man. This don't match. Nah, don't match. This is not. Same thing with the men. Well, we can be a little bit more personal with that because we are men. We can be a little bit more personal. Oh, butterfly too. I'm sorry. I'm late in the void. So when you sit there and you talk to these men and you sit there and you say, but let me ask you a question. Why is it that you've been in 4 relationships, Sweatbread? I think he broke out. You've been in 4 relationships and you've had 4 breakups, and these chicks have all been thoughts. I get it. They're thoughts. I get that. So we don't have to go into that. Why did you end up with 4? So you went to Thought Circle and found these chicks. You're the common denominator in that relationship. So the problem isn't the thoughts because you found them where they were at. The problem is you, because you don't want one. Thotty Pippin. You don't want one, but you keep ending up with one. So you got to look at yourself. It's easy to blame everyone else. It's easy to sit there and say you're the blame, instead of looking at yourself. It's harder to look at you, man. You know, and it's not an easy thing, but it's something that we need to do. You know, Lady Navarro, what's going on?
Oh, not much. I'm enjoying this conversation. Hi, everybody. Hi, Superman. Hi, Man. Hi, Scam
Hey,
Testo. Hey, BB. Hey, MF.
Hey,
Great.
Lady Navoa, how you doing?
How you
I'm
doing? What's up?
you, Man. You, not Scam, but you actually blew my mind, man. I ain't gonna lie.
How?
And cause I'm so happy you here. Cause you that blunt type of person, and to see you up here, and I watch things. I pay attention. You my brother. Every panel I always say, be good, be good. This is the best I've seen you be so good. And I love that you want to be able to know. I ain't gonna lie. I love it. I was telling my sister emails. I said, I love that he was on. Because you didn't know I was listening. But when you came on, and the spirit moved in the village, and he let you come up, because he never let nobody come up on the reading. But it was a reason that you came up on the reading. And I told him that. It didn't bother me that you came up. I'm glad you went up. And it was lovely. And I think I was hearing, oh, you want to be in love. And I was like, oh, baby, you want to be in love. And I was like, I'll be for real, because you be acting all mean and stuff. But I know you're not me. Because I know the real you kind of like more, because I pay attention to you and I be more involved talking to you more than people they just like in the chat versus the people who you talk to in the panel. And then we had our ups and downs, but it wasn't like very disrespectful. It was like on debate levels. But outside of that, it was all respect. And I love the fact that you're here. I love the fact that you had asked for the link that day. I love the fact that you say you was in the back listening to us. Once again, I observed you was on the panel tonight on Black Men Unfiltered on your channel. That's your channel too. You and Scam Likely, and you did the salute to let them know you was dipping, and you came straight over here.
Yeah, I did.
Because
I did do that tonight.
this is what you wanted to be. You didn't want to be on that panel, even though it was like you said your piece. I heard what you said. Because you know me, I'm committed over here,
Mm-hmm.
and I got your back. I'm you and Scam Likely's moderator. You already know that I got y'all back, and I go hard for y'all. But I love the fact how you left it, and you came over here because you wanted to be in the village. And now that you let us know that you be in the village in the background, you came out, and now we know you here. You like the fact of being here, being known. See, we used to being on camera. Have you ever, like, when you came here, do you ever ask yourself why they don't be on camera since you so used to the camera being on?
No, I just let them have their privacy. Like Bolo's never been on camera that I know of. Like, I have no idea what Bolo looks like. You know,
You,
you know what I'm saying? So
I'm a
I just
light
let
skinned dude. I'm a light skinned dude. I'm 4'5". I'm
four
light
foot
skinned.
five.
he ain't
Yeah.
4'5". Don't listen
Gee.
to him.
Right. And
He
I doubt if he's light skinned too.
I know he got a rhyme for that somewhere.
You know
well,
what I'm saying?
he might be light skinned with long hair. He can do light skinned things, but who cares? But have have you? Okay, there's a reason, and it makes sense why we don't camera up. And Bolo will tell you that better than I can. You know what I'm saying? It's a reason why we don't camera up, and I like it. Because Bolo, basically, in layman's terms, he wants you to hear the message, hear him, and not pay attention to what he looks like. Because when we on panels and we on camera, people are always looking at our stuff on our face, our backgrounds and shit. You know what I mean? You know that they be looking at seeing what's going on in our background. So that's why we try to keep our background simple so they don't be in our business and stuff. But I like it like this, and it makes it comfortable for people to talk. See, I can have my camera on because I be on the panels with y'all, but I like it like this, and I respect it. So
And the truth of it is,
thank you.
when you have your camera on, that's where your pride stays, because everyone is looking at you and you don't want to be looked or perceived as weak, broken, or whatever. So when the camera's off, you can be authentically you. You can really be who you need to be, because this doesn't work if you're not authentically you and genuine. It doesn't work at all. So
Okay, see, so that's why I wanted you to know, because when you come here, it's better to know what what is it about, so you can get more into know. Because when we here, we get into the know. We don't just get in here just to learn the word. We learn so much more here, and this is a safe place. And I thank you for being here, and I hope that you come again. I hope you start being a part of our panels like you are. And if I know you can't all the time because your job is over there, and trust me, I know because I be over there. And Bolo knows sometimes when I have to leave the chat, I have to go and check the chat over there. But I let it be known on Fridays and Wednesday nights, I am submitted and committed to the village. I told Sir Hill that. I told what's the name of that. Now, if you see me pop in, I am. But when I'm listening to it, when the live channels be lives be on, I be here. And oh, Lyric, I'm so glad you're here. I want to tell you thank you. I remember I told you I was gonna start over in Genesis, right? And I finished Genesis, but I ain't gonna lie. I never met nobody who's so excited and enthused about the word like Lyric, and she makes you want to learn the word how she is. And I ain't gonna lie, the first time when y'all did it, it was so funny because y'all kept forgetting stuff, but you already know the OG NA kept y'all up on track. She been there since day one. Shout out to NA. I love her. And Bolo, that's a prime example of a person in the spirit, because that's NA. NA be there first, and the Sheila Ingram, I love her. I be there. Me and my sister ML be there, and I love how she be in the know. And then she know the word, but when she want to clarify something, she gonna act. She is bold on that. She gonna act, and she'll bring out the scripture with it, and I love it. She like bold like Second Samuel's in it. Isn't that when the part when he said about this and that's the what you talking about? Yeah. So when I grow up, I want to be like Mike. I want to be like Larry. I want to be like Superman, TV. I want to be another NA. I want to be another Mama B. I want to be another Bolo. Because I'm telling you, by me changing my life, so much stuff has been so opening up doors for me. And it took me a while to come up here because Bolo, I've been not feeling too well. That's why people ain't been seeing me in the chats too much, too. You know, and I've been doing my tests from when I had to take a break on it because y'all know I'm sick. Sorry, man. Lady got a medical condition.
That's all
Scam
right.
like, I'm just saying you didn't know, but I'm sick. Scam likely knew already, but I never talk about it in the chats because I want y'all to know who I am. I don't want y'all to focus on my condition, and I be sick sometimes. So I had to take a break when I have to go to both of those funerals. But anyways, and right now I'm at the stage where my hormones is out of whack. Like it feel like I'm going through menopause, right? And I sweat real bad for a couple of seconds, and I get it like I'm sitting on hell, like on the top of hell, and it's just lighting me up, and then somebody switch out hell for a big old ice cube and it's freezing me up. So I'm going through that right now, and it's kind of irritating on top of the pain. But God is good, and I've been, man, I've been a different person. People been telling me like you changed. I like that. I like my new walking talk because it took a lot for me to get here, but I had to want to be here. That's why I'm giving y'all flowers tonight because y'all doing right. And I like that because I don't want nobody to be lost.
Well,
And
hold
they,
on.
you know what I'm saying? I love y'all, huh?
Is somebody snoring?
I think that's Mandrell.
Because I'm trying to figure out, like, why?
It's
What
not me.
the fuck?
My mic is muted.
That's not you.
That's my
No,
husband. That's my
Oh,
husband.
okay. That's a
Oh,
husband.
okay, because I didn't know. I was just
Oh,
like, well, wait a
I ain't
minute
know
now.
you can hear that.
Now
That's the
you
We
whole
good.
snoring?
point.
Continue. Now you good. Let him sleep. Go ahead. Keep
No,
going.
let him
I was
sleep.
gonna, I was
I
gonna
thought
shake
it
him a
was
little
somebody on
bit.
the panel. I'm sorry.
Don't do that because I shake him a little bit. Because
No, no,
sometimes
no.
when
No.
he too loud for me, I shake him for me. So it don't
It's
got nothing to
okay.
do with y'all.
It's perfectly fine. I
Oh,
thought
because
it
I
was
got my
one of us
earbuds on.
on the panel. I'm sorry.
I got my earbuds on, so I kind of blocked them out. That is live. Man, y'all be getting up. Man, BB, you can't be on the panel when I'm on the panel because you be catching everything. Remember my it was my OG heater I had? I upgraded that because of you, boo boo. Good Jesus came through the next
Yeah.
day and I
That
got a
heater
brand
sounded
new
like
heater.
that
Yeah,
heater
I got it.
sounded like an old school, like one of them missiles that cats was letting
I
off
forgot what he said.
World War II, son. It sounded like a radio. It sounded like someone was taking a MRI, son.
Yeah, I was like, hey, I was like, you know what? It is cold. Y'all gonna have to, if y'all want to
Hey,
hear
whatever
me,
you got to
you
listen,
know.
whatever you have to do to stay warm, do
Hey,
that.
and I
Don't
would
mind
cut it
me at
off,
all.
right? Hey, I would cut off a little bit, right? Oh hell no, I got you go. And I was trying to scoot back so y'all can't hear it. And then he busted me out when I scooted back. I was like, oh, he heard that still. It's still loud. I think it's because of with the headphone. But you know what I'm saying? But I just have to say that. So I love you guys, man.
We love you too. We love you too.
I don't that's my testimony. My testimony.
Let me say this: Anae isn't as innocent as you think. She is the village gangstress. She be meeting people in backyards and trying to form groups to beat people up and threaten people and things like that. So, you know.
Can I clear that up? You know why she do that?
Oh, here we go.
You know why she do that?
And go ahead, tell me why she does it.
Because you don't be knowing what we go through. She go back there to give us a hug. She give us treats, and she tell us the word.
What the
She
hell
don't go
do you have
back.
to do with threatening people?
She don't threaten. She do that to get us away from y'all. But then when she's all heart. When she go over there, she all heart. And they got hard. She got hard. You know what I'm saying? She don't go over there and beat you up.
Okay.
Now she will go with BCDC. Sorry, I'm dropping names on y'all. And this is disable that Nightbot you got. I can't stand that thing. I'm sorry. And I hope they succeed.
Well, she starts trouble. I mean, y'all can act like y'all don't.
No, she
Y'all
don't.
don't see it. She starts trouble. She threatened
No.
a few. She threatened a few of my people. You
No.
know, Nightbot. She threatened him a few times. She threatened me.
No.
Backyards.
Lyric is my witness. You only saying that because she calls you out when you do stuff.
She said, "Wait 1 second. Your
Exactly.
contract has been." Listen, the one thing I'm never going to leave. So you don't have to extend the contract. We together. You know what I'm saying? She threatened Streamlabs too. Listen, you don't have to extend the contract. I'm just making an observation. You know, you and Lyric, y'all act like y'all innocent, but y'all, you know, she
I don't say I'm
disrespects us.
innocent, but I just know she got a heart. I never said she was innocent. Ain't nobody in this world
Well, it
innocent.
was they act like they innocent. She says I'm not talented, like my raps is garbage. You know what I'm saying? You know, when the people love it. But you know, it is what it is.
Well, she on
But
my team.
it's all good, man. But see, that's the thing, man. Testimony, Testimony Friday scam likely was born out of necessity in the aspect of, there's a lot of people going through some things, and there is no real day where people just praise the Father and just talk about their strengths, their weaknesses, and where we all just come together and just be here for one another. You know what I'm saying? So it was born out of necessity, and it's an awesome thing where we can just come together and just build. You know, we come together and we build as brothers and sisters. We talk about helping one another, being there for one another. So it's an awesome thing, man. And I'm glad that you're here. Glad that you decided to come in and give us a chance. So what do you think so far, bro? Let me ask you. I'm gonna put you on the spot.
You're asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you, sir. Everybody on this stage are vets. I mean, you and Mandrell. I'm gonna ask Mandrell after, but
no, it's a lot to it because like what's been going on just in general life. So it's a lot more to it, but I'm just glad to be here. But it is tempting to swing on over to the dust panel.
You know what? You gotta invite me once,
Go
man. I gotta grace your stage, man. I'm gonna come to your
Let's
stage.
get to go over to one of them dust panels and give space some hell and then sneak off.
And then sneak off. I'm just gonna drop and just sneak off.
Yeah, hit him with a 2-piece and then dip. But I'm gonna chill tonight.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go to sleep with some positivity on my mind.
Well, you know what, man? I'm glad that you're here, man. I'm glad that you came and blessed us with your presence. I'm glad you're here, man. It's a blessing. It's a blessing to have you here. I've seen you, and you're a very intellectual brother, man. A lot of times I do hear you troll, but I'm delighted when I hear you drop something. Like when I hear you on Security Boss, and I hear you in the way you drop it, and I'm like, yeah, I like that. You know what I'm saying? So thank you for what you do, man. I appreciate you in what you do. So thank you for that.
Yeah, appreciate it. Trolls, we are hiring. Night shift, second and third shift. We need more trolls.
Okay, Big Man Drell.
Doesn't matter.
Hey, Bolo, real
Wait,
quick.
I'm about to call it a night. Thank y'all
on,
for having me on.
Did you
All right,
see?
Scam. Thank you, brother.
I Scam.
You'll see me around.
All right, baby.
Did you see Dusto's live when they did one with you and all the other content creators?
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see it. I'm gonna get Black Man back.
Hey, yeah, his show, The Dustosphere, it's improv. It's all improv comedy. Like none of it is written in a script.
No,
and that's what makes it hilarious because everyone's feeding off of each other's energy.
It's funny.
It's hilarious.
But I wanted to ask you, Mandrell. So what do you think of the Village, brother? Because I think this is your third time here.
No, this is I don't keep count, but I've been here a lot. You just didn't know.
On stage,
but on stage, yeah, this is my third time.
On stage is what
I enjoy it. I mean, I would actually wouldn't even mind coming back and doing some readings if you wanted me to. But I do follow along as you guys do your reading. It's something I actually found myself looking forward to. I don't know why, Bolo. I really don't.
You do know why. Stop saying you don't know why.
I don't want to know why, Bolo. So leave me alone.
And that's the problem.
Ignorance is bliss. Don't you know that?
No, it's not, brother.
I hate knowing things. I hate knowing things.
But see, here's the thing.
Because now I'm responsible.
There you go.
Well, you're responsible. Like everybody else.
Knowledge in the Lord is key, though.
It is.
People say, that's the thing that Satan says when he says, ignorance is bliss. No, it's not. Because whether you know or not, when that bullet's coming for you, it's coming for you. Whether you know or not, when that police is going to stop you, he's going to stop you. Now, here's the thing with ignorance. If you don't know why he's stopping you, then you can't correct the problem, and you will continue doing the same thing. And sooner or later, if you don't correct the problem, you're going to start to get pissed off and angry, and you're going to do something stupid that might either end you locked up or 6 feet under. So knowledge is the key. Wisdom is the key because it helps you to be a better version of yourself, opposed to moving. Look at the circular conversation that these cats are having. That should tell you. They don't want knowledge. They want to continue moving in the little knowledge that they know. It's like a child, right? When a child says, I could do this and do such and such, and you're like, no, don't. No, I can do it. And you say, you know what, God, go ride the bike. You don't have no balance yet. You don't know how to, pedal and all that stuff, but you want to do it? Go ahead and go do it. When he busts his face, coming back crying, and you still go, you see? Yeah, I see. But these dudes here are some hard-headed and stubborn children. They're hard-headed, and don't get it twisted. We all are children. But yeah, man, so
Yeah, but I do enjoy it. I mean, I do like to listen to people's testimonies and stuff like that. And it's like I've talked to you in private a few times, and boy, do I have some testimonies. And
first
like you guys like this stuff I would never say on a panel or on camera.
Here we go.
I'm never saying that kind of stuff on panels. Nope. But there's some doozies, man. I mean,
listen,
that's all right though.
If you don't know, let me tell you something about this dude right here. This is a good brother, man. He's a good brother. And the crazy thing with Mandrell is the way I speak to Mandrell here is that's not our relationship. It definitely isn't. And Mandrell will tell you if I'm lying. It's not our relationship. Mandrell is that Mandrell is that that wild stallion that don't want to be. You just seen a little bit of it. I don't want to know. Why do I gotta know, Bolo? Why? It gets like that times 30. Because it gets like that times 30. And oh man, do we? Yeah, it gets like that.
Because I'll give you the problem and the solution in the same sentence. So it's like it's not like I'm ignorant. It's like not like I don't know.
Right.
So it's just like, Bolo, I'd rather not be bothered.
Right.
Well, Mandrell, you don't have a choice, brother. You don't have a choice. I could. Why not, Bolo? Everybody else gets a choice not to do shit, do anything. Why do I have to be the? Because God has a plan for you. God has a purpose for you. Wow. Well, Bolo, okay, you know that, don't you, Mandrell? Well, I know that, Mandrell. You know that, don't you? Yeah,
What was
I
the
know.
last thing I told you, Mandrell, about
like,
the three people? I said to him, okay, Mandrell, you want to be hard-headed? It's okay, brother. I said, the Lord is going to give me the message. I'm going to give it to you. He's going to put his foot in your behind, and that's going to be the cycle for a little bit until you just give in. Because when the Lord wants you, the Lord wants you. You can see that with Balaam. You've seen that with Jonas. At the end of the day, dogs, when I want you, I want you. Who can pluck you out of my hand when I have you? Can't nobody. So when he was like, but Bolo, why do I have to? I said, Duke, I'm just telling you what he's telling me to tell you. I can't tell you why. You can ask him, but at the end of the day, he wants you. So you know how you want to come in. Listen, willingly or forcefully, you are coming in. So you can either get down or lay down. You pick.
And that's funny because God showed me Mandrell's heart early on. When he first got on the scene, and I was able to talk to him a few times behind the scenes, and God showed me that the tough exterior and you see what I'm saying, all of that, but God allowed me to see his heart, and I saw that he has a good heart.
Yeah,
and so every time I spoke to him, I would speak to his heart.
Right.
So
now Mandrell got a good heart. He definitely does. But that dude, if you don't talk, Mandrell, you got to understand Mandrell. Mandrell, and to see where he was when I first met him to where he is now is an awesome thing.
Like
you said it earlier. Yeah, you said it earlier.
Growth.
Yeah, it's an awesome thing, man.
Man, awesome.
Mandrell would come on the stage and vavoom. Quick.
Yep.
Vavoom. He'd come on the stage. I remember he did something. I remember what you did to emails.
Yeah. The thing is, I look back at myself nowadays and I'm just like, it's like if you went into a cave and you saw this dragon, and you really ticked him off, and he's kicking, swinging his tail, wet flapping his wings, and breathing fire all over the place. You know what I'm saying?
Because you were pissed off because of what he said, and I understood. I understood why you were pissed off because, you know, lightly it was a conversation of accountability. And if my mind serves me right, I think it was a situation that we were talking about. And I think that, you know, I don't know if he was trying to play devil's advocate or whatever the situation might be. And you see his avatar now. I think it was a different avatar you had back then. My man came off he clicked his video. Now, mind you, I wasn't on the panel. I was listening. My man came out and said, wow, wow, wow. Oh my God, man. I had to click and say, yo, man, Drell, what's up? He's like, nah, Bolo, man. These cats, they be knowing. I was like, yeah. Listen, I couldn't fight him because at the end of the day, you know, some people need that kind of fire, you know. But the thing with him was I didn't want that to be what he was known for, you know. There's gonna be times when you need to talk to someone sternly. There's gonna be times when you need to, you know, come at them a certain way. But I didn't want people to think that that's what Mandrell was about. And as you see him in his conversation, him on his channel, you see that that's not what he is. You see that he's deeper than that. You see that there's more to him than that. You see that he is a passionate brother about what he speaks on. You know, but you see that it comes with wisdom. You see that it comes with patience, temperance, you know, but at the same time, you know, he will give it to you if you just start talking nonsense. So, you know, that's the beauty of what our brother Mandrell does. And you know, good brother, man. Good brother. I love the conversations that we have. You know, it's a fight sometimes. It's a fight. It's a real fight.
It is. I mean, it is, but it's like, well, Mandrell, if you know that he has a purpose for you, why aren't you working towards it? First of all, Bolo, who says I'm not working towards it? Second of all, I don't want to be bothered. Why me? Because you can. Oh man, I think I can't fight.
No, that wasn't my answer. My answer when you said why me, I said why not you?
You're right. Yeah, that's exactly what you said. You said why not you?
I said why not you?
I couldn't argue with it. I could not argue with that. I couldn't argue with it. I had nothing, and that's what got my goat even more. I had nothing for him.
Listen, I asked the same. You know how I got that answer for you? Because that was the answer I got for myself. You know, when I lost my son, I was like, yo, why me? At the end of the day, why not you? Things happen for whatever reason. The Lord does what he does because he does it. Because that's just who he is and what he chooses to do. So when you sit there and say, but why me? Why not you? I chose you. You don't need to know my reasoning. Just know it happened and I need you to deal with it accordingly because I'm going to need you to be that example to those that are going to go through something similar that you went through. Sometimes our going throughs of whatever we've gone through, sometimes it's not for us. Sometimes it's for the people that the Lord is going to send our way for us to give them that, that guidance. You know, it may not be for you.
Right.
So,
and the thing is, I'm aware of a lot more than people give me credit for. You know what I mean? Like everything people talk about, I'm like, I'm fully aware of that, and I know it well. But me, you know, again, being hard-headed, stubborn, you know, at times, but I begrudgingly submit.
Yeah, brother.
It's because I want to.
I don't know.
Here's the thing: you read about laziness. The funny part is, you talked about laziness earlier tonight, just a little while ago. It's because I want to be lazy. That's literally why. You know what I'm saying? This is like, I'm not. I'm just. The truth is, I'm just not built that way. I'm not built to be lazy. I'm not. I have to be doing something productive, whether it's conditioning my body or reading something. I'll sit there and read a dictionary just to learn the definition of things. I'm not going to remember every definition I read. However, to refresh my memory of the words I know or just learn new words. I have to be doing something productive. Like, I mean, I don't like.
Awesome.
I've never liked sitting idle. Never like that. You know, even as a little boy, I was a kid who would sit at home and read an encyclopedia. Literally, I've read an entire Encyclopedia Britannica, start to finish, just because I wanted to know things about the world. I was curious, and I always have been. I've always been a curious kid. I mean, I was always strong in my faith. Very devout Christian. Very rooted in faith. In fact, my morals and my ethics are rooted in Christianity. I may no longer claim to be a Christian, but I am a man of God and always have been. And I firmly believe that people believe that your path to God should be regimented. Like everyone should have the same path as you, or you're looking for a mate with the same path to God as you. But I'm a firm believer that there should be as many pathways to God as there have ever been human beings who's ever lived on the planet. Everyone's path to God should be different because everyone's relationship with God is different. Because God has to communicate with us in completely different ways because we're completely different people. We're individuals. Some stuff's going to come at me in the same way. It's going to click with me the same way it clicks with Bolo. Some things are not. You know, but our pathways will not be the exact same.
Absolutely.
You know, but I know people like Christians who would hold that against other people and miss out on some really good mates because of this, because of their philosophy. I'm like, if you know that a relationship with God is personal, why would you think that? Like,
well, you know, people remember, you know, that was the beef that the 12 had with Paul. You know, Paul was, you know, he was he was teaching the Gentile, and the disciples was like, yo, dude, what you doing? And Paul was like, yo, bro, you can't give these people laws that you can. The Israelites can't hold them. How you gonna give it to them? You know, so yeah, everyone is not gonna come in the same way. They're not.
Right.
You know, and you know, we need to understand that.
Right. And like, remember, Bilal, I was explaining to you how I told you I took my Bible and I left the church because I wasn't being fed at church, right?
Yes.
And then later, after some experiences in war, I set my Bible down and I just walked with God. And I've been doing that for many years now, right? Now I'm back to the Bible after a bunch of years of life experience.
Right.
And the thing is, I try to explain it to people, like they wouldn't even give me a chance to explain it. But I was like, you let me explain it to you. And I was like, okay, it's like blindfolding yourself and have someone put their hand on your shoulder and guide you around the way. Right. You no longer have your eyes, but you have every other all the other four senses, right? So now you experience the world in a different way.
Right.
So I experience a walk with God in a completely different way than just relying on religious doctrines, relying on biblical scripture. I experience the world in a spiritual way, in completely different than I ever thought I could. And it was inspired by God to do. I was inspired by God to do so. And it's worked over like gangbusters. Now I can read the Bible with a completely different perspective, other than a Christian or simply just a man of God. You know what I'm saying? It's not just being a man of God. You know,
you know what? Listen,
right.
Listen. I'm very impressed by what you're saying, Brother Mandrell, because, you know, I remember a while back, you know, where you said some very disparaging things about the Bible. And right. I said, wow, how could he say that on YouTube? But you know what? That's just where you were at the time. You see what I'm saying? That's just where you were at the time.
Right, at the time, and my perspective on it. And I said one thing I said about the Bible, I really didn't mean. It really was a slip of the tongue that I even said.
It was really a bad.
Right, and the thing is,
that was like sacrilege.
Now, even with that, I even prayed that night, reconcile with God, ask for forgiveness, and I repented that night.
That's right. See, God, you know, His Spirit convicted you.
Well, I mean, the thing is, it was an accident, right? Well, the thing is, it was an accident, and I really did not mean to, but I was like, okay, just in case he's offended, he is offended.
But look,
he knows my heart. He knows my heart. He knows I didn't mean it. But hey, just in case,
you can't play that game with God, man. Because
it wasn't a game. It really
was. He knows. Out of the
abundance of your heart. Who did that? You know who did that,
man? Out of the abundance of your heart, the mouth says things.
You know who did that, Mandrell? You know who did that? Joseph. We was having a conversation, here. There's a brother named Joseph, and we were having a conversation here, and he said something like, I forget what he said, but it was something. He wasn't as bad as you, but at the end of the day, it was still in the same ballpark. He wasn't as bad as you. So, he has my
Paulo said
number.
it wasn't as bad.
He has no. In other words, Mandrell is more belligerent. In other words, Mandrell, like
That's where he was at the time, though.
Joseph will say something to you.
I don't believe he's there now.
No, Joseph will say something to you that's disrespectful, but he'll say it to you in an intellectual way. Mandrell is just gonna say it. Mandrell is just gonna say your breath stinks. He ain't gonna try to find a different way around it. So that night, that morning, that morning on Saturday, this was a Friday night, Testimony Friday. I got a phone call. And I missed it. I missed the phone call. So I got a text. I missed that too. So when I called him, he was like, yo, Bolo, man. I said, what happened? He said, yo, B, I was off. I said, what you mean? What happened? He said, man, that night when I told you about the Bible, and I forget what he said. He said, I was trying to sleep, and there was something knocking on my door. And I tried to call you.
Who?
He said, I tried to call you. I was scared. I said, my G, see? I tell you, I say, you better stop talking like that about the Father. He said, man, I don't know what the hell I was thinking, man. I know God exists. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. I was like, brother, listen, man. Sometimes, you say things and I don't even want to say in your ignorance because he's not an ignorant dude. Sometimes we say things we say things in our pride.
Just in our flesh.
And don't know that we're
right.
The Lord is
Now the thing that let me say the thing that Von's talking about, if I'm thinking about the same thing that was said, here's the thing. My philosophy with God, like people say, fear the Lord. You should be afraid of. I'm like, even as a child, I was like, why should I be afraid of him? I should love him, right? And I love God, right? So my thing is, I choose not to fear him. I love him. Now here's where that took a turn. I became arrogant over the years because I felt so safe and secure with him. My hubris came out that night, and it was in a flash. It was completely unintentional as far as insult or anything like that. None of that was intended at all. And like I said, God knows your heart. He knows your intentions. He knows I didn't mean it. However, if anyone saw that broadcast, other people may have a different opinion of it, regardless. You know what I'm saying? So I'm never out to insult anyone's faith. I may challenge your beliefs. That's my goal to check, because I believe everything should be challenged. Like even my beliefs, I'm open to challenge. You know what I mean? And I'll explain myself. Whether you agree or disagree is up to you, but I can only explain to you from my perspective and my point of view. So,
well, see where
it was out of hubris,
right? Yeah, no, and I get it, but where I differ at is, I will respectfully disagree with an individual. If they don't see spiritual things the way that I do, and they have another way of seeing them, then hey, I would just bow out respectfully and say, well, that's not the opinion that I hold.
Right, because that's not.
See, I'm not gonna browbeat you down to the point to where tit for tat, and mine is better than yours, and see if you don't do this, then you ain't gonna do that, and come on, the truth is already out there.
Because your experience with your spiritual walk is your spiritual walk. It's a personal thing. So you're not going to experience spirituality the same way that person does, and that's where their perspective comes from. If that's really where it came from a spiritual journey.
But listen, brother Mandrell, listen, don't feel bad because I've been in that same place, man. Listen, I have said so many disparaging things. When I look back, you see what I'm saying? Maybe not in these spaces, but when I look back over my life, I've said some definitely disparaging things, you see? And I was brought up in the church, and believe me, I knew how to curse you out from the gut. You know what I'm saying? And I meant it that way.
Let's get Mama Beverly and Lyric into the conversation. Mama B, you've been quiet for a little while. What's going on, Mama? Mom B, you there? Are you sleeping?
Yeah, no, I'm not sleepy. I was about to go back to sleep.
I was about to
I
put in
was
the chat.
on my way to the little. How y'all doing? How y'all feeling?
We good.
We're
I'm good.
good.
Hi,
I'm
beautiful love.
glad.
God
Hi,
bless you. God
hi,
bless
hi.
you.
And let me tell you something.
Hey, Queen Shady
Man,
Boots.
wait. You call me Shady Boots?
I called you the queen of it because you called me the queen of it earlier.
Yes, you
So,
are.
Yo,
Who
we
more
but
queen
going
than
you
you?
left.
are.
Oh
You more queen than
snap!
you. Come on now, baby girl.
Okay, fine.
Take it, accept it, love it.
Fine.
You know why? I was on my way to the little girl's loop and I heard something and I was like, I gotta address this. And this is the lady, Navoa. Don't call nobody boo boo no more. See where I'm from? Those are fighting words because it means that you're a side piece. You're a thought or you're a side piece. That's what it means. Don't call people boo boo. That's not cool. Um, I know I'm from the South, but I done listen to my brothers and my sons enough, and especially my grandchildren, especially the one that passed away, the youngest one. He was like, mama, nobody better not never call you boo boo. I said, trust me, they not. They not. They know what's good for them, they not. Now, I can't get out this wheelchair, but I got a cane and I can bust across the head. But don't do that. That means in where we from, that means you somebody side piece or you a thought. That's what it means in the South. It really does. So don't use that no more. Now, Mandrell, if I take my arthritic fingers and my neuropathy fingers and type hello to you and you don't speak back to me and treat me like a stepmama or whatever, I'm gonna get you. That's a Mandrell.
Wait, what
You
she say?
seem like a sweet
Me?
person.
Yes, ma'am.
I tell everybody hello.
Oh,
That's how it
hello.
is. No, 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 no. This was last week. I spoke to you and I spoke to you twice. And you would not speak back to me. And I'm like, oh no, he didn't do that. No, he didn't treat me like a stepmama.
Oh no, ma'am. I meant no insult at all. If it was in the chat, I probably
See,
did the
now
spiel.
that I got to hear you and see you and everything, you sweet.
Oh well, thank you.
You are.
And this is me just being my honest and most authentic self. You know, especially when
I
I'm here.
like that.
Yeah, when I'm
I
here, I
like
can
that.
actually be myself. Like you get to see me clowning around and trolling and stuff like that on other panels, but here I can just be myself.
Oh, I don't go nowhere else. I'm very faithful to this one, and the only place you'll see me and you wouldn't recognize my name on there is on Tommy Rumble or Brian channel. You'll recognize my name on there. Or just J. I'm very loyal. I am extremely loyal. I'm old and I'm loyal. Um, but no, the boo boo thing where I'm from. I remember, men would talk about it because I'm an only girl. I came up with all brothers and then I had all boys. And I used to listen to them. I would sit on the steps halfway up and listen at what they talk about. But when I was young, I used to climb the tree and listen at what they was talking about. And they'd be like, yeah, that little boo boo, she don't know such and such and such is my girlfriend. She just a little boo boo. And I be like, oh, okay, so that's what that's about. Just like my youngest grandson. taught me what a thought was. I didn't know what a thought was. And my daughter Derek taught me Derek, what is the bag?
Birkin.
Birkin.
Just remember, there's no S in it.
Okay. Cause I was confused behind the bag
I always
and the
thought it was an
price of
S
the
in it.
bag. I was like, it must have gold inside of here. When I buy it, I'm gonna have gold and I'm gonna be rich. But it don't work like that sometimes. But I really wanted to really say to all of y'all tonight before I get off of here, please. Um, my youngest son, he lost a friend of his to cancer, and we as Black people, we take our health sometimes for granted. Please get regular checkups. Don't ignore your body. Get regular checkups. Go to the doctor. With me, I don't have a choice. I just don't have a choice. I was born with a genetic disease. I was born with sickle cell beta thalassemia, you know, and I've already lost my grandson to it. And I lost one of my twin brothers to alpha thalassemia. You know, a lot of people in my family have died from sickle cell and thalassemia. You know, it's a bad disease, and that's another thing we should have our children checked for because um really we can't say we're not mixed. All of us are mixed with something. And the thalassemia is a Mediterranean disease. And people of Dominican descent, you know, Asian, all of them can get
Polynesian.
that. Yeah. So, you know, if you have people in your family that has that, you know, we just need to check our health and check our children's health at all times and keep our appointments and not miss them and keep up with them because this hurt me to my heart because I used to keep her kids and she stayed right next door to me and her children's dad was my son's best friend and it hurt me to my heart to lose this girl because she was like a daughter. She was graduating at the time. My daughter-in-law, the Grinch that stole Christmas, was just going into high school, and she was like my daughter too. You know, I didn't have so many children in my life. God knows I have. I don't know what happened to me with the children thing. It's like I just take somebody in. You come on with me. But you gotta be careful with your health, especially us ladies. Um, we may get a little tinge in our heart and we'll ignore it and keep working and going on. But I tell you what, I done had 2 strokes and 2 heart attacks. And if my blood pressure don't go down, I'm working on the third one. But now I'm able to realize a little bit more better, you know, when to slow down, how to breathe through it, you know, take my medicine on a regular basis, which the Grinch that stole Christmas is not gonna let me not go without my medicine. She had to force it in me. So I don't have a choice now. Um, that's my daughter-in-law, and I'm talking about her, but y'all just don't know the dominatrix is mean. And we just gotta take care of ourselves, take care of our bodies. That's very important
Yeah.
because yeah, it is. It's very important. We ignore
Yeah.
certain things and I can't look, I'm old. I can't afford to lose none of y'all.
Mm.
I can't afford to lose nobody else. I'm tired of losing people. I really am. I'm like, Lord, why am I still here and everybody else going on to glory? And I know Bolo mad right now because he don't like to hear that. But, I know it's a purpose that I'm here, and it's a reason that I'm here. And I might be like my grandmother. I might be like my nana, 103 years old when I leave out of here. Never know. It's up to the Lord. But
Amen.
I don't want everybody leaving me. I want everybody to be healthy and take care of themselves, you know, and, just make sure you keep up with your regular checkups. And if you feel anything that's strange, you might say, oh, that ain't nothing but gas. Because I have did that too. Still, go to the doctor. Go to the doctor. Just
Amen. Amen.
go check on yourself, please. Yeah, I was gonna speak with the women mostly about this, but our men take for granted so many things because they work so hard. And I know they have to get out and work and do what they have to do. And they will ignore things. And I know how that is, just about everybody in my family is gone. Just about everybody. I don't know, it's children, grandchildren, brothers. I ain't got no sisters. My husband, everybody gone. Everybody is gone. And my last two best friends in the world who I grew up with, we grew up in Pampers. We the only two left. And I try to check on them as much as possible, call them and see how they doing. One was out here with me, but she left and went back to New Orleans, where I'm originally from. She went back. So I worry about them, but I know one thing. They do go to the doctor. They will go to the doctor, most definitely, because it's like we done lost so many friends. You know, I wonder if I had T-shirts and I put the names of everybody I done lost in my life, how many T-shirts would I need? I think it would be a whole lot. I think it would be a whole lot. I didn't experience so much of that. And if one of y'all was to leave me, I don't know what I'd do. I lose my mind. I love y'all. Y'all my family. So please take care of yourselves. I don't care if you think it's gas or not. Don't just take their Tums. Make a doctor's appointment. Please make a doctor's appointment. Do that. And I love you all. And I'm just happy to be up here with y'all tonight because I'm shaking right now. Y'all didn't know trying to get over pneumonia, and I'm in pain. I'm in pain. That's why I went to sleep. I took my medicine, but I was listening to y'all on the TV. I always keep y'all on. I love y'all.
We love you
I
too.
always keep
We
y'all
love
on.
you too.
We love you more.
We love
Thank
you.
I
You
love you
too.
too. I'm glad to meet you.
Mama Big.
Thank you. I'm glad. I'm glad we get the chance to finally put a voice to that avatar of yours, Mandrell.
Absolutely.
I'm glad because I was like, oh, he not gonna speak to me. I'm just throw it away. Throw
No,
it to
not
the
at
So he
all.
can
side.
get called shady.
Okay, okay, my dear daughter.
I'm
She
just
like good
asking a
night.
question.
She like good
You
night.
know, I'm just want to ask a question.
Hmm.
What's the question?
That
What
was the
is it?
question. He doesn't
What?
get
Oh,
called shady.
Who doesn't
oh,
get called shady?
Who, me?
Mandrell.
No.
Mandrell,
No, I don't
for
get
your
called shitty.
husband.
I'll tell you this. I'm a straight shooter.
Lyric is shady boots, and brother Anthony, your brother Anthony is shady stump kickers.
I just don't think that's fair. I don't think I'm shady.
It is fair, just the way you
You know?
came in and the way
Okay,
you
you be
attacked.
quiet. I don't. You've talked a lot.
Oh
Like,
my God.
I don't know. I'm like, it's not fair.
Just the way you attacked her is wrong.
That's why Anae's gonna meet you on the
She
playground.
will attack in a minute.
This is not true. This is not true.
It is true. You attacked
Yeah,
her when she said, "What's the name of that thing?" You said Birkin, and there's no S in it.
I mean, I just wanted to remind her that there was.
I always
no
thought it
S.
had an S though. I don't know why. Why did I always
But
think
you
it had
know
an S?
Why do you
what?
think it got an S?
I still think
I don't know,
I'm
'cause
fun
I've heard people
because
say
I didn't want to
Birkins.
be embarrassed.
I've heard a lot of people say Birkins, so I don't
No,
know.
it's Birkin.
That's the hood, man. That's
Well,
people
maybe
Yeah, that's
me.
ratchet.
See?
That's
What do,
ratchet
what do
talk.
I know? I don't even carry a bag, so.
Well, I thought this bag was full of gold. I just heard them talking about it and how expensive it was. And I was like, well, they must have gold somewhere and planted in the inside of the seams, and I'm gonna find it because I know how to take it apart.
Can I ask a question? What Lyric just did, would that be snitching?
What she did?
She said, and that's why Nay gonna meet you on the street. Would that be snitching?
And they got me who on the
Ooh, you
street.
dry snitching now.
I'm not dry
There's
snitching.
something
You're the
brewing.
one who keeps snitching.
Nay
There's a-
just said, "Don't put me involved."
Yeah, but you just stirred up the flame.
Wow.
And
Don't
that's
do
so
my
sweet.
teacher like that.
And that's so sweet. She just sit in the corner with her legs crossed like she in class.
See, Mama B got your back. We got Lyric back too when you jump on it. We got your back, but not when you jump on my teacher.
Anytime I make
No, that's my daughter, and I could jump on her, Bula,
Not
and
you,
brother
Mama.
Andy
Not you,
anytime I
Mama.
want.
We talking about Bolo.
I'm making
We talking about
observation. It's me snitching. All I did
You
was make an
snitching?
observation. She
Why
said
you snitching, baby?
it was Lyric that did. Lyric said, and that's why Anae gonna meet you in the street. So if there was police listening,
I said,
okay.
Oh wow.
There's a plot
I
afoot.
never
He
said
brought it up
street
though. That's snitching. He brought it up.
on the playground.
See,
Mama B,
the
why you
brothers
ain't
and the
jumping on him?
sisters.
Playground.
Mama B, why you ain't jumping on him? He using his nightbot to threaten
First of all,
Lyric
that ain't
and
No, you know what?
and
I'm about to get
NBC.
on him right now
He
about that
threatened.
Nightbot talking about I love you. Nightbot don't love none of us.
First of
Can't
all,
stand
That's
it.
lies. The
Mama B.
lies.
Mama B.
Nightbot does not love us.
Now he's threatening Lyric, NA, and BC talking about so he gonna get them and he
First
gonna
of all,
finish it.
I'm not Nightbot.
But
Nightbot.
I don't
using
care.
Nightbot.
Nightbot still don't love us. And I don't care how many times Nightbot say, I love you all. We don't trust Nightbot.
He's an imposter.
You're getting in trouble.
Nightbot
We
is
don't trust
I just told Nightbot, God bless you. See, in the chat.
Thank you, brother.
I said, God bless you,
Oh
Nightbot.
my goodness, you never said it.
I
You
like
told
what
him God
Tasha
bless
said.
him.
Nightbot's pretending to be our friend. It's like
Yeah, that's to make us, think everything is okay. I love you. Every now and again, Nightbot can holler, I love you. I love you
You don't
all.
love that
That's to
thing.
make us think Nightbot is all right. But no, we cut on to that bullet.
exactly.
You know what?
Deletion.
I'm gonna leave
Yeah,
you alone.
that little Nightbot, we gonna meet him on the playground. Don't worry.
You gonna go to the playground too, Mama B?
I'm going to the playground.
Mama B, listen, don't. I'm not gonna be like your daughter, Shady Boots, and come at you a certain way. I'm gonna be.
You're not
quiet.
gonna say anything to him about that? You're gonna let him attack my personality?
Oh my God, hit with the brother and sister.
You do come for her. I'm just making an
I
observation.
don't come for her.
Okay.
She came for me that one time.
If she
But
came,
she will come for anybody like a snake.
Mama, I'm not texting you tomorrow. You're on punishment.
I love you.
No,
I love you.
You're acting like Nightbot right now.
You
I don't
quit. You quick on the
Like
draw,
a snake.
sweetheart. You quick on the draw.
You
Trust
have
me.
a guest on the panel. You guys are
switched
If
gonna
up.
you
make me
had 2
think I'm
guns on each
evil.
side, trust me, I'd be very terrified.
Mandrell is
Oh
family. He ain't guess. He family, so he can see the fight. She said you like a
Who
snake.
said that? Who said they want to see the fight?
Wow.
He said you like a snake. You quick on the draw.
Wow.
Yeah, she quick on the draw.
Is that the noise snakes make?
Don't listen
I don't
to
know.
Mandrell. It's not true.
Really bad.
Do they make a sound?
Mandrell.
Yeah, they
She came
hiss.
in. Mandrell, this
Yes.
What's up,
woman
brother?
right here.
I don't like snakes. I only think they taste good as sausage and they look good as a purse and some shoes.
She has no regard for the elderly or anybody. She comes at them all. She came at Mama B. Mama B made a mistake. Okay. She made a mistake in the name of the bag. And the
I called it a Berkshire bag. I didn't know what it was.
But why did you? Now you're adding another letter, the 8.
Birkenshire.
I didn't know.
What did she say it was, Lyric? What did she say it was?
She corrected me. She told me it was a Birkin bag.
All I said was there is no. Listen.
She
But
said
you know what? That was a favor to me because at the time I had to go to the hospital and I would have went in there and said that and they would have been laughing at me.
When she said Bershon, everybody said what?
Oh, she said Bershon.
She said Bershon. Lyric, you know
Said there's no S.
I didn't know
you
what it
didn't say it
was.
like that. You said
All I know was I wanted to take it apart and rip it apart with one of those little things that when you sew, you take it apart, all your stitches, and see where the gold was at.
There's gold on that? On the Bershon?
It's not.
I thought as much as it cost, there would be gold in the lining.
Yeah, she's saying it costs so much. It
Oh.
should be lined with gold and diamonds and all of that.
She always got a reason to take something apart.
You see what I'm saying?
But I just figured that they was hiding it somewhere.
What do you mean you see what I'm saying, Bo? You're trying to get me in trouble. Okay.
Oh, that's that law and order right there. Look, that's that law and order. Don't play with that now. That's
See what
that
I'm
law
saying?
and order.
She always comes after.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what your age is, man. It doesn't matter.
It don't matter. She will come after you.
Yeah.
She will come.
She'll come after you.
She will come.
You
She
hear
knew
her,
I was coming up here. I seen what she wrote in that comment section.
But you're not going to talk about and they and them was writing stuff in the
And
comments.
BCDC and the next
Wow.
He didn't even
She
charge his
snitched
phone
again.
all the way. He's on
She
13%.
She snitched
Mama
again.
Beverly
She
be
said-
reading
I
that
forgot
chat,
she
huh?
got a cat.
Y'all on the TV, so I see y'all comments coming up. So I saw everything.
Y'all not gonna go over this one. She snitched again. She
I
said
saw
a nay.
everything.
She said a nay was
Here we
writing
go.
stuff. There she
Here we
goes
go.
snitching again. No one's gonna say nothing.
And there you go again, dry snitching
Mama
again.
Beverly be reading that chat now. She be reading the
Yeah,
chat.
I'm quick
She-
with the
that's why
chat.
she got a
Came up here
cat.
to
Read the
testify and give
chat.
an overview, and I get in trouble.
Yeah, that's why she has a cat.
Everybody gonna ignore her snitching twice.
And
Thank
Nay,
you.
you should rewrite my contract.
Thank
So
you, Anae.
Yeah, you want your contract rewritten.
She snitched twice tonight, baby.
He
Yeah, come on.
snitched twice tonight.
See?
Cry
See?
baby.
I'm not crying.
Charlie, you really snitching. Boy, Nate sitting in the background with her,
add another
pretty
page.
little lace socks on. I could see her with her lace socks on and her Mary Jane shoes, if y'all remember what they is. Sitting with her pretty little dress on.
Mama
Her-
B. Those three had a click together. Look at what BCDC did. He
I
said,
know.
She said Anae is adding another page to the contract. You see, look
No,
at
he's telling her to do
how they
that.
separating each other. This
No,
one
he's
is
telling her to
snitching
do
on
that.
stage. Lyric is snitching on stage. Anae is being accused of being the Brooklyn bully.
Wow.
And BCDC is sitting there saying, add another page to our contract.
Yeah,
And look, I'm just here for the free
Everybody
food.
snitching on everybody today, huh?
I'm just here for the free food. You
I'm
know?
just here for the
I
comment.
see somebody left. They got out of it. Brother Anthony got out of it. Your brother Anthony got out of it.
Yeah, Brother Anthony said, man, I'm going to sleep.
His medicine kicked in too when he started getting shady. I seen the shady remote in there. Hit that button like it hitting. I was like, oh Lord, he really getting shady.
Oh man, it's crazy out here, man. You got Shady Boots snitching on people. You got
Shady Stomper.
You got longer contracts.
You got longer contracts happening. You got a Nay being called out for being, a bully in the
You're the
courtyard.
one who called her a bully.
Huh?
You're the one who called her a bully.
Yeah, because she tried to gather people around to beat me up.
They need to.
Who was gonna beat you up, sir?
No, he's telling a fib. Don't buy into it. Don't listen to him.
Nay tried to get BCD.
No, she did not. All she wanted to
And-
do was meet him on the playground so we can go over the contracts. Nobody was going to do anything
But
to him.
everybody was going on the playground to get Nightbot, to be honest with you.
Exactly. Nightbot is the enemy.
This was before Nightbot ever came into
And
the
they
building.
will never do that, Bolo. Don't do that.
It's all good. Listen, I got Nightbot watching my back because I know none of you guys.
Yeah, we know. That's why we don't trust him.
And they
With all
probably
that,
reading her
I
Bible
love
right now
you
while you saying
all.
all this. She
Well,
probably
here's
got
the
her
beauty
Bible
of
open.
Here's the beauty of it. You don't gotta trust Nightbot. Nightbot is my dude.
We know.
Yeah.
Yeah, we know that.
You just use him to threaten our teacher, our
I
sister,
didn't
and
use
brother.
him.
My
No.
twin. Yeah, you did. You just told him you went out to BCDC,
Look at what-
Lyric, and NA. And I told you, I said,
what
watch it
BC
now. That's my twin, my teacher, my sister. Now I'm gonna step in and disassemble him.
Nightbot just comes in and says, let's get the likes up. Nightbot says all we do
He better leave my twin
answer
alone.
questions. BCDC wrote Nightbot is obsolete.
Not the
He
questioner
glitching.
of all questions calling me Shady Boots.
No
No more
Nightbot
answers
never
for
called
you. Huh?
Nightbot gonna get beat up.
Let him mess with my people. He gonna be really what his name is, Nightbot.
Look
Come
at
tell
him
night
telling
night.
he doesn't
Now,
love you.
listen,
Night,
has Nightbot ever quoted a scripture?
No.
No, because Bolo won't
Nope,
do that.
never.
He just threatened me.
Nightbot has never.
Now, see, you done said that.
Ooh, Bolo. There you go. He called you out.
Oh wow, I'm
Who just broke
surprised.
out? Nightbot.
Pick a Psalms, Nightbot.
I'm gonna tell Mama Beverly you hung up on her.
I did not hang up on her. I'm not
telling her.
teaching you.
I'm saying it. I'm about to
So
text
you
her
gonna
right
lie.
now and be like,
So you
Bolo kick
gonna
you
lie.
off stage. It's
So
not a
you gonna-
lie. Where is she?
Vaughn.
She's not up here.
She hit the
Bishop.
button herself.
Nope. I'm
Vaughn.
telling her you did it.
Okay. I
Hey,
mean,
Vaughn,
she knows I did.
BB,
Yes,
tell
sir.
Nightbot
yes,
to
ma'am.
tell
Yes,
him to
ma'am.
pick a Psalms. That was funny. Tell him to pick a Psalms.
Nightbot. I don't know. Can Nightbot pick a Psalms? I don't know.
No.
Nightbot can
he's
pick a
never
song.
been-
We have to type it in the chat though.
But he
because,
can't do it tonight because Mandrell gonna have to pick the Psalms.
Oh, okay. That's
Oh yeah, Mandrell, you know there's a rule that once you come up on stage, you can't leave.
Once I come on stage, I can't leave.
No,
Why is this?
because at the end of the
Because
day,
you're part of the panel.
we say a prayer and we say everyone's name, and no one can leave until everyone's name is mentioned.
And the name is
The phone and
37,000.
feed him.
Bolo hung up on you.
My cat said it's time for me to get off the phone and feed him. Who do I think I am?
You should get one of those reservoirs. Okay, I get one for my cat.
What?
It lasts about a month. To be honest, like I can take almost a whole bag of cat food. It'll fit.
Oh,
in
he
there.
don't eat dry cat food. Is treat.
Oh, okay, yeah. You get the
He
soft
eat-
stuff.
I got to buy the big box of 48 cans from Amazon once a month, and then the small cans of Fancy Feast. I got to buy the box of 24 of them.
I bought my cat Blue Wilderness.
Yeah,
It's the healthy cat food that you get from
Yeah,
PetSmart.
I alternate. Sometimes I get the Blue Wilderness because it's got the sweet potatoes, and everything in that, and he loves sweet potatoes.
Yo, Mama B, your microphone is crazy.
Try garden greens.
Your microphone is crazy, Mama B.
Oh, you know what? My TV is on.
Nah, your microphone is clear. It's like you sitting in the same room as me.
Yeah, it's very good.
Yeah, that is I didn't say anything, but I noticed it earlier as well. That is a really good mic. I'm not gonna lie. That is a
It's
really
clear.
good mic. I mean,
Listen, no one could never overtalk you at
What?
all.
right, ever.
What? Mama B talk, you gotta be quiet, son. BCDC wrote, I'm snitching now, but when I snitch, it ain't dry. What are y'all guys? What are you
Because
guys
you
talking about?
There's some
you
things
didn't tell
going on in
Scam
the
Likely
chat
that he
now.
had to stay until the end.
Listen, DJ, I'm sorry. I'm like you. My phone got a little charge on it too. Maybe that's why it's so loud.
Scam Likely broke out before I could tell him. I just remembered.
I could tell him.
I just
Bolo,
remembered.
hit the button. You need to hit the button.
Y'all bugging. For real.
It's your turn.
I love the Law and Order sound effect. That's
You gotta
that's
hit it
all.
one more time because he just got you with that.
Dun. I like that.
Y'all bugging.
And this is their story. Don't.
Good job, twin.
I love it.
They at the
I
playground
like
right
that
now.
too. I like when Brother Ed, they be like Von Bryant, not related to Jamal.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, please
Lord.
don't be related to him.
Yeah, because I don't want no parts of that at all.
Who's
No,
Jamal?
no parts of that one.
I keep
Who's
saying that. Who's Jamal?
Who's Jamal?
I keep
Jamal
hearing
Jamal
that.
Bryant, he a pastor that's got a wife on a reality show.
Jamal Bryant. He wants the church to sell weed now. Come on.
Oh, you talking about that dude?
Yeah.
That's Jamal Bryant. He wants
And
to,
he got a side piece beside his wife. He got a side here
He
and a
wants to
side
grow
there.
weed on the church property.
Sometimes you gotta grow weed on the church grounds, my G.
Well,
Come
now
on,
see,
But he
baby.
got stocks on the church ground.
He
I'm
gotta
from the
grow,
old school. I don't know about none of that.
he gotta grow weed on the church ground to get those
He
people.
said he
in.
wants them. He wants them to come into church smelling like weed.
And
He's
smoke
going
weed.
after the people that smell like weed. So hey, come on.
I tell you what,
I guess
one
so
thing
now.
about him, he got a thought here, a thought there, and a thought everywhere.
Yo, Mama B, your microphone is crazy, son.
Your grandson should have not taught you that word.
I know, huh? He hooked me up.
No, he didn't. You shouldn't say it.
Yeah.
What did she say?
That
My
he has a
grandson
thought
got-
here and a thought there and a thought everywhere.
Yeah.
Everywhere.
I didn't even know what that meant.
Just
And I was like, child, what do thought mean?
Don't say thought, just say horn.
Oh my
Oh,
God,
that's
that's
even
No,
worse.
I'm
That's
not
even
gonna say
worse.
that. I'm gonna
That's
say
even
what he
worse.
said.
All right, okay, I'm sorry. Mama
I'm gonna
B,
say what he
That's
said.
the
DC,
epitome of the truth
you
right
should come
there.
up
When
and
you
sing now.
say
'Cause he just messed up.
promiscuous woman.
Yeah, because I'm like, DC should be up here too.
He should
Because
sing.
after
He doesn't
all,
have enough charge on his phone to come up tonight.
neither do I, so he just will come up too.
I so
Wait, are you yelling at me?
He
Just
can sing
say-
on the charger.
Just say PM.
PM.
Yeah.
For what?
Promiscuous PW, I mean promiscuous woman.
Promiscuous woman.
Right.
I
It
think
doesn't
Bolo
have that-
tired, y'all. I think it's
it doesn't
crack
have that
time.
Jezebel.
No, Jezebel. See, people keep saying Jezebel's spirit. Man, that spirit was a wicked spirit, man.
She was
That
wicked.
spirit wasn't
Yeah,
good.
she was very wicked.
A wicked demonic spirit, man.
But these thoughts on the Instagram and stuff and riding in the cars
on
with men they don't
Instagram?
know.
Mama B, you on Instagram?
Why are you on Instagram, Mama Beverly?
I don't have
For
an
real.
Instagram
Look, I
account.
don't even have
But my
Instagram.
grandson told me they be Instagramming it up.
I was gonna say, let me follow you.
I
Mama
don't have
Beverly's
one.
on
I don't even have
Instagram too? Wow.
Facebook.
She said that her grandson told her that these thoughts be Instagramming it up.
I can't do it.
He said they're Instagram models. And then I done seen them hopping in the cars, the gold diggers hopping in the cars with them
Why
men they
are you
don't know.
watching Gold
Mama
Diggers?
B,
I've seen that on YouTube.
Your microphone is crazy, son.
And they just hop in the car and they be half naked and they be asking the man to take them shopping. Enough for to get killed.
Yo, son. My
Um,
microphone is crazy.
Wow.
You're
Now,
concerned about
that's
her
not a thought. I
microphone
don't
not
know
listening.
what it is.
Mama Beverly.
Mama
But
Beverly,
it's the
what's the
truth.
brand of
How
that
you
mic you
got?
got? What's the name of that
He's
The
talking
all
microphone?
the
through her
ladies,
phone.
all the ladies. Just
He's
as for
talking
the
through her
ladies.
phone.
Mama B,
Would y'all
Oh,
hop
it's a
in the
phone.
car with a
Is
man
she
y'all don't
talking
know
into the
after
phone?
walking off
Wow.
away from him? Come back, hop in his car, and then tell him, well, let's go eat, and then we could go shop.
Mama B, what kind of phone you got?
Wow. I thought it was an actual mic.
Mama
No,
B, what
she's
kind of
talking
phone is
through.
that?
It's a
Oh my
telephone.
What
And
kind
God.
of
I don't
phone is
even
that?
have my
Mama B?
headphones on.
That
No,
sounds
what
tech.
kind of phone
That
is
sounds
that?
tech.
That phone is no joke, kid. I
Oh,
need that
I have a
phone.
Nokia.
It's a Nokia. I need to get that phone. I go on other
Nokia.
panels.
Yeah,
That
I
phone
like it
is
I didn't
because
even know they still made Nokia.
yeah, they
Wow.
still make these in the ordinary fashion. And
No wonder the
don't
mic
talk
is
about me
high tech.
because
Mama B, you gotta
I
give a
had
name
an old
tonight,
one.
Mama B. He just said that they didn't know you still made Nokia.
I had an old one that didn't do nothing but take text messages.
Oh snap! Yo, y'all
Oh
bugging
man.
tonight,
Mama
kid.
B. Mama B.
Y'all bugging.
Mama B.
Yo,
Nightbot's got a message for you. It said you need to leave Bolo alone.
that's not what it said.
I didn't do him nothing.
Nightbot.
That's what
Baby
Nightbot
boy.
said. He said you need to leave
Nightbot
Bolo
said.
alone.
I
Nightbot
don't know what
said
you've
to
been finding,
Lyric.
Pasha.
Nightbot said to Lyric. Nightbot said to Ane, and Nightbot said to BC.
He better not.
Leave Bolo alone. And he said it
Oh my
with
God, why do
capital.
you always have to have somebody protecting you?
What does that mean? Are you why you
Look,
jealous that you don't have
bang,
to protect you?
bang, bang, bang.
Here's the lyric, bang bang.
Bang, 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 bang.
She just banged on you. I'm sorry.
That's
That
lyric.
is not me.
You keep saying that you. It kind of
Larry, what
sounds
if
like
that
you
is
though.
you? What if that is you? Because on audios, your voice do sound different. So how would you not know? What if he did take your voice and do that? I keep thinking, what if
It's
he
not
did?
me. It's
It
not
is her.
me.
Listen
He
to it
might
again.
have took your voice share and
Because he lying real hard on it though, and he's
Listen to it.
gonna
Listen
keep
to it.
it. He's
Listen to
like, that's my story, and I'm keeping it.
Bang, 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 bang.
yeah, he took your voice.
Mama
That's it.
Beverly, you
Because
know
it's
my
like
voice.
it's
That
kind
is
of like
not
yours
me.
in
He
a
took your
different way.
voice.
He
And I'm going
didn't.
to shut up because he ain't going to take my voice and use it.
You
No.
think he's gonna steal your voice like Ariel's voice was stolen?
Yeah.
Yo, B, y'all bugging. Mama B,
BC
I don't
and
know
they
what
come and
kind of
sing.
I don't know what kind of phone you got. But good God, that microphone is no. I
Yeah,
got
you
a.
do
Crisp.
sound good.
It's
I
She
got a.
very
said she has a
crisp.
Nokia.
Dude, my
You sound
microphone
good.
is
See,
not a.
I got
It's a
the new
Nokia. What that
Nokia,
Nokia look
and
like?
it's,
I
it's
gotta
the
Google that.
grown.
'Cause
Oh,
I
you
haven't seen.
wasn't joking. You got a
I haven't
Nokia for
seen a
real?
Nokia. What kind
Yeah.
of?
How you got a Nokia?
Does that phone flip? Does it flip and
They
open and
make,
close?
Did it come with a pack of Newports, 100s, or
oh,
Winstons?
and then come with no pack of Newport City boots.
Okay, guys.
That wasn't me. That was Lady Navoa. I would never
All
accuse
right,
you of
lady.
smoking.
That wasn't Lady Devoe. That was
Are
lyric.
you gonna
That was
Lady.
lyric.
apologize to me?
That was
Lady,
lyric.
I'm
Mama B.
sorry, daughter.
Mama
It
Lady,
B.
was not. I did not
lady.
say that she did it. That
Mama
it came with
B.
a pack of
That was
cigarettes.
lyric that said that. Mama B.
It
Don't let her
was
try to.
not. It was
Lady,
Lady.
defend yourself.
Okay, I hope accountability.
It was. I didn't say anything about a pack of cigarettes.
It came with a wig and a 2-track tape.
It came with a wig. It
And a
probably
2-track
did,
tape.
but I didn't get mine.
All right,
I need to go back and get mine.
You said a Nokia. That I just went way back. I was
okay,
like, wow.
Yeah, that took me back right there, man. I was
Is it
Yeah.
real thick? Is it
now
real
You
that,
know
that
thick?
was
what?
before the
I
chirp.
have always
That
had
was
that.
before the chirp phone, right? Remember the chirp?
I don't know, but I've always had that one. And then my grandson was like, Mama, you need a real cell phone. And he got his first iPhone, so he gave me his Samsung. And when that went out, because the battery wasn't too good in that one, when that one got out, I got a Nokia.
Isn't that crazy? You know what's so crazy? I just thought about this.
Didn't even know they
You
had
got a
those.
dude in
I'm looking that up.
BCDC. You got a dude in BCDC who only buys and sells phones with half working batteries. You have a Nay who threatens everybody and wants to set up groups to beat people up. And then you have Lyric
No,
who just attacks
no.
elderly people. That's a hell of
And
a
you
group.
got
Oh,
Bolo to
she
do what?
attacked
And what you do,
everybody.
Bolo?
That's a hell of a group,
What
man.
you do, Bolo?
I love everybody.
Nothing. Right.
I
Prayer
love
time.
everybody.
Okay, go ahead and pray. Who gonna pray
But
first?
you got Nightbot.
Yeah,
Yeah.
you got Nightbot.
All right, man. Let's end up this prayer, man. Let's end up this prayer.
Wait a minute, isn't
Yeah.
that government? Don't they give them government phones? They're Nokia, right? I'm just asking. I think they are Nokia. Okay, I don't know. I'm gonna leave it alone.
I was sleeping good today. Yeah, truly, they do make them now. They smartphones now.
Yeah,
They're not like they was in the past where mine just would text you a message and that was it.
Okay.
They like that
Hey,
no more.
We gotta do the
Mandrell,
scripture.
you still with
But
us?
I
man?
still got that phone,
Damn,
and I know
I'm
my
still here.
phone number.
Her phone is no joke, dogs.
Yeah, I'm still here.
It's good. Listen, that mic
Her
is
phone
excellent.
microphone is so
I'm gonna give me a
strong.
That
Nokia.
microphone is excellent on
Yeah,
there.
that mic right over there, ain't it, boy?
Bro, I can't even mute it, brother.
I'm saying that mic is right over there, boy.
You can't mute her?
No, her phone is
Oh
no
my
joke.
gosh, she got the alien phone. Oh my god.
Damn.
She's tracking us.
That phone is fire.
Why you think I'm over here being so quiet?
That phone is no joke, kid.
Bruh.
Love you, teacher. Good night.
And I have no headphones on.
No doubt. I don't think you need any.
Nah, you don't.
No, I don't. I don't need them.
Bolo, our teacher said good night.
Good night.
Night.
All right, man, Joe, you got to pick a song, brother.
Pick a what?
Not a song, not a song, but a Psalms.
Out of the Bible.
Us to read.
Oh, Psalms.
Yeah.
Pick one.
Hold on, let me grab my Bible.
That's the tradition, brother.
Hey, dust it off a little bit. Go over there and get it.
While he doing that, I want to tell you this was a good live, guys. This was a
Brian,
good
you've
live.
been on Mandrell all night tonight, son.
I don't know what it is. You know, I love Mandrell. That's my guy there. You know,
Man said, "Oh, Mandrell, I see you back," but you said something that was diabolical.
Wow.
Hey, Bolo.
Yo.
This was good, and thank you for the overview of this morning's reading. Like I said, the way we read our scriptures, it helps with people who try to read the Bible by themselves. And when y'all read y'all books and y'all do the scriptures, I highlight it so I can keep up with it. Say, yeah, we read that, I read that. So when I go through my Bible, I'm gonna be like that old lady, but on my phone. Everything is highlighted without being written in it, so you know I'm studying it.
Nice.
I'm in Exodus now.
Yeah, I love that Bible app, man.
Exodus.
Awesome.
See, Genesis, when I'm doing it by myself, I can't ask questions. I can ask it in the chat. I mean, in the comments, and you can answer it back. But I try not to because you guys already did it. So I try to touch on what I can.
Oh, you can ask the questions. Listen, answer.
Okay,
the
so
ask.
now you know I'll be having questions because Genesis basically. I wish Lyric was up here because she was good at the Genesis breakdown. Genesis was basically a breakdown of the characters in the Bible, like what we're gonna get into, right? Like it was basically an intro of like the characters who's gonna be in the Bible, right? Is that how you say it? Did I say that right? Because it was all those names, and we have to go through the whole name how they got there. Because it started from Adam and Eve. Then they had kids. Their kids had kids. They kids had kids with each other, and then they had to, sleep with each other, have incest so they can make the world. You can't do that today.
What did you just say? They had what? No, you said they had incest.
They have to sleep with each other to make the world.
No, they didn't. No, they
so
didn't.
how they make each other?
That's a long story, but they didn't.
Well, we're gonna have to talk about that because I'm
We
thinking
will.
everybody sleep with each other.
Okay, we will. We will. I guarantee there's a good answer.
That was one of my questions because I'm like, how did all
Let me
these
make it.
people come
Let
about?
me make it simple for you. Adam and Eve had Cain and Abel, right?
Yes,
Cain killed Abel, right?
yes,
They later had a son named Seth that replaced Abel, right?
yes.
Cain had daughters. Adam and Eve never had daughters. But I'm saying Cain had wives. Adam and Eve never had daughters. Where did the wives come from?
Where those wives come from? Yeah,
Right. Okay. There you go.
I'm waiting for an answer.
me too.
Oh, did you find your Bible?
They weren't the only
Yeah.
people on the earth, man.
Oh, I thought you
There
had to
you
go
go.
way
Thank
out
you.
to
But
the
we want to know the
garage or
answer to
something.
that
I
question though
just
first.
answered
Get
you.
that
It's in
Bible.
my
Adam
nightstand,
and
boy.
Eve.
Oh, I'm
Hold
just
on,
messing with
hold
you,
on,
man.
hold on, hold on. What you say, Bolo? Where the
Adam
I'm
wives
and
come
messing
Eve.
from?
with you, man.
Adam and Eve weren't the only people on earth.
They wasn't.
No.
No.
So the people that be on a bicycle trying to talk to you like Jehovah Witnesses,
Who are
what
you
those
talking about?
called?
The
The
Latter Day
Mormons?
Saints?
No, the Mormons. The Mormons.
Yeah, that's a fake religion. That's
The
not real.
Mormons who have
So
their
they Bible is
wives.
real. Hold
Hey,
on, this is a
Lord,
real
calm
question.
down, guys.
Hold
Calm
on,
down.
this is a real question. They Bible is real because they talk
Right.
about the people who came before Adam and Eve. So hold up, Adam and Eve is not the first mom and dad.
No.
Like you not the.
No, they're not.
So
And
why did God make him out of clay and not out of the
Adam,
other people?
Adam was the first man to have the knowledge and wisdom of the Lord. That's what Adam was. He was the first to have the Lord breathe in the breath of life, which is his word.
So where do people come from, Bolo?
That's another. Oh my God.
Bolo, you started.
We'll
Where do
talk
people
about
come
that.
from?
We'll
That's
talk
another
about
show. That's
another
another
show.
show.
We'll be here for another 12 hours, man.
Oh, it's that long. Can I get a hint? Did they come from the
Where's
mountains like
sweat
the
bread?
Mormon?
Where's
But
sweat
is
bread?
okay. Just answer this question. So
You,
the
you said
Mormons.
we're sweat bread?
Hold on. Just answer this question. So the Mormons' Bible is real.
No.
Joseph is her
No.
twin.
No, it's not. No. They have a separate Bible. I
Okay,
think it
because
was it
they were
Yeah,
Joseph?
talking
here's
about
the
it.
here's the thing. Joseph Smith is the guy who created the Book of Latter Day Saints. Okay,
Right.
he was a known
Also,
con man and a literal snake oil salesman. He
Well,
created Mormonism just as a hustle to get money. This is
listen,
a
And
known
to
fact.
have sex with young girls.
And it has sex with young
uh,
girls. Yes, this is a
and
known. These are known facts.
okay, listen. The simplicity of it, we can make this answer real simple. The Bible is the only book.
There you go.
It needs no other book by it. Now, there are other books that proves the historicity. I know I'm saying that word wrong. The historical
Sounded right.
fact.
Historicity. I
Yeah,
can't even say it either.
lyrics is better than I. But of the book, like Josephus, and there's other books that you can read that validates Apocrypha and things like that, which was taken out of the Bible. But when you're talking about, even when you get married, you ever hear when the preacher says, "I now pronounce you man and wife," and he's talking about that's not in the Bible. He has a book placed in the Bible that he's reading from. It's not the Bible. Do you take this man to be your lover? That's not in the Bible. Show me where Mary and Joseph had to do that.
Oh.
Show me that. It's not in the Bible.
Not there.
It's called tradition of men. The
I was
tradition.
like, man, did that? Yeah.
Okay. So big
What is that sound? Is somebody chewing
someone is changing
something?
the paint. No, that's
Is
No, I
somebody
got real
chewing?
hot. I mean,
You said,
man,
wait,
I'm so
you
Jay.
said,
You pick up everything.
It sounds like somebody's chewing.
You pick up everything. I can't do nothing.
I said,
Jeez.
Bolo, incidentally,
What?
you said
I heard it
you
too,
said
though. I
a
thought
song,
What
right?
somebody
is
was
that? What is
eating
your mic is
something.
good too over there, lady.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
it
don't
is.
know. What was that you were doing?
Vaughn, we hear her husband snoring. We hear her opening up candy packets.
Yep, cheap potato chips.
Y'all didn't hear the microwave tonight.
Yeah, we did.
Nah,
No, you
I
didn't, because I
think I
didn't use it.
did, and you closed something.
no, you didn't hear the microwave, brother. The microwave before, it sounded like it was an X-ray machine, my G.
Because
Wow.
it's big. I'm
It
sorry.
would go.
It's a big microwave.
One of them
that
MRI machines.
Yeah,
that
something like an
microwave,
MRI
Oh,
machine.
that's not
bro,
nice.
that microwave sounded like it took 240
I'm sorry. I'm
That's not
sorry.
nice.
It didn't take much money. That microphone stick, that microwave, it sounded like you had to step into the microwave to put the food in there.
That's what it feel like.
Oh my goodness.
Wow.
It's big though.
So Bolo, you said find a psalm, right?
Yes, a psalm. Yes.
I got you.
What is it?
Chapter 9, verse
I'm not
13
gonna
and
say
14.
nothing.
Man, the whole psalms we're gonna read, not just the chapter.
Okay.
You said find a psalm. I found one.
Okay, what money? Hold on, let me mute her, son, because money getting it in.
Wow. Get that man a CPAP machine, please. It works wonders for snoring, okay?
This is a good show to go down in history.
Oh.
I'm gonna stay muted, okay? I'm gonna stay muted.
I'm just
Money said,
Give me man a CPAP machine, please.
I'm gonna clip this. Yo, this was what 5 hours and 55 seconds. 5 hours and 55.
Man, I was wondering if you were going to read the scripture with all of that going on, because that would have been that would have been a good clip right there. Wow.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Then he got to say all the names and pray for all of us.
That brother's getting it in. You hear me?
That's gonna be me in a few minutes.
This brother worked long hours at a good
He
job.
worked hard, son. Let the dude sleep.
We try. I mean, we trying, but a CPAP machine to make it a lot better. I mean,
That's how we
hard
got
day's
that
work
big
right
old
there.
Michael.
That's a hard day's work right there.
Oh
Yes.
man, son. Yo, man, Joe, you stupid. Son.
And it just comes off the top of my head, man. I promise you, I don't even try to think of this stuff.
Yo, you do.
That was a good one. That was a good one. Now pick a song.
Oh man. Yo, you got me crying over here. Bob Barry says someone eating something.
Like, is somebody chewing? Like, what is going?
Oh snap.
Hey, Bolo.
Yes. I heard it too. I'm not gonna lie.
That's what Brad want to know if Nightbot is black.
He is. He's like.
Oh no, he didn't go there.
Then you got Mama B microphone. Sound like it's from the satellite, son. Her microphone sound like it's on the Hubble telescope.
I got the new style from the 2025.
Yeah, it's crisp. It's definitely crisp. Yes, man.
What he said Duke need a CPAP machine.
Yeah, crazy.
Oh man.
Oh my goodness.
Oh shoot.
My
Oh man, son. I haven't laughed. Little B. Y'all, thank y'all, son. Thank you.
Yeah, we needed this laugh. We all needed this laugh.
Laughter is good for the soul.
It is. It is.
Yo, what's somebody eating, son?
I'm just saying. I just heard
somebody eating chips.
Oh man. Oh man. Then you got a naysaying, yo, Lyric, why you snitching? BC said, make a contract longer. I thought y'all had a click, son. I thought y'all was supposed to be thick. Money said, make a contract longer.
You're supposed to talk about that in the back, right?
Yeah, you supposed to do quick. He quick and said, yo, make a contract longer. And y'all supposed to be people.
Oh man.
What was that about, son? Oh man. Y'all gotta rework y'all gang, son. Because y'all gang ain't got it together. Yo, and they said, Lyric, why you snitching? Yo, and BC was strong. I got Nightbot. I'm gonna beat Nightbot up. Soon as she said that, Nightbot, soon as he said that, BC
Now
said,
he had a strong talk with Nightbot in the playground. The next time it's gonna be the beat up.
her phone is no joke. I don't know who gave you that microphone.
The
but
U.S.
it could
government.
be-
Nigga, the CIA gave her that phone, okay?
Well, y'all listen, y'all ain't gonna have me over here wheezing.
She got
It
that
ain't
phone
gonna
from
happen.
hey Bolo, she got that phone from DARPA.
Oh, y'all wrong for
High
that.
tech, man. That's next level high tech, bro. I mean, DARPA gave her that phone.
I'm gonna tell my best friend.
man.
Well, it came from out of state, and it came from New Orleans, Louisiana. So it probably is.
He said he got the phone from DARPA.
Yeah, she got that phone from DARPA. Next level.
So you can
state-of-the-art
holler
tech.
for help. Help! They about to shoot me.
Oh my God! Yo.
You sent me this phone. And I'm gonna tell her, I'm gonna say, look, that's one of the New Orleans phones where you holler and just say, help, they shoot me.
Oh man, I just had to drink some water, man. Y'all dudes is crazy, so. All right. Let me get into the spirit. All right. Mandrell, you said you found the Psalms you want me to read, son?
You said, hey, find a song. I'm like, all right.
I said a Psalms. Find me a chapter. Yes, you got one?
Chapter. Oh yeah, I said
pick one.
Psalms chapter 9, verse 13 and 14.
All right, we're gonna read the whole chapter, brother.
Yeah, we're gonna read the whole chapter real quick.
Read chapter 9 then.
Okay. Oh, what?
Yo, what's wrong with y'all? Why y'all so hype, man?
Yeah.
See, that's why Brian said he gave up Red Bull.
Oh man.
Mandrell said to read the whole chapter.
He said so to read the whole chapter then. What's wrong with you, brother? You all right? Yo. Yo, my man said, you know, I was wrong about what I said about the Bible, man, but I got God now. I'm here. Von Brian said, yeah, man, you was really off for saying that.
Vaughn called me out. Hey,
but no, I did not call you out. It was already out there. So I mean, it was already out there, right?
Hey, look, and
we've all said some things. So you know, I'm not perfect myself.
Yeah, tonight's been crazy, man. Tonight's been crazy, man.
I know people wouldn't believe we've been on here this long.
He said you got the phone from DARPA, son. He said, all right, let me get serious. I don't want to laugh during the prayer. Okay. Okay.
Is lady on mute? Ladies on mute, right? Okay.
Yeah, I'm here. All right. Okay. So we're gonna be reading Psalms 9.
Psalms 9. Look, you can't even do it.
There you go. There you go. Go ahead, Bolo. Read. Go on, baby. Snore louder.
He said he needed
20 verses real quick.
Go on, baby. Keep snoring, baby. Clip this.
All right. Okay. All right. Everybody mute. Cool. Psalms 9. I will praise you, O Lord, with my whole heart. I will tell of your marvelous works. I will be glad and rejoice in you. I will sing praise to your name, O Most High. When my enemies turn back, they shall fall and perish at your presence. For you have maintained my right and my cause. You sat on the throne, judging in righteousness. You have rebuked the nations. You have destroyed the wicked. You have blotted out their name forever and ever. O enemy, destructions are finished forever, and you have destroyed cities. Even their memory has perished. But the Lord shall endure forever. He has prepared his throne for judgment. Excuse me. He shall judge the world in righteousness. He shall administer judgment for the peoples in uprightness. The Lord also will be a refuge for the oppressed, a refuge in times of trouble. And those who know your name will put their trust in you. For you, Lord, have not forsaken those who seek you. Sing praises to the Lord who dwells in Zion. Declare his city, his deeds, among the people. When he avenges blood, he remembers them. He does not forget the cry of the humble. Have mercy on me, O Lord. Consider my trouble from those who hate me. You who lift me up from the gates of death, that I may tell of your praise in the gates of the daughters of Zion. I will rejoice in your salvation. The nations have sunk down in the pit which they made, in the net which they hid. Their own foot is caught. The Lord is known by the judgment he executes. The Lord is the wicked is snared in the work of his own hands. Meditation. Salah. The wicked shall be turned into hell, and all the nations that forget God, for the needy shall not always be forgotten. The expectation of the poor shall not perish forever. Arise, O Lord, do not let man prevail. Let the nations be judged in your sight. Put them in fear, O Lord, that the nations may know themselves to be but men. Salah. Amen. Father, thank you for allowing us to come together in your name. Thank you for all that you do, both seen and unseen. Father, we thank you for allowing us to understand your word, understand who you are. For we acknowledge that we are nothing without you, with everything in you. We thank you for awakening us so that we can feel your presence and hear your voice. We thank you for allowing us to feel your love, your majesty, your patience, your long suffering, your grace, and most of all, your mercy. We thank you for all that you do. For we are not worthy of your love, but yet you give it. Father, we dedicate our lives, we dedicate our homes, our families, we dedicate everything that we are, everything that we have to you. For it is for you and by you that we have all these things, and we thank you. It's not of our power, but of yours. We are strong in you and weak without you. Thank you for all that you do. We ask you, Father, to please give strength to those that are weak, faith to those that have doubt, and light to those that are in darkness. We ask you, Father, to please give travel mercy to those that are traveling, give comfort to those that have lost, give strength and perseverance to those that are sick, if this be your will. Father, we are going to mention some names. We ask that you please protect their families, loved ones. We ask that you cover them with your mercy and encamp your angels around their homes. Father, please protect all those that suffer mental illness, depression, addiction, those that just think that life isn't worth living. Please let them know that there is no glory in death, but there is glory in life serving you. Father, we ask you to please protect Mika, Be Easy, Miss Carrington, Tazapath, Playful, Derek, Little Rock, Coach Bam, Anthony, Steve, Lyric, Nova, Novea, B, Smiles, Lexi, Fallon, Chris, German Irvin, AGAG, Sheree B, Alex, Lincoln, CJ, Tia, LA Floyd, Introverted, K Cooper, Montrell, Bumble D, Just Jab, Heather, Phoenix Lit, Drizzle, Juju, Brian Redmond, LA Harlem, Mike Rivera, Tommy Sotomayor and Alex, Just Jay, Yeshaya, Naja, Aura, Naja, Shah, Yedaya, Imani, Fleetwood, Wallyverse, Dog K, Iron, Peach Cobbler, Big Riggs, Byron, Rowe, Aaron and Mom, Butterfly, Joseph and Janae, excuse me, Shakina Glory, Miss Lady, Matthew, George, Chat with Divine, Mason, Yoshi, 10 past 11, Norman, BCDC 123, James Corbett, Freddie, Lawrence, Miss M, Teak, Latanya D. Sledge, Tremaine, and Son, J.A. Dudley, Only Time, Mama B, Dorothy, Dante, Miss Taylor, Gray Pill, Lapeef and Hope Panel, Casey, Harris One, Daryl, Tierra Jewel, Nicole Watson, Jedi Master Wu, Lancelot, Miss M, Rochelle Halliburton, Definite G, Slim, Fleetwood, 611, Mr. O, Black Genesis, Maggie, the substitute teacher, I'm an Israelite Queen, Andre Terry, Lawrence Rotano, Miss B Finesse, Time Traveler, it is what it is, Jacob Lewis, Night Train, Darkin, Vaughn Bryant, David Williams, Masterpiece, Great Gary S., The Book of Genesis, Audretta Wright, Miss Lady Sunday, Alan R., FFS, Randy K., Ronald Hotboy, Jill, Chocolate Boutique, Sunflower, The Q Spot, Uncle Stu, Shelly Fowler, Nasira, Wells the Barbacy, Darius, Taylor May, Black Vegeta, Merged, M.E., Motivations, From Minds, Brittany A., Brittany B., Shannon Rawls, Mr. A., Can't Do Right, Floyd Finklier, Justice Spash, Kevin Palmer, Audacity, Courtney Lucky, Rilla, Anton Daniels, Juana Chica, Don Q, Health and Healing, Community Solutions, Saska, Brother Clarence, Bravo with Sheila, Daddy Yo, Gail Lockett, Donna Mears, Sammy McFadden, Miss Alita Gore, Sincerely Scorpio, Young Echo Seeley, Jamel Morgan, What the Fuck, Miss Nurse Fancy, Mellifant, Sarah J, Kadar, excuse me, Jenny Morena, Emerge Daily, Talk with Troy, Bill with Me, K Nicole, Neo Moses, Just Right Music, Tarek Martin, ARD, Star Baby, Tyree Patterson, T Wagger, Mr. Rucker, Andre Terry, Just Me Coconuts, Lil Podcast, Community Solutions, Raymond Gonzalez, Human, Black Man Travels, M3, T Blaze, Von Eric, Daryl Long, Monica, Sheed We Here, Dove, Bovine Breed, Spiritual Logic, The Learning Code, Mr. Best in the World, Mr. Black 331, K Soul, Sheba Pisces, Truth is Never Favored, Steven, Houston, Moments with Mickey Red, Scam Likely, Dusto, Willie Dean, Rulia, B9, M Mills, Stephen Day, Big Bad Bull, Randy, Doris Myers, Ma'at Speaks, Edens, Gordon, Ronald, Tony, J. Chasm, Snuggles, Enya, Pasha Blaine, Shake Rock King, Gene, Celestial, Veggie Jess, The Intellectual Soapbox, Wave Face, Aaron Miller, Sam Aquadis, Sparkles, Sean Antonio, Alan R., Alan S., Sweatbread, Trash Can Waves, The Lead Attorney, Lucky Marie, Randy Easter, Peach Cobbler, J. Mills, I.A. Lewis, Kingdom Minded, Black Dust, Sexy Slim, Roy Rodriguez, Diamond, I Can Cook, Furious, Ken Sean Holistic, J. Takashi, AMF, Marcus, Over the Top, Ben Rick, Snuggle 668, FYE 100, You're Pushing 40, The 19-Year-Old Girl, Random Stuff, It's a Party Line, Amy Lewis, Char X, J, CMC Productions, G. Sen G, Motor Love 1968, Diamond, Ramses, Red Lipstick and Son Caleb, Mandrell, Crystal Woodside, Your Brown Sugar, Jeanette Knight, Dale Jackson, Savannah Ara, Brula Blades, Nikki Turtle House, John Nader, Erica Murray, Strange Gnosis, Hardway, IXM, Sepo Cool, Crimson Samurai, Jedi Mike, OG Patrice, Just Do It, Love C, Selena Mona D, Black Dazzle, Razi, Tay Tay, Tyrone Church, Sunday, Pierre Ledoux, Kobe Bell, Jamal Woodward, Provoking Thoughts, Mosaic, TJ Randolph, Ibra, The Last Saint, Bill With Me, Pillow Talk, Billionaire Munters Podcast, Anna Lee, Chaotic Truths, Let's Play, 84 Clean Cut, Phoenix, Princess C, Princess A, Princessa, Gary S, Alan G, Eric J, Bowling's My Hobby, Boss Trucker, Lady Hale, So Hale Speaks, Black Man Unfiltered, Security Boss Unsolicited, The Sheila Ingram Show, Icy Lemon, Ane, The BRE, I.A. Lewis, Let's Play, Taylor Made, Sonny Black, E Black Nate, George Lewis, Lee Sung, Zach Stewart, Richard Gordon S, Brolic St. Sean, O'Shea Linux, The Clue Channel, Big Wolf, Tremaine Warner, E Daughter, King Jen, Information Man Show, Shanita Richardson, Blaze, Byron Podcast, Nikki, King Rich, Amanda, The Windy City, Uncle Raymond, American Negro, Troy Kelso, Robert Thomas, Luke Hazley, CJ and Brother Tony, Mr. Dogs, Nate, Alvin Davis, Lolita Gore, Chris G, Samuel Jewell, Simon Jewell, Travis Savage, Kim, Ebony, Shaniqua Dupree, Riley McCann, Mona D, Alexis, W911, Detroit, Karma, Zoe, The Real Erica, Papa Cap, Black Genesis, Armin Brown 09, Mr. A, Chuck K, Melanie, Queens Forever, Jessa Splash, L. Nixon, Prince of Petty, Sleeping Beauty, Stone the Builder, Miss Storm, Farley, Nikki, Datman, Brian Jehovah, Ricky Williams, Agent Black, Common Sense, Genoa Merced, Chris G, Derek Watson Jr., Sarah J, Raw B, Mr. He Said, Mrs. She Said, Lady Naveau and family, Lynn Love, Sandy 101, and Paulo Lennon. We ask you, Father, to please cover all those that search for you in the spirit of righteousness, understanding, and knowledge, and in truth. We ask you, Father, to please protect our families as we walk to and fro, and please keep us sturdy and always focused on you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Man.
Mama B,
Amen. Amen.
Mama B, last words on you.
Amen.
Yeah, I done talked about my microphone, but I love y'all anyway. And please remember what I told y'all, to take care of yourselves, your health, regardless of what's going on. Don't be too proud to go and have yourself checked. I want y'all with me for as long as I'm here. I'm selfish.
Okay.
I
Von
love
Bryant.
y'all. Thank you for a beautiful night.
Von Bryant, last words on you, sir.
Yes, sir. Well, listen, it's been wonderful, great. Had a wonderful time, man. I love the discipline that goes on with the conversation. I wish people could take a page from your channel, because it's a great way to communicate. I always feel comfortable when I come over here, and I'm just very honored to be a part of the village. And God bless everyone. Good night.
All right. Last words on you, Miss Lady Naveau.
Yeah, sure. Because he's still snoring. I was gonna mess with y'all and act like I was waking them up and saying maybe they talking about you. Just stay up until I do my final thoughts. But no, I love y'all. First of all, I want to say thank you to the village. I ain't gonna lie. I remember coming up here after I came back, the day I came back from the cremation of my sister, and I remember I came on a panel, and I was so messed up. No, I wasn't drinking. No, I wasn't on drugs. I was running on fumes of not sleeping, and just a lot of crying. But I want to tell y'all, thank y'all for being there for me, and thank y'all for praying, with me and for me. That was the most tragic thing I have ever been through, and I got through it because if I didn't know learning who God is, I'm gonna repeat that. If I'm not learning who God is, not about Him, but knowing who He is, I would not got through this, the way I did. And I used to cry so much, but I had a reason to cry when I called in. But right now, I would have been crying right now just talking about it. You know what I'm saying? God has been so good to me. He's been opening doors for me, and I'm not ashamed to talk about it. And I'm doing my vision, and that He wants me to do, because He got me here for a reason. And like I said, I'm in Exodus right along with Proverbs with the village. So when we do start over, I'll be in the know and be caught up with y'all. You know what I'm saying? So redeem y'all time. Thank you, man. You my brother, man. You can't get rid of me. We're family, man. You my brother, and I love you so much, Joe. Thank you on y'all channel, man. Y'all been there for me too. Y'all been doing with those little super chat videos, made me feel. Y'all didn't know I cried off of that, and it made me feel good. And I love y'all for that. I'm trying not to cry this time on that because that meant so much to me. And I never got to tell you thank you. Like y'all started that, and then Queen Smiley did it, and then Sam, then Dusto did it when I came back. Like y'all show me so much love. That's why I'm so committed to these two stations the most, as my number ones on the thing. You know what I'm saying? But I got my family. I help run, but that's different. But I love y'all, Mama B. Mama, I love you. I've been stopped using that word like a month ago, so that's buried in the ground and it ain't gonna never come back up. So we don't ever have this discussion. I love you so much. I love your bravery. I love everything about
Love
you.
you too.
I thought about you when I went through what I went through, and you went through more than I did, and I just didn't know how to handle that. You gave me strength through that. You just don't know, Bishop. I love you, man. You one of the realest. You one of the realest, man. For real, I love you, man. You already know that you're my brother. You make me cry because you for real. I love you. Polo. I always say it. I ain't even gotta say it. Thank you for him saving my life. I wouldn't I wouldn't be here, man. Like the way I am. And got to know the village. Like I wanna, and I'm sorry to all y'all if I push y'all too hard, telling y'all to do the questions and stuff and do all that. I'm sorry. I slowed down from that, as you can see. I don't get on y'all about the questions or nothing. So y'all grown. I love everybody and hope to see y'all in the next one.
Mr. Mandrell, last words on you, sir.
Yeah, thank you for having me here, Bolo. Thank you for taking the time to actually get to know me. You know what I'm saying? Thank you to the village for actually accepting me here, as opposed to casting me out with stones. um, so, Lady Navoa, I gotta tell you, like I told you before, like you were in the chat, but I said before, like you're one of those people. Like even when I do my show, I look for you in the chat. I literally look for you, and it doesn't feel right when you're not there, and I do get concerned. So when I heard you was going through some troubles, I really did feel for you, and I did pray for you. Yes, people, I do pray. Okay, in spite of all the crazy stuff you heard me say, yes, I do pray. Okay, so, but yeah, I love Lady Divorce. She keeps me she tries to keep me keep me in check and keep me level. But when the nonsense comes, Bolo knows. Bolo explained it earlier. When people come with the nonsense, it's like, oh, good grief. But no, honestly, like, thank you for accepting me. Like, you guys have no idea what that means, because I don't think I've ever actually fit in anywhere, even in the army.
Well, you family now.
Yeah, no problem. I mean, I was never black. I was never black enough for black people, and I was too dark for white people. And all the rest of the races, just like, oh, like, he's a black guy, so no, we can't associate with him. He's violent, But even though I was in the army, I outshined everybody. So there was the envy and the jealousy. So I was kind of shunned there too. But here, I mean, I can just, exhale and just be myself. It's
Yeah.
it's a very liberating experience. You know.
Awesome.
So again, thank you for having me here and just accepting me. Like I said, you guys have no idea what it means, how it feels, and how far that goes with me. I just want to say thank you to all of you, even the people in the chat.
You're welcome, brother.
Awesome.
Thank you for being a part of the village. I want to thank Dusto for coming up, man, and showing a different side of him to the village.
So to that, I didn't know he was going to show up tonight, because I was just telling him about this earlier today.
Right. I had no clue. I had no clue, but it was a definitely a warming surprise.
I was glad to see both of you, man.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So,
I mean, I talked to Dusto on the phone. I told him what I've been up to, and what I've been doing, and I told him about your platform. He said, "I didn't even know Bolo had a platform." I said, "Yeah, man. I mean, it's called Bolo TV. Go check it out." And I told him what it was about and everything like that. And so here he is. And I was like, "Oh, it was good to see him here too."
yeah, it was awesome to see him here. Thank you, Dusto, for coming up. AMF, the village lawyer, thank you for coming up, brother, and sharing your words of wisdom. It always sounds like AMF is in a bathroom when he speaks, but it could be me. Thank you for coming up here, man, and showing your words of wisdom. Your humility, it's always a warm thing to see. Mama B, thank you for coming up. I love you. Thank you for coming up here. Thank you for being my mama. Juan Bryant, the traveling pastor, the wandering pastor. I'm sorry. It's good to hear you, man. you hold no punches. You're the elder. You come with the spirit of humility. Embracing, and love. And thank you. Today you gave me a good laugh. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for you being here.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Lady Navoa, thank you for doing what you do, man. Again, you come up here and you testify. Thank you for moderating and holding it down. Thank you so much. And remember, you can ask the questions in the comments if you choose. Big Man Drell, my brother from another mother. You know how I feel about you, man. We talk. It's good to see you, man. It's good to see healthy conversation. It's good to see the growth. It's good to see the patience that you are developing. Um, the wisdom and the understanding that you are gaining. Uh, it's a beautiful thing, man. The Lord is working with everybody, and the Lord has plans for you, man. I don't know what they are, but He has plans for you. So I can't wait to see what He has in stake for you. To my brother, Big Ant, it had to bounce, man. Thank you for being here, man. I love you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your dedication. Love you. Thank you. To Miss Lyric Speaks, to your dedication and to your knowledge that you let the Lord use you.
Shadiness.
AKA Shady Boots. Thank you for being here. I love you. Thank you for all that you do. To all of the people in the village, Nay, Righteous Rollo, Pasha, I don't want to miss anybody, but Butterfly, everyone in the village, man. You guys make this real. And this is why people from around the world come here. Because of this vibration, because of this love that we have. Thank you. I love you all. Guys, have a blessed night. We might do something Saturday or Sunday. I don't know. I'll talk to you guys, but I wanted to let you know that the setup is going to change a little bit starting Monday. And what does that mean? That means that we are going to start reading more than one chapter. So starting Monday, we'll be reading maybe 3 to 4 chapters to get more of the Spirit of God into us, opposed to hearing us pontificate more than we hear the Word of God. So little things like that are going to change. So with that being said, guys, have a blessed night. Enjoy your weekend. Stay safe. And like I said, you might see us, might not this weekend, but again, I love you all. God bless you. Good night.
I love you.
You too, guys. Have a blessed night.
Y'all all
Night.
be
All
blessed
right.
and be safe this weekend.
Peace.
Bye, everyone.
Later, Mandro.